Alright folks, who's ready to botch up some more politics with the best of intentions in mind? Kinda funny that I came into this with a good, decent plan for the country, programs I wanted to enact, ideas of how to fund them, and it's only been one full term, and I'm already floundering and regretting every single decision I made. Game, where are you? Is it quadruple click today? Apparently today's a quadruple click kind of day. App is already running. No, it's just lazy. It's having a nice cool day in, napping under its blanket. Come on game, pop out. There you go. I've been thinking right, and considering the title of the game is Suzerain, and my cabinet so far is very keen on not aligning us to any superpower, even though that would be, at this point, the safest play. I'm thinking a true end probably has it. So you do somehow maintain political independence from Arcasia and United Contana. A few days later, it did save, didn't it? Hey Robbie, good morrow to you too. Okay, it did save. Because that was the troops on the border. And now all that's left to do to start the day is dinner at home with the family, something nice and pleasant. I'm still proud, by the way, about my son getting a smile before the inauguration ball. Best moment of gaming as far as I'm concerned. Arcasia develops first ICBM. Intelligence reports that Arcasia has successfully completed the Missile 4, an intercontinental ballistic missile, which has the estimated capability to accurately destroy targets at thousands of kilometers range. Arcasian missile capabilities have significantly increased posing a threat to territories that are further away from Western Maricopa. Why guys, gals, and non-berry pals bugs you so much? I have kind of heard that kind of sentiment over the years. That the old guys, gals, and non-binary pals, ladies and gentlemen, etc. are insufficient as alternatives. Is it because, instead of fully rejecting a gendered binary, it's merely enforcing a gendered trinary in not really accepting things even outside the non-binary, like agendered or something more fluid? Also, I just noticed that my economy is even worse. Forcing a relationship. I could see that actually. I've had a few jobs where the SOP was don't use familiar terms with the clients. Like, don't call them sugar or honey or buckaroo or amigo, because not everyone's going to take to that. And here we have a perfect example. It's too familiar. Forces a relationship. Also, the economy has gone backwards. It started off at 3. Once the L1 high-speed rail starts up, that should bump it up at least to 4 or 5, I'm hoping. But I'm thinking that maybe because I didn't commit more money to law enforcement, and there's currently sectarian violence and gang violence, that's probably hampering my economy somewhat. Alright, there's no news, no reports from any cities. Nope, there's one. United Contana Embassy helped protesters. Alright. Catch up for yesterday. Around midnight, Red Youth protesters clashed with Young Swords at the Verzod City Center, resulting in many injuries. The counter-protesters were cornered in front of the United Contana Embassy after they were pushed back by the police. The embassy opened its doors and the Red Youth members escaped inside. The police are still waiting outside the building for the return of the Red Youth members. Yeah, exactly. For many people, terms of endearment are only for those individuals endearing to them. And so when random people call them sweet pet names, it might be overly familiar, uncomfortable. And while in some places there's like that cultural thing where you do call everyone hun or miho, whatever, not everyone's comfy, so sometimes it's best to just take a professional distance approach. Time for dinner with the fam then. See how they're doing after the assassination attempt. After a long day at the palace, I was finally home. I thanked Serg and walked through the front gates, nodding at the two guards as they went by. Even as I turned the doorknob, I could hear Dina rushing down the stairs to greet me. It's typical, isn't it? Daddy's little girl, the youngest of the family, is totally spoiled and maintains a good relationship. I opened the door and there she was, standing in front of me with an expectant eye. Papa, you're home! My beautiful princess, there's my little bright one, lift and hug her. If I wanted to overanalyze this, my beautiful princess is probably too close to the monarchy that we left before the more authoritarian regime. My little bright one is also positive. Lift and hug her. They're all good. I don't think any of this matters. Love on the daughter, or love on the daughter. She can be my beautiful princess at home. I lifted Dina up and hugged her. See, she gets the lift and hug anyway, while trying to put the keys of the tray next to the entrance. Everybody and gentlefolk are pretty good options, that's true. You're still addressing everyone, without specifically gendering them, so it's not leaving anybody out. Everybody is everybody. And folk has been popular, K or X varieties, so gentlefolk also works. She was growing fast. Lifting her up was no longer as easy as it once was. How was school? Where's your mother? That's enough of that? No, that's not enough of that. She's gonna grow up and be... Who's my son? Where is he? Where's my son? She is going to be Frank's age in no time and be in high school and be cold and distant. Have to appreciate this time while it's still here. How was school? Boring. I like my old school better. I put her down, and her expression turned serious. Papa, are the bad men gone? Aw, it was only one bad man, Dean, and he's gone now. Never let anyone hurt you ever. Your papa took care of everything. No, your papa's not the chief of police and the minister of the interior. There was only one bad man, Dina, and he's gone now. Okay, Papa. Dina dashed down the hallway. Mama, Papa's here. Monica appeared next to the kitchen door. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Dina, what did I tell you? No running in the house. Yes, Mama. Monica approached me and kissed me on the cheek. A tantalizing smell wafted from the kitchen behind her. Darling, you shouldn't have. What do we have to cook for? How was your day, dear? Or just cold, hungry, what's for dinner, completely neglecting the wife and her efforts. So it's gotta be numbers 1 or 2. But Robbie, the domestic thing with the politics is what makes the domestic things more meaningful. Because Anton here had such a political life in his youth, immediately after marriage, immediately after the birth of his son, is why it hit so hard when I got my son's smile, because Anton had to sacrifice so much of his time at home for the good of the country. You have those hard times and that stress in his work life, and then he turns around and there's family. And it's, I'm making all the wrong decisions on the international level, but at home, he's still someone to his family. Even if he's been neglectful for so long, he's making the right decisions where it matters. And I can't help but smile at that. I'm going to acknowledge the effort she put in. Shouldn't have. What do we have to cook for? I know, Robbie, I'm just gushing, 'cause It's really hitting all the right heartstrings for me, so I can't help but gush at it. I thought of going grocery shopping just like old times. And besides, she can't make your favorite like I can. Dream Daddy. Dream Daddy is all domestic. All domestic fun times all the time. You have the dad's relationship with Amanda, you have dad's relationship with the neighborhoods, and it's easy to forget that the dad actually has a job because all the work stuff is like 2 lines total in the entire game and just left to implications. Look, it's just one game, but it's an amazing game. And I actually managed to get the best daddy first time through, completely blind into it. Let's see, there's also that new Fail Better game coming out, the dating sim, Mask of the Rose or whatever. It's more dating than domestic, but broad dating, could be platonic friendship. It acknowledges asexual, aromantic possibilities. You get to choose like upfront what you're looking for in it. But I mean, I guess if you want to count just the romance parts without politics, it could kinda, but that's not exactly home life, so it probably doesn't count. I thought of going grocery shopping, just like old times, and besides, she can't make your favorite like I can. You mean it's lasagna? Yes. Svabli. Is that a real thing? I have to check. Svabli? Svabli? Is there such thing as Svabli? There isn't. Okay, it's made up. It's just for the flavoring. You know, Mask of the Rose isn't out yet, but non-binary love interest is a possibility for it. Like Fought in London and every other fail game thereafter has been pretty good about you don't have to be a gendered sir or miss. And a few characters in their games, like notable ones too, have been more non-binary. Like, which one was it? The Navigator? One of the Navigators in Sun of Skies? The driver definitely was the incautious driver. I think the Navigator is just more trans and non-binary, but still, they do tend to be better about it in the representation. Zvabli was a classic whole sword delicacy. Vegetables and creamy sheep cheese, sandwiched between thin layers of dough. It was absolutely my favorite dish, especially paired with kebij, a potent unfiltered wine from Bergia. That's what I mean though, it's not about erasing gender and pronouns, but better representation in both the player characters and significant NPCs. My lucky day, what's the occasion? What is the occasion? I should kiss her on the cheek though. Appreciate her not just for being a nice cook, but for being so nice of a person. I kissed Monica on the cheek. I just wanted to cheer everyone up a bit. Her smile faded, and she lowered her voice that Dina wouldn't hear. Funny enough, since I mentioned Sun of Skies, you can actually swap gender and pronouns. For the most part, for that game specifically, the only effect your gender and pronoun has is how you're addressed. Your portrait doesn't have to match, etc, etc, etc. It's not exactly freely at will, but there is a place you can go to, no cost, no anything. And when you sign yourself to the guest book, you could address yourself, sign yourself in as you are, or any other form of address, and for the rest of the game, until you do it again, bam, that character can go from Miss to Sir to Lord to Lady, whatever you wish. Without having to like die, retire, make a new character. I am worried, Anton, for you, the children, and for the country. Dina suddenly appeared next to us. Mama? Yes, sweetheart. I'm hungry. Aww. We'll eat in just a minute. Will you help me set the table? Anton, can you tell Frank to come down for dinner? He's been sulking in his room all day. Monica started taking out the china, while I headed upstairs to fetch my son. Loud rock and roll music echoed down the hallway from his room. Oh no, Frank is going to hate that we're already on the bad side of the home of rock and roll. I caught a faint hint of cigarette smoke. I have nobody to blame but myself for this one. Everyone here smokes, because it's the 1950s. Even President Rain. Knock on the door. Good dad. Good dad. Knock first. Then open 1 second later, without waiting. I knocked on the door. There was no response. Turn down that racket and open up the door. Knock on the door again. I'll give him 3 knocks. And then open. I knocked on the door again. There was still no response. Bang on the door. Alright, I'll give him a bang. It's still knocking. Maybe he can't hear me through the music. The stereo in Frank's room clicked off. Alright, alright. He unlocked and opened the door. What do you want? Aw, food is ready. Turn those records up louder next time, won't you? I don't think the neighbors heard. Come on. He's expressing his independence. He's got his own taste. It's okay. Hey, Ricky. How old is Frank? Frank is in high school, I think. Currently studying at the Whole Sword Markian High School. Specific age, I don't know. No, Ricky, no. I chewed out. I want to chew out my Vice President Peter for the exact same thing. When he was like, so, what do you think about the secretary I picked out for you? Pretty easy on the eyes, huh? If I could, I would give them mandatory sexual harassment training. 2 hours every morning from now until the next election. But the game won't let me for whatever reason. Food is ready. I am your father, and you will respond when I ask you. No, it's alright, man. Hand over those cigarettes. Choice 4 is pretty nice too. Hand over those cigarettes and join your family for dinner. I do kind of like option 1 though. But then option 1 might sound like kind of distant too. Like, in number 1, I like that it's kind of letting my son have his space. But it might come off as, I don't really care about this boy. Just come up, do the obligatory food is ready. 2 and 3 I don't like. I don't want to be the authoritarian dad. The entire point of my election campaign promises was to turn away from authoritarianism. 4 could be good though. Have to put my foot out on some things, you know? Hand over those cigarettes and join your family for dinner. You smoke, don't you? I'm old enough to do what I want. See, he's just expressing his independence, making his mistakes. That's what teenage years are for. Childhood is for getting scrapes and bruises and burns to learn yourself. Teenage years, for getting your heart broken, making dumb mistakes while you're young enough to recover. Oh, Robbie, you say that, but everyone smokes here, so even everyone with a wife and girlfriend, the women probably smoke as well. I don't like it. Smoking is a deal breaker for me. As long as you live in this house, do as I command. I'm trying to quit this nasty habit. Stop while you still can. Ah, that's good. Learn from me. Don't become me. I'm trying to quit that nasty habit. Stop while you still can. Frank heaved a sigh, handed me the packet and headed downstairs. And I didn't have to scold him. I followed him to the living room. The table was prepared and Monica was ladling food onto the plates. Come have a seat. It won't be as tasty if it's cold. As we started eating, the room went quiet. Monica's cooking was as delicious as ever, but I had the feeling that wasn't the reason nobody spoke. Monica was the first to break the silence. Say, did you know they refurbished a grocery store? I don't know if you remember the owner. He's been there every day for the past 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for so long? What if you're president for 20 years, for example? Monica, are you recommending that we do the soulless thing? Yeah, apparently my parents used to smoke, but I was too young to remember because I was just a little baby then. Apparently Dad was a lot more violent then. I don't believe it because he's always been violent. Grandma used to smoke inside, ashtrays of course. Kid me had no filter, told her, Grandma, if you don't quit you're gonna die. So like 20 some years later when she finally did, they were like, well, Gidney, you were right. No, don't tell me that, that's awful. 20 years. Would that really be so bad? No, Anton. Don't want this country to suffer under another soul. Exactly. Could live like kings. No, don't give that bad idea to your kids. Yeah, that's the thing about smoking. Be it tobacco or weed, the smell just gets everywhere. And while you're smoking, you can't really tell because you're just in it all the time, so it makes no difference, but to everyone else around you. And once somebody quits smoking, it's like, dang, I smell like this? Agreed. That must never happen again. Anyway, the grocer's a really nice person. He threw in some extra vegetables with my... Frank suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rattling the china. Monica, Dina, and I stared at him. So this is how it's going to be. We're just gonna sit here like nothing happened. Daddy could have been killed. Mom could have been killed. Any one of us could have died. Dina's lower lip started trembling. Monica put her hand on Frank's shoulder. Frank, you know I will never let anything happen to you or Dina, even if it costs me my life. I am sure that worries Frank as well. And what would you have us do? And yet we're still alive. Or just a cold, you will not raise your voice to me, young man, by pulling off my belt. Among these options, I think one's the only good one. Would never let anything happen to you or Dina, even at the cost of my own life. I know, but still, there you go, reassuring. Dad, can you at least tell me if something's being done about this? It was real close, Dad. Don't need to know the details. My security assured me they took all the necessary steps. One rogue shooter, we're not even the target. That's okay, isn't it? I mean, that's what's in the newspapers, that it was one shooter from the Young Swords gunning for the communist poet politician. That's public knowledge. I can give him public knowledge. One rogue shooter, we weren't even the target. But what if we were? Frank, listen to your father. If your father says we don't need to worry, then we don't need to worry. You have to trust him. She says, after I made all the bad decisions day one. Monica turned to me. We all have to trust each other. Things calmed down at the table. We finished our food in silence. Frank got up first and retreated back to his room. Monica lifted Dina up and plopped her in front of the living room TV before returning to the table. She sat down across from me. Anton, he's still young. I know. But there's not much longer to shield him from the ugliness of the world, but that's what worries me. I made plenty of rash decisions when I was his age. Or my father would have given me hell for that kind of insubordination, true. But we are not our fathers. We are better than them. We can't shield him, though. He's scared, Anton. And frankly, he isn't the only one. If there's truly a threat to this family, you will be the first to know. All you need to worry about is putting more delicious food on the dinner table? No. Worried too, Monica? Things might escalate? Ricky, as true as that is, the difficult thing about growing up in certain hardships is that it kind of cements that lifestyle to you, especially if that's the only thing you know. It might be the lowest bare minimum thing to be better, but it's still praiseworthy when one actually does. Either try to or is better. I'm gonna go with one. Because what she needs right now more than anything is reassurances. As true as things might escalate is, I'll let them know. I'll be good to the family. She's got up, stood behind me, and massaged my shoulders for a moment before leaving me alone in the dining room. I sat down at the table and drained my glass of cabbage. Had I been lying to Frank and Dina? Was a threat to my family truly over? Time would tell. Then game saved. Any reports from the cities, from the other countries? No reports, not even from big angry Rumberg. Backed by not America. Who's got news? Whole Sword Post. Protests across Swordland. Protests erupted around Swordland after the death of Bernard Circus. Many of it started peaceful, but soon turned violent. Protesters with the red youth flags were seen in most central cities around Swordland, carrying out violent riots, and organizing protests that disrupted much vital services from being delivered to the Swordish people. Yeah, that's my economy's bad then. Protesters held sit-ins, which were broken up by riot police with tear gas and water cannons, in the regions of Bergia, Anglin, and Gruny. Thousands of people poured into the Republic Avenue in Lockhaven and Soul Square in Whole Sword, in response to the Young Sword's attack. Similar protests around Swordland soon turned into violent riots. But here's the thing though. The police are already using tear gas, water cannons. If I told the Ministry of the Interior to put more money into policing, it'd get worse. Sure, we might clear out the streets and get commerce moving, but at what cost? Protests in Gruny. Protests are taking place throughout the Gruny region in response to the assassination of Bernard Circus. It's similar. Thought for a second I was reading the same article. The protesters raised their concern about the young swords, the increased cost of living, and inequality prevalent in the country. Large rallies have been organized at the city centers of Benfi and Borin. A large congregation of Red Youth members have organized sit-ins and protests aimed at hampering public transportation in the city of Algen, which brought the city to a standstill for a few hours before riot police came to disperse large group of protesters at transportation nodes. And see, that's part of why I want to take these people out of the bloated cities, give them farms and land grants to the country. There's unemployment, there's inequality, there's tensions. So, if they can't find work in the cities, if there's nothing but conflict and friction, then why not give some of this bountiful country land to people to homestead, to work out with that subsistence agriculture and food security, you know? That should be like a day one decision. Lockhaven Times, political chaos. Political violence has surrounded Swordland since yesterday, while officials from the police claim to have the situation under control. Protests are turning into riots, and violent attacks are occurring around the country. NFP and LUS call for protests. See, Ricky, day one decision for full luxury gay space communism. I'm working on it. I'm getting high-speed electric rails in. Probably a few months out from that now. I'm working towards a planned economy. So it's going to happen. We're putting down the bricks on day one to enjoy the gay space communism in 500 years. What's LUS? I know what NFP is. Labor Union. Alright. Kessero Kibbener, the National Front Party, called a rally to condemn communist influence from United Kantana and called the violent protesters as traitors to Swordland. These Maraneavists are roaming our streets, conducting violent attacks in disguise as peaceful protesters. This is which one? The Lockhaven Times? We can't let them exploit a man's murder, said Kibbener in a press conference. On the other hand, the Labour Unit of Swordland has gathered to condemn nationalist violence in Swordland. The protests gathered crowds of several thousands and agitators from both sides in Whole Sword. An act of vandalism occurred. Katarina Horton accused Kibbener for provoking the public. Young Swords vandalized shops. A group of people with the Young Sword flags have vandalized a dozen shops in the trade district of Enrica, specifically targeting the Blutish, and agnosortis minorities. The shop owners who defended themselves or wounded the attacks. The local police broke the groups apart. NFP office burned. A group of violent militants have assaulted the National Front Party headquarters in Morna and committed arson. Firefighters have been called to the scene, where fires raged for hours on end. Several nearby houses burned to the ground before it was brought under control. And The Economist, with their obvious leaning. The wrong economy. The government made its decision to promote a planned economy, a decision which is based on flawed arguments of Solonomics. The economists believe in the free market economy for a good reason. Now, before anyone calls us Arcasia sympathizers, they're Arcasia sympathizers. We don't support the excessive form of capitalism Arcasia is spreading around the world like in Lesbia. Our belief is that a balance can exist, where the government can support the private sector with government money. So they don't want socialism. They merely want the government to give free money to businesses. Businesses could take the needed economic planning burden off the shoulders of the government. We disagree with the planned economy, simply because you can't properly micromanage everything in a society where people need to be able to determine their own future. The Swordish people don't deserve to be shackled, and it is sad to know that President Rain doesn't think the same way. And nothing else. No more reports. React to the unrest. A decision to address the instability. End of date the Maroon Palace. Oh no, not Reagan. We, happily enough, our president... Can I not pull my name up? Oh well. But yeah, not Reagan. Definitely not Reagan. Anton Rain, alumni of the University of Culture in Dare. So the complete opposite of Reaganomics and trickle down I mean. If only it was triple down. Political situation around the country has escalated. Chief Strategist Lucien Galade has prepared several action plans we could execute. What do we do to address the intensifying political climate? Call for restraint on national television, visit affected towns in person, label all protesters as traitors, in the Trumpian way. Expand the police by deploying all recruits in training. Oh no, I can't do that. We kind of need all recruits in training. Do they mean the Gendarme and the military, or police recruits in general? Because we also have Rumberg doing military stuff on our borders in anticipation of a full-on invasion. I do want to call for restraint, and I do want to visit affected towns. That might be nice for people. But considering that both the Arcasians and United Contana are financing sectarian violence in my country, that probably wouldn't be the best idea right now. I probably need to wait behind the bulletproof glass of the CRT television. Call for restraint. The effects of which I won't know until like 2 or 3 turns from now. President Rain calls for restraint. President Anton Rain called for restraint on national TV after protests and riots started popping up around the country, triggered by the death of Circus. We call on everyone to restrain themselves, Rain said in a statement, characterizing the situation as a first step into civil war, and saying, Swordland would be destabilized if voices of reason did not prevail. Alright, now we can end of day. Late in the evening, the Maroon Palace was finally getting somewhat quiet when I returned to my office at the top. I eagerly approached my chair and sprawled out in it. It has been an exhausting day, just like every day since I took office. Light a cigarette? No. We told Frank that we're quitting that bad habit. We're going to. Lean back and relax. I stretched out my arms, leaned back in my chair, and took a deep breath. Holsword skyline was daunting, but beautiful. I glanced downwards out the window and saw Serg and the guards waiting for me by the main gate. I heard a couple of knocks on the door. My secretary, Livia Suno, entered. Mr. President, Mr. Tusk is here to see you. Which one's Tusk? Is he with the, he's a businessman group, right? Lotharberg Group, yep. Which I think I might want to speak to after all. I was going to speak to that one media mogul who's got his hands in all sorts of business pies, but then I realized what I'd be doing is bypassing a legitimate group of business interests to give more favor to a specific person from a specific business family, which is basically just propping up an aristocracy. So I probably do want to hear what Mr. Tusk has to say, even if he's going to represent more free business, free market interests. They both will. You had a meeting with the Lotharberg spokesman. I'm sorry for not giving you proper notice. Don't worry about it. Do your job properly. No, she's doing the best she can. Was just about to leave, postpone the meeting. My family's going to understand, don't worry about it. Thank you for understanding. After a moment, Mr. Tusk swaggered into the room. I'd met Sorden's most prominent businessman once or twice, but never alone. He had large jowls, blindingly shiny shoes, and the air of someone who was used to getting his way. Anything to drink, Mr. Tusk? Water? Whiskey? Cognac. Preferably from before you were born, sweetheart. Tusk, no sexual harassment in my office. I'll check the supply room. Livia backed out of the office, shooting me an apologetic look as she did so. She realizes we are in for a rough time with him. Walter hung up his hat, which I could see was lined with mink. He fixed me with a long, hard stare, then broke into a toothy grin. Good evening, Mr. President. I am here to congratulate you. We both sat down. My business partners and I wish you a successful term as leader of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Tusk. Nod. Get to the point, Mr. Tusk. Why are you really here? Politeness first. Thank you, Tusk, for your congratulations. I had no chance to say this at the ball with all the panic, but we are very much looking forward to working with you. Likewise, thank you. Why is it that you're really here, Mr. Tusk? I was polite at first, now I shall broach the subject. Why is it that you are really here, at end of day, leaving my wife and children waiting for their papa when they are worried that he's going to die at any moment? I see that you're not very welcoming, Mr. President. I merely congratulated you. I see no reason to necessitate rudeness. Sea lioning. Forgive me. I didn't want to be rude. Long day. Time is money, after all, is that not right? That is speaking his language. But men like him, you don't want to kick both their legs out at the same time. You want them to think they're in power in this conversation and everything. So if I don't fluff his ego, at least a little bit, then rip my relationship with a prominent businessman throughout the country, not just him. No need to ask for forgiveness. You are the president after all. May I continue, please? I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. That being said, there are concerns of mine and the people I represent, which I would like to take this opportunity to clear up. I'm listening. What are these concerns? The people you represent? Nah. I know exactly who he represents. What are these concerns? The ruined state of the economy in Swordland has influenced everyone. The recession hit all of us hard. Walter put out a box of cigars from his jacket. I had these brought from Lesbia, the best cigars of the whole continent. Would you like to try one? I don't want to smoke. Rather not have you smoke here. What if he's an assassin, and they're poisoned cigars? I know I told Frank that I'm quitting, but I'm going to consider this social smoking. He wants to look all grandiose and whatever. So, why not? Let him be hospitable. I grabbed one out of the pack. Walter lit it up with his large engraved lighter. Now we are talking. A man who knows pleasure and business. Walter grabbed himself a cigar and lit it up as well. We looked out at the city scenery as we both puffed away. I heard that you purchased stock from Armadine Industries in Arcasia. Smart buy. They know about that? Oh no. They're developing new gadgets that are going to be profitable. Risk comes reward. Expect a very good return on the investment. Spend money to make money, as they say. See if it holds true. Why not take the chance? Nah. It was a clear risk-reward decision. We had some news bit about... That was a company making the portable radios, right? That's gonna be big. You have a keen eye for business. See. Ingratiating myself with him, endearing myself to him. I will buy a couple of thousand of shares too and expand my portfolio. Hope the investment pays off for both of us, President. His eyes wandered away for a moment. So, this might work out then. I am going for planned economy, with holes punched into it, but maybe he'll recognize that he is speaking to a man who also understands business and finance, and that maybe there is a method to wanting planned, with everything else it comes with. The assassination and the troubles between the left and the right are worrying, but the recession is the root cause of the issues. For us, it is worrying to see that you have decided to promote a planned economy. Dude, it literally means I have a plan, trust me. The recession was triggered by the market reforms of Alfonso. We need more government control to fix the economy, true. We gotta make sure that we're not just making money, but that money is going to where it's needed. I don't mind that we disagree on the economy. It's just government control. It's all it is. He doesn't need to be spooked. We spoke about investments and return on our investments, didn't we? It's like stocks. You put money where you think you're going to make money, and then you use that money to make more money. Hence, the high-speed rail, servicing all these cities on the map to make more money. That's business booming to help the people. We're not just going to let them put their investments into, say, Tronics or something. Need more government control to fix the economy. Do you really, though? Our government is already overburdened with managing several key industries with the loss of efficiency. He leaned forward in the chair. The high-speed road investment was a great decision. The business logistics would improve and boost the economy once finished. See, didn't I say I had a plan? The intentions of the administration is to boost the economy. True. Our goal was to focus on the needs of the businesses. Also true. The greater Holsword and Gelsword regions needed better links. Also true. I don't want to disclose our intentions to an outsider. So what exactly does this group represent? Grandson of, meetings are secret, discuss topics like the economy, security, international politics. Alright. I can give him the freebie, because everyone knows our intent is to boost the economy, right? That's public information. That is unclassified. Most intelligent leaks are unclassified, because you can get a lot of good information off unclassified information, but this is common knowledge. We want to boost the economy. The right intentions, for sure. We can be close allies. The group can help you get Swordland out of the recession, which will be the key problem to solve when your term, and could even determine your re-election. Oh no. I see his game here. This is where he asks for preferential treatment and policy-making privileges. Let's start with a gesture of goodwill. Soon, the investment project contract will be awarded to one of 3 main contenders. Okay, I'm listening. Since the expected construction company so far Where is it? Do I still have the news on it? No, I don't. Is Underhall? Underhall being the biggest contractor in the country with a horrible human rights record. They don't pay their employees, they work them to death. But they get the job done on time. He put out a check out of his pocket. No, he's bribing me. And slid it towards me on the table. My personal bank details were listed on it with a deposit of 500,000 Swordis Ren, ready to be transferred. This was 6 months of a president's salary. If the contract is somehow awarded to Underhall Construction, they would not only work hard and deliver, but also do it on time. What do you think, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't that be good? He put his index finger on the check. There was a noise by the door. Livia Suna was standing there, holding a tray with a bottle and 2 glasses. So there's gonna be a witness if I do accept his money. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tusk, but all I could find was a 1942 70. I hope that's acceptable. She quickly put the tray on my desk and walked out. Tusk eyed her as she left. Remind me to visit your office more often. Now, where were we? Do we have a deal? Indeed, and take the bribe. It's even listed. For no ambiguity, this is a bribe. I like that. I do enjoy the subtlety in writing, every once in a while, all the time, but I would like if such things were clearly listed. This is this thing, just so you know. No mistake in it. If you accept this, it is bribery. Not yet. We both know you can do better than that amount. No, that's even worse. I will make my own decision. Did you just try to bribe the president of Swordland? I refuse. Diplomatically, tell him we are going to make our own decision. Dude, yesterday, the other competing financial representative wanted to invite me to a meeting out in some resort town, one of his buildings, to wine and dine me, right? And because that's something that's done all the time here with lobbyists, I knew exactly what he was doing. And there was the option, I would like a meeting, and I thought that meant I'm not going to accept your I'm not going to accept your retreat for you to wind me up. I want a meeting. Us, in my office, at our desk, across from each other. And the I want a meeting option was a great I'll see you then option. So this is clear though. I will make my own decision. Walter sighed and pulled the check away, putting it in his pocket. Did you think I was just another corrupt politician? If that is what you came here for, then we are done here. Thank you for your visit nonetheless. Be careful, Tusk, or you will have to make your deals at a prison cell. He represents like every important businessman. I can't be putting businessmen in a prison cell when they already are wary of me for my planned economy leanings. Be polite. Heard him out. Refused. Thank him anyway. Thank you for your visit nonetheless. It was good to share opinions, and we will meet again in the future for sure. Oh, I almost forgot. Please say hello to Mr. Karanti for me. He knows about our meeting. Everybody does. He smiled. Have a good evening, Mr. President. He didn't call me Mr. President, just President. Walter stood up, grabbed his jacket, and made his way towards the door. He closed the door behind him. I gathered my things, and prepared to finally head home. As I walked out, I noticed Livia still there, covering up her typewriter for the evening. If I may be so bold, Mr. President, did you accept his offer? None of your business. Of course I didn't. How could you even ask me that? Don't ever speak about it again. You didn't see anything. 1 and 3 both imply yes, but just don't tell anyone. Of course I did not. The other girls have told me all kinds of dealings that went on during Alfonso's administration. I wasn't sure if we were that kind of president. Getting Serg on our side, getting Suno on our side. The people's hearts is where it matters. I most certainly am not. Don't worry your pretty head about it. Anton, no, I'm gonna give you 2 hours of mandatory sexual harassment training every day beyond your administration. Most certainly am not. She and I took a moment to look out over the lights of the city before heading to the elevators. Things popping up everywhere. Alright, what's the report in Narble? Situation report. The Ministry of Defense reports that the situation along its borders is getting tense. Rumberg's Southern Army was sighted trading close to our borders, and did not respond after he issued a radio message. The Chief of the Armed Forces, General Kruger, reports to have increased patrolling duties along the northern border to signal readiness. Well, maybe because it's a training exercise. They just have, like, fresh recruits right out of basics, straight out of IET, who are, they don't know how to use a radio yet, and they don't know how to properly respond. It's not a great big misunderstanding. You have 4 new newspapers. Newspaper 1. Kibbener suggests expanding executive powers. The NFP. I get that they're nationalists and ultra-conservatives, but they want to expand my powers. My executive power. When I'm opposed to them and currently already enjoy a simple majority in the legislative. Thanks, but why? Has suggested that the new constitution should expand executive powers, adding fuel to the debate over the possibility of reforming the 1929 constitution. He pointed out the current dire situation of Swordland and emphasized the need for a strong leadership. The current constitution suggests the division of executive power between the cabinet and the president, who has no immunity before the courts for the acts of treason and unconstitutional behaviors during office. In the system suggested by the NFP, the president would have absolute immunity before the courts, and it is the president who would chair the cabinet. So basically, I would just become another soul, another monarch, another autocrat. It is not clear yet whether this suggestion would spark further debate in the Reform Committee with the PFJP and the USP. The PFJP proposal had suggested that the president should have no presidential decrees, might result in the abolishment of the assembly, and take the country to an early election, despite the independents' counter-proposal to give a similar power to the parliament to take down the president. But that detail was not shared with the press in yesterday's conference. Lockhaven Times. Reform demands gain popularity. Demands for reform are gaining more popularity than ever. Latest public opinion reports show that the majority of the Swordist people want changes in the governmental structures that were established after Tarkin Sol's military coup in 1929. The public trust of the Grand National Assembly at the Supreme Court is at an all-time low. While rumors of reform talks are coming out of the Assembly, it seems unlikely that without complete unity, none of the parties would be able to lead such a proposal. In order to change the Constitution, the proposal must collect at least 150 signatures, and then reach the needed 166 votes. If the proposal passes the Assembly, it is still subject to another voting in the Supreme Court, as well as judicial review, which still stands as the biggest obstacle for the parties. I am guessing, for the time being, passing constitutional reform on top of the getting us out of the recession is a current big goal, because I can't even guarantee 130 votes from the USP. That's my own party. We have the majority, but they wouldn't necessarily vote my way. PFJP, if I do get 70 votes from them, would be pretty good, because they want reforms, and I don't mind taking away carte blanche vetoes that I currently enjoy. I could veto whatever I want, no limit. The compromise is, my veto gets weakened, there'll still be a veto, but a veto with caveats. Probably not going to get the 40 votes for the NFP because they want to expand my authoritarian power, make me more authoritarian as executive. But the judiciary is going to be the big issue. I need at least 6 votes. Reformist, guaranteed 3. Centrists, I don't know if I could. Oh, I need to pull all 3 centrists. But the old guard conservatives are a guaranteed 5 against. So if just one person votes against, I'm screwed, and we can't do the reform. But we need to, because being a more democratic country was my promise to the people. Worker Party Solidarity March. The pro-minority Workers' Party of Bludia rally in the Bludish majority city of Erezin, attracted a large audience. The gathering was heavy on the flags and banners, whipping in the rain and chill winds, as the gatherers declared solidarity with Bernard Circus. Among the speakers at the rally was Mansoon Lek, a Bludish member of the Assembly, who was standing as the leader of the independents of the Grand National Assembly. Although not a member of the WPB, he was a leading figure of the event. We will again foil this war plot that was set up by the soulless ideology, he said, in reference to the series of conflict and bloodshed during Tarkin Sol's term as president, which claimed thousands of Bludish lives. We will come out of this tunnel of conflict. We will not only win against discrimination, we will win the truth. When we have all together foiled the trick of polarization, our songs of peace, which spread from Izam, will ring out even stronger all over Swordland, Leak added, in reference to the Izam incident of 1923, which triggered Tarkin Sol's persecution of Bloodish minorities, and the formation of the militant organization Bloodish Freedom Front. See, there's historical precedent for sparking sectarian violence to persecute our minorities. Of course, Ricky, enjoy your chores. Old Bloodish village called Izam. Construction site. Soul Dam project. Is this going to be like the war in Hinamizawa? Series of protests and riots in the regions of Urgia. State reacted by taking drastic measures, which included one of the most controversial of Tarkin Sol's decisions that resulted in the persecution of thousands of Bludish people. The Bludish genocide. See, that's exactly what I want to avoid. We have Bludish citizens targeted anyway. 20 Bludish citizens were attacked by a group of people, suspected to be members of the Young Swords, during their peaceful protest to support Bernard Circus. The group was overwhelmed, and the local police forces couldn't reach the protesters to protect them amidst the chaotic crowd. The attackers ran away without getting caught, and 11 of the victims were hospitalized with critical injuries. So, silver lining, the state police apparatus did try to protect them. Okay, what have we got? Economic relief plan to ease the economic hardships felt. We've got a budget of 2. I think I kind of got to, though. Meeting with Marcel Caranti and the coastal town of Conriat. I think I'll save that for last. Report from Enrica. Local police working with nationalists. Do they gotta? I don't like that at all. That's too close to home. One of our agents, acting as a Young Sword member, had an encounter with 2 members of the local police force in Enrica, Alson Bolar and Vik Nazi. According to reports, the 2 policemen tried to bribe the agent to burn down a store that belongs to a known Communist Party member and to instigate further violence. The policemen tried to bribe them to burn down a store and instigate violence. See exactly why I chose not to expand police budget. We had detained the policeman on charges of corruption. Well, that's just one policeman. Well, the L1 high-speed rail line is my pet project right now, so I gotta finalize it. Get that money going. We arrived in Enrica by train. After being greeted by cheerful citizens and local government officials, we headed to the City Hall. Here, a significant meeting about the L1 project would take place. Several construction companies sent their representatives to the City Hall. Gus arrived earlier with a heartwarming smile. "Hello, Mr. President. Good to see you again. Appreciate you taking up my offer on the stock investment. Armadine is a very promising corporation, and if everything goes well, you will make solid returns. Thank you for arranging the opportunity. I will get you a 25-year-old Ellery Maroon if they make solid profits. If, being the key word, I might lose all the money I put in, which is all the money that I had in my personal wealth. Thank you for arranging it. He helped out. I'll give him a nice gift afterwards. It's a nice thing to do." "My pleasure, Mr. President. I will be looking forward to that Maroon, because it is guaranteed." Simon Hall joined us, and after settling down, we moved on to discuss the details of the L1 railway project. It's funny, but at this point, just having my cabinet with me, even just half my cabinet, is a comfort in itself. I came with train yesterday, and it was a little uncomfortable. Besides starting our economic recovery, the train journeys here will be much more pleasant, Mr. President. That is a given now. This project would improve so many things, ranging from logistics to growth. You made the right choice for sure. I trust your economic plan, Simon. I do. He's my money man. He doesn't like planned economies, but he's good with numbers. He's going to make it work. I am glad to hear that. We should be able to slow down the recession if we finish this project successfully. I am sure we will. According to your document, many citizens will be employed because of business expansions. What would it take to stop the recession? What kind of end result do we expect? Failure during this project is not an option. Do you need additional support? I'm going to ask, do they need additional support? Not as of right now. However, things might come up if the project doesn't go according to plan. I agree with Simon. Additional financial or political support might be necessary if certain parties or issues block us. Simon searched the documents he was holding and found the one he was looking for. I have the overview of the companies here. Simon handed the flyers over to me, the files. Okay, what have we got? 3 corporations lifted: Sorges State Corporation, Underhall Construction, and Taurus Holding. So Underhall, I know, gets the job done on time, but people suffer for it. Sorges State Corporation sounds like a state-owned industry. The main government corporation that is tasked with running public construction contracts in Swordland, part of the Big Four, the largest companies in Swordland. The most honorable company in the country with a long and solid track record of accomplishing critical projects. However, in recent years, the efficiency of the company seems to have dropped due to the recession and the somehow corrupt management structure. It's the safest bet for big projects in the minds of government officials. So, the job will get done. But I can probably guarantee it is going to be delayed because of current corruption and mismanagement issues. Taurus Holdings by General Weiss, by Geralt Weiss, is a new and entrepreneurial private company that uses cutting-edge construction technology from Arcasia to reduce construction costs and prices. So it's cheaper. You're the cheaper option, the high-tech cheap option, but are you good? Bigger and riskier contracts in several industries, including construction. Also deals with shipyard building, bridge work, and trading aircraft hangars. Known for its great employee perks and high union membership, I like that already. It's much more open and competitive compared to the usual Sorters corporations. Port expansion project in Benfey, which was completed with half the budget. I'm kind of worried. I like the side of this. I don't see a downside to it. And that's what scares me. Cutting-edge construction technologies for reduced cost and prices of the construction. Great employee perks, high union memberships. And apparently, we've used them before in country and Benfey. So what's the downside? What is the downside? Is it because they have leanings with Arcasia and might sabotage it? Is that really the only thing? Are people going to dislike me if I use an Arcasian company? Well, not an Arcasian company, but using Arcasian tech. And Underhull, we know, have built several iconic buildings. And financing them pretty much finances Tusk personally. Something of an anti-competitive trust or monopoly. Gigantic real estate company. Complete projects on time, but violated workers' rights in the process. So, I'm kind of thinking no to Underhaul completely. It's going to have to be Sword Estate if I want a reliable quality project that's probably going to be late. Or Taurus Holding for what sounds like a cheaper option. I just really don't want to mess up this project. This project is like the economic backbone of my administration. Union membership, lots of perks, competitive. I don't know. I'm really liking the side of Taurus. Maybe it'll be a show of good faith to the businesses, and it might be planned economy, but that there is room for private enterprises like this. I reviewed the listed corporations. I also wrote down some notes and ideas. Alright Gus, help me out here. Which corporation should we talk about? Well, first, tell me about Underhaul. Reliable Underhaul that treats its workers like garbage. The real estate and construction giant was founded in 1925. They expanded during the economic boom of the 1930s. Picking this corporation would go against our planned economy policy. The CEO of Underhaul is Chris Shar, the mayor of Conriat. He sold half his shares a few years ago and seems very eager on the L1 bid. So would it go against our planned economy policy? I had the chance to work with Underhaul Construction before in Wholesword. They took several contracts for the Central Station renovation and excelled at it. And your thoughts, Simon? How was your experience? Well, Gus is talking right now. How was your experience? Out of the three, this is a company I can trust. They work hard, long, and fast to accomplish their contracts. They will get this done if we give it to them. I am not so sure about trusting them with such a big contract, especially after the workers' issues, but at least they have worked on several mega projects and always deliver on time. Working conditions must be respected. This doesn't inspire confidence. Need to be able to trust the corporation. This is the base requirement for the contract. And that trust includes working conditions. Yes, but some of the workers were Agnolian and Wessex, and thus not under Swordish labor laws, but under the Immigration Act. Still, that just tells me we need to fix the labor laws and the Immigration Act. You're not inspiring confidence in me, Gus. Having worked on the renovation project, I can say that the working conditions were not bad. Extra effort was needed to finish it on time, which they did. That is all. Underhaul has specifically mentioned their solid track record, and highlighted that the cost of the project would be more than expected for a project of this scale, but finished on time. See, so not only are they underpaying or mistreating their immigrant laborers, but they're asking for more money to do it on time. Settled on Underhaul. Seems interesting, but let's see the others. Non-committal answer, because I still want to hear their opinion on the other ones. Sordid State Corporation. The respected Sordid State Corporation, also known as the SSC, was founded in 1891. It is the main state corporation, tasked with running the day-to-day construction services of our country. The SSC is a primary reason why our infrastructure is outdated as is. We need more adaptive constructive companies. It would fulfill your initial election promise of using a state-dominant planned economy to improve the bleak recession situation. They have experience, knowledge, and manpower for a project this size. I'm not sure about their efficiency, though. There is also the fact that construction times are long, which are caused by outdated methods. I expected that. Experience is beneficial, but the lack of dynamic attitude is disappointing. I don't share a great admiration for the SSC, but their track record clearly shows completed contracts with thousands of employees who have experience. According to the preliminary calculations of the SSC, they would need more resources to finish a project of this size. So, same as with Underhall. Either way, they're asking for more money. SSC is a delayed project, but experienced workers, they're just slower at it because mismanagement, corruption, etc., etc., etc. Out-of-date techniques, but workers who know what they're doing. And costs the exact same as Underhall, doing the project on time with worker abuses. I like the SSC. I'm on the fence about them. Taurus Holding. Give me a reason not to like Taurus Holding, because so far I like it. Founded in 1946, and is owned by the entrepreneur Geralt Weiss. It is a new holding company whose subsidiaries use cutting-edge technology from Arcasia to reduce construction costs and prices. They are known to provide for the workers who are part of the labor union of Swordland. I like the sign of that too, because the LUS, representing the workers, might give me a better in with the communists. They're a very interesting corporation, especially because of their innovative constructive methods, but aren't suitable for large projects like these. Alright, here we go. Here's the downside. Why shouldn't we go with Taurus? To be frank, what was the largest mega project they worked on? I don't even remember. Gus shook his head. Choosing this corporation is too risky for a project like this, if things were to go wrong. Oh no. So, we have two reliable companies to choose from. The slow state company, with lots of good experienced workers, but out of date so slower, or the clear monopoly that promises on time with worker abuses, or the risky option that is using cutting edge stuff and has done some cool things, but no mega projects on this scale. Alright, could I get a codex entry on organizations? Corporations? What have they done? They've done a port expansion project in Benfey. That's something, isn't it? This is really important, though. I mean, this could be the first mega project they do to completion successfully, right? We need to make unbiased decisions here. They took a joint contract in Arcasia for restructuring the highway intersection above the major cities. It went well, but it is their only large-scale success. A highway intersection. They made an on-off ramp. If they're going to try a different company, this is the most unique. The project manager from Taurus Holding mentioned that they would be able to finish this project with the allocated funding, the only ones promising completion with the allocated funding. They are the only company who found the budget sufficient, making them the cheaper alternative. A crab boy. So here I thought that Taurus was a cutting edge but risky because brand new company option. But now they're making it sound like the cheaper alternative that's probably going to just fill the sand or fill the concrete with sand option. I don't know. I'm going to take the risk with them. Cutting edge technology. They've built a highway intersection, so they know about roads, and a railroad is a road. It's definitely worth considering. It was time to make a decision about which company to award the L1 high-speed railway contract to. So, wait, so only Underhaul is asking for more? I thought the SSC was saying that they would need more of a budget for this. I'm gonna settle on Taurus. Taurus Holdings. Simon signed a certain section of the dossier and fixed his glasses. Very well, Mr. President. The contract will be awarded to Taurus Holding. And my high-speed rail is going to flounder because of this. I wish the outcome of the meeting was different, but at the end of the day, the success of the project is what matters. Maybe I should have gone for a more reliable one. It gets the project done on time. So, either way, maybe some workers have to suffer a little bit. But modernizing the country, sacrifices. Well, I'm stuck with it now, so what could I do? The company will be notified today, and the construction work will begin immediately after. Off to a good start, great news, good luck to us. Good luck to us indeed. My expectations for a grand opening ceremony are late next year. I'll be returning to my duties. See you soon, Mr. President. Thank you. This concludes the meeting. The meeting ended, and we spent the remainder of the day attending events in Anrica. It was very refreshing to attend cultural dances and hear the traditional Swordish music of the region. 2 bits of news. No more reports that I see. Holsword Post. Construction begins for high-speed railway. Taurus Holding has been awarded a 2-year contract for an extensive infrastructure project as part of the L1 high-speed railway project in Swordland. In addition to the ground investigation, Taurus will be responsible for subgrade, bridge, track laying, and provide the designs for all civil structures, including ground retaining walls and earthwork for the railway. Taurus said it could build the line much stronger than planned, and at a much lower cost, according to a letter seen by The Economist, with a USPMP Albin Clavin, had warned letting Taurus build L1 would be extremely questionable. The L1 railway project involves the widening and the upgrading of hundreds of kilometers of existing railway between Lockhaven and Holsword. The high-speed railway will pass from Anrica and Gelsword, as well as connect the towns of Deskett, Anka, Sectarian to the capital. Swordland today, risky railway project. The government has announced a new mega infrastructure project to help alleviate the symptoms of the recession. When the Minister of the Economy announced the launch of one of the most contested construction projects in Swordland, high-speed railway between Lockhaven and Holsword, he said, "This line crossing the most popular areas of Swordland will ease traffic congestion, boost trade, and improve logistics." The contract for the project was given to an inexperienced company named Taurus Holding, with the decision of the President. Mega projects such as the construction of ports, transport lines, including railways and motorways and power plants, typically cost billions of SR. Now, Taurus did do a port expansion, so they do have experience with some mega projects. They are difficult to manage due to their scale, high levels of complexity, and substantial impact on communities, the environment, and state governments. The decisions for such a vital project to be given to a company like Taurus should not have been taken so easily, as they lack the large-scale experience or organizational capacity to complete such a big task. Is this a game already telling me, Guinea, you done messed up? Plans for a wider and faster railway network between the two most economically developed cities have circulated since early 1940s and was promised by President Alfonso before the 1949 elections. I'm gonna trust them. We got a little bit of progress on the railway now. Aww. The only bit of progress I have. So what do we have? Economic relief plan, or to meet with a businessman. Economic relief first, because now there's a chance that my high-speed rail is going to be high-speed fail. With the assistance of the National Business Council of the Central Bank, Simon Hull put forward a countrywide relief plan to mitigate the economic hardships that are being felt. We can either provide stimulus checks to the people in need, or bail out businesses under serious financial strain. We have history to show us what happens when you bail out businesses. They make the exact same mistakes, flounder, and ask for billions more. We are going to give checks to the people in need. Like I said, the point is to be better than our fathers. I mean, that's people, right? Who, if they're struggling to make their basic needs, they can meet their needs and then put money towards savings, luxuries, whatever they want. If it's more money than the needs need, they could put that money back into the economy. It's the best option to take. People spend money because they need to or they want to. Businesses pocket it and then ask for more. So people. Only one budget left. The Economist is going to be disappointed. The Radical has nothing to say. There's no winning with them. They are never going to praise the president, even if we go fully communist. Unemployment and checks. The administration has fallen for populism and the idea that giving people money will solve the problems of the economy overall. It is hard to grasp where these ideas come from, especially when long-term job growth and employment is what this country needs to secure in order to have a stable economy. What is the plan here? People will be able to pay for rents for a few months, and then they will fall back into the same unemployment trap due to a lack of job availability or security. The businesses can't carry all the weight of a declining economy on their shoulders and employ people without the help from the government. The administration needs to reevaluate their way out of the recession with realistic methods. Realistic methods like propping up the people, keeping them alive, while we wait for the high-speed rail to give us a good economic boom for more jobs. I mean, heck, people are going to be hired from here, all through here, in all manner of employment needs, just for construction, just for analysis, pre-construction, and everything else. Alright, let's see what Karanti wants. We are headed to the meeting location set by Marcel Karanti. The motorcade was made up with the most confidential and trustworthy team. After a few hours of driving on the River Escal, we took a turn before entering Conriat. The darkness started setting in as we drove up to a hill. Where are we going, sir? We are nearing the HOS Country Club, Mr. President. It's his company's country club. I thought this was going to be a meeting on my terms, in my office, but no. I accepted to be wined and dined. This should count as corruption. I am losing good points just by being here. We'll be there shortly. We arrived, and the big iron gates of the country club opened. It was huge and outright extravagant. The main building, inspired by lesbian architecture, was lit up from all sides. It was rather chilly. I was approached by Peter Vector and Lucien Gallet. I hope the journey was comfortable. The location is very remote indeed. Anything to keep me away from home. Dang, Anton, what's going on here? Sweet to your family, and then mean about them when it's just you and the boys? Wasn't all bad. Looking forward to this meeting. I can't think of comfort when our country is descending into chaos. Some grounding while visiting this aristocratic palace. Remind the gents what exactly we're here for. When he put it like that, we entered the main building. After opening the marble and engraved wooden doors, we were greeted by two tall women. The receptionist led us to a meeting room upstairs. Marcel was standing by the window looking outside at the beautiful complex. He turned around to have a quick look at us both. He was a really handsome man with fair hair. He walked towards me with his hand reached out for a handshake. At the very least, I can give him a handshake, listen to what he has to say. I shook his hand. He had a firm grip. It is such a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Caranti. I appreciate your efforts to reach out for a mutually beneficial friendship. Thank you for hosting us. I admired your father very much. May he rest in peace. Welcome. Your kind words have touched me, Vice President. He was indeed a great man. May he rest in peace, a true entrepreneur. Our condolences, we are saddened. May he rest in peace. He would have been very happy to hear this from you, Mr. President. It's time to look forward. Let us talk about your bright future. Very much to discuss. Let's have a seat. Heard about your meteoric rise in the HOS. Businessman, I guess. Mention his CV. Make him think that I admire him. To get his lips flapping. I'm flattered. You are truly going to be the best president this country has seen. Oh no, he's counter-flattering. I say this because you have gone against the odds and survived. I respect that more than anything. Similar experiences, politics is a ladder. The higher you climb, the more chaos. Thank you, just a simple thank you. Just take the compliment. Marcel gently pointed at the seats. We sat down at a gigantic table. Before speaking, he knocked on wood. The past months have been tumultuous to say the least. I'm glad you and your family were unharmed in the shooting. No, Crabboy, not lesbian architecture. The whole incident must have been a shock for the kids. They aren't used to what we lived through back in the late 20s. I still remember when my father took us out of the country and became too dangerous in Conriat. They were startled, but the important thing is they're safe and sound. Spare me your life story, dang. To be the most cold-hearted president ever. I know I'm not going to be best friends with businessmen right off the bat, but I shouldn't have to kick that ladder down right away. Of course, it is all that matters. No family should suffer from tragedy ever again. We have had enough of that. Well, I'm known for being a straightforward person, so let me get to the point without wasting your valuable time. It was during the Alfonso campaign when I was struck by what you have done with the party. Within the party. Marcel started to look at one of the paintings at the wall. Look at the painting, a puzzled look, look at Marcel. Let me be straightforward. Sit down and get to the damn point. What painting is it? I want to know. The famous piece depicted a giant sleeping beneath the village. The trees, rivers, and hills were all part of the giant's body. Uwab, they have the story of Uwab here. Its eyes were two caves looking up at the people. It showed daylight at the far end, at the far left, and nighttime at the far right. The giant seemed to be watching the village. It was totally unbeknownst to the villagers. Is he upping his flattery game? Is he saying that I was a giant, safeguarding the village during Alfonso's presidency? Is that it? Marcel pointed his fingers at me. That's exactly what he's saying. You said we will transform this nation, Mr. Rain. My conglomerate has a way of doing things, and I don't want them to change. So, I want to cooperate with you. Please explain further. You might have the people's support now, Mr. President, but what happens when you make mistakes, or when he decides to fabricate them? Everybody makes mistakes. Yep, that's a threat. What is this supposed to mean? Let's hear his point, Vice President. Being a president in this country means having many enemies. Enemies that would resort to anything to bring you down. And in between the lines, so don't make an enemy of me, Mr. President. Me and my media empire. That's exactly what he's saying. Let's say these enemies cause a scandal, or leak sensitive information from the administration. These would be destructive when they were released. If they were released. Continue playing a dangerous game. Are you threatening me? You are playing a dangerous game. I can be coy if he can be coy. We are all dangerous men playing dangerous games. You aren't just being nice, are you? What do you want in return? I want two things, Mr. President. Number one is a guarantee from you that the Raid administration won't meddle in HOS affairs, no matter what happens. In HOS affairs? The heart of sort of conglomerate? Multi-industry corporation worth tens of billions in SR? So, he doesn't want me to take his personal wealth to make the national wealth and redistribute to the people who need it? Involved in all industries, but only have a monopoly in the media. Through the ownership of Swordland Today. Swordland Today, which one are you? Do I have that? I do have Swordland Today. Who has already called my railway project risky. They enjoy many benefits, such as huge salary bonuses, free private healthcare, and free housing. But would they need to be indebted to him for free private healthcare and free housing if the state provided those things? Leadership questions slow down its revenue, but remains a behemoth. Okay, what else does he want? Because I don't know if I could agree with that, if I want to make regulatory changes. Because regulatory changes sounds like meddling. I like regulatory changes, he doesn't like meddling. Number two is a simple gentleman's favor for the future. Let me prove my services to you first, and I'm sure you won't disapprove when the time comes. Far too risky. How do I know that I can trust you? This is risky. This is very, very risky. Great risk means great reward. This mutually beneficial cooperation will help you greatly. I can guarantee that you will see its benefits sooner than later. We can make history together, if we dare to challenge the odds. What do you think about this, Lucian? Lucian leans to my ears and whispered, I think it is a good deal. He is right. We will need the media support. With his newspapers and channels on our side, we can dodge a lot of bullets. The one thing that bothers me, though, is his favorite request. We do not know what it is, and he could ask for something that could point fingers at us. Marcel interrupted us. So, do we have a deal? I can't ask Peter either. What about Peter? I want to ask Peter. I don't want to make more aristocrats. We had a monarch already. We want to be a more democratic nation. I'm going to have to make an enemy of two big businesses. Going to have to reject. Let the bullets fly. There are other newspapers. It's not just him. Such a shame, Mr. President. And here I thought we were going to be good friends. It is a shame, really. Remember who you are speaking to. I regret coming to see you. Goodbye, Mr. Caronti. Let's leave. We left the complex and entered the car. I thought that could have been better. Agreed. He pushed it too far. Well, he pushed it exactly as far as I expected a corrupt businessman to push it. And it was technically my idea for accepting the meeting. I'm sorry. I should have seen it coming. Return to Whole Sword. Okay, what have we got? dire situations in Dare. Is it going to be Circus's funeral? Report. Kesserick Kibbener demands emergency to be called. Kibbener? What emergency do you want? The leader of the NFP, Kesserick Kibbener, has demanded an emergency be called to address the increasing political violence in the country. He stated that without a declaration of emergency, Sordon would be destabilized, and the integrity of the country would be damaged even further. Now, if we do that, we're not going to do that. We've already got too much pressure on the border. We haven't got to make like state fighting inside the cities when all that focus should be here. Funeral of Bernard Circus. Let's. The death of Bernard Circus has shocked the country, and his funeral will be held in Dare, among a large crowd of sympathizers. Circus was not only a communist poet, but also an elected MP that had a voice. A state funeral has been organized to honor him. The question is whether the president and the administration will attend the funeral or not. We got to. Not only did his beliefs in politics align with us, we were also young Reds in university days. But he's an MP. He is an MP who was shot and killed. The bare minimum the president can do is attend. Some might see it as giving too much attention to the communists, but MP is MP. The more rational-minded will see it as unity across party lines. St. Das Neurus Cemetery. Dark clouds were looming over Dare. They looked daunting as our convoy started approaching the century-old cemetery. It looked like it was going to rain, but of course it's a funeral. It's a requirement. Certainly fitting weather for a funeral. As expected, Bernard Circus's passing maintained its media traction, and all of Sordon was paying attention to the ceremony, especially to what I would say in my speech today. Sir, we have arrived. Raindrops were running down the car window when Serg opened my door and held out an umbrella over my head. As soon as I got out, flashes from the cameras blinded me. It's okay, Serg. I will hold my own umbrella. I should thank him. I'll say it's okay. It's okay, Serge. Thank you, but it's okay. As you wish, sir. He handed me the umbrella, leaving none for himself, and started waiting next to the car with his own. Okay, so he does have his own. Peter and Carl exited from their own cars of the convoy. They made their way over to me. Anton, Mr. President, I just wanted to inform you that the perimeter is clear and secured completely. There is no one getting in or out without our knowledge. Good. Hopefully no repeat of last time. Don't want something similar happening again, do we? You better be right. Good work. Thank you, Carl. Nice, President. Carl bowed his head with respect. Good. If anything happens to Anton, you'll have to answer to the First Lady. And trust me, Carl, you don't want that. See, that's why I don't have to make boomer humor about the wife, because Peter has enough for 10 presidents. Peter let out a laugh, which drew some attention from the bereaved attendees. Peter, you are being inconsiderate. Gestured to Peter to lower his voice. You are right. Sorry. It started to rain. Several unintelligible voices were heard from Carl's radio. He stepped out to reply and returned shortly. We have a small problem, sir. Is it the young swords protesting the communist MP's funeral? Red Youth? Oh, Red Youth? That's fine. A few, 5 to be exact, Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They apparently said they wish to pay their respects to the fallen comrade. Should we let them in? Do you think they pose a security threat? We do know that the Red Youth is being financed by United Kantana. Does he think they pose a threat? No, they were thoroughly searched. It looks like they really are here to attend the funeral. It might be seen as steering my allegiances towards them to let them in, but not say the young swords. But that's fine, who cares, let them in. But a few guards on them, I think, is perfectly reasonable. Let them in, but put a few guards on them just to be safe, as you command. Let's head over. They're about to start. We walked towards the crowd, circled around the grave. Everyone in attendance was wearing black in mourning. The rain started pouring heavily. Bernard's widow and daughter were in the front row, staring at the coffin with a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and above all, a cold, unforgiving sadness. Both their eyes were red, very red, and swollen from weeping. Before taking my place to observe the ceremony, I gave my condolences to Bernard's wife and his daughter, who looked at me. She reminded me of Dina. When the religious ceremony was done, I was invited by the priest to deliver my speech. I took the podium. I felt like I had a lump in my throat. I couldn't get the daughter's eyes out of my head. Today we are mourning Bernard Circus, father, a husband, a loyal servant of this country. Towards the back of the crowd, I spotted the members of the Red Youth, wearing red shirts and black bands of mourning on their arms. They seemed ruly, and were respectfully bowing their heads. There was complete silence, except for the sound of raindrops. A loss for all of us? While I disagreed with Bernard Circus almost entirely. No, that's not true. But it doesn't mean he deserved this. Our country can be a better place. Regardless of his ideology, this was a heinous act made towards a good man. We must end this cycle of violence. So far, 3 has my favor. He was a true comrade, and fought for what he believed in, his ideal vision of Swordland, in every step of his life. Also beautiful and true. Do I want to make this a political speech, though? And say we must end this violence? I think I have to. He was a true comrade. He did want better for the country. But his death definitely does not exist in the vacuum. He was a good man, but no more killings. If nothing else, Bernard would not have liked it. We must end the cycle of violence now. A dream of united Swordland. Fulfill his dream and band together. I like. Interpret this attack as an attack against Swordland. The funeral is not the place to declare war on your own people. Promise you this, the blood of Bernard will not remain on the sacred ground of Swordland. He was a good man. We must end this violence. But his blood will not remain in Swordland. Kick them all out. No. He had a dream of a unified Swordland, and we must fulfill that dream and come together. Let us all mourn the passing of Bernard Circus. Remember him well. Hatred begets hatred. Only one way to overcome this vicious cycle. Unite against the evils of this world. Tears of the family he left behind have a price that need to be paid. Nah. All of us should unite against the world's evil. And recite one of the poems he left us. Alright, let's do that. I would now like to recite a part of a poem from one of the poems he left us. Our only strength is the will to survive, knowing that we will perish, knowing nothing more absolute. We will rise towards the sun, Those who died, died fighting. They now buried in the sun. No need to mourn. There is a raid to the sun. They did not let us sing our songs. They are afraid, afraid of the dawn. They're afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. I think that would be the most appropriate for the eulogy given so far. There is fear after all. The violence is meant to incite fear. But doesn't that mean they are afraid of the hope we bring? The hope of our unity together that will be sung at the end of this. We are weeping after all. That is why we don't sing right now. They did not let us sing our songs. They are afraid, afraid of the dawn. They are afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. I've just misinterpreted this completely, didn't I? This is the song of violent victory, probably, and I got it completely wrong. A moment of silence, please. During the silence, all that was heard was the ravens. Some attendees started clapping, some crying. The coffin was lowered into the grave by the grave keepers. After a couple of minutes, Bernard's circus was with the soil, no more. Bid for Walter Bernard, want to close with the words, every sword lives by, of Morgna Westcor. Everyone replied, Vector insista, the victory is close. With applause, I stepped down from the podium. It was time to leave. The widow thanked me with a soft and defeated voice before we dispersed. On my way back to the car, I still couldn't get my eyes off Bernard's daughter, nor the faltering voice of his wife out of my head. Would Dina, Monica, and Frank look the same way if something happened to me? Peter put his hand on my shoulder. That was a good speech. I sensed only respect from his voice. It is time to go, thank you. I mean it. I know you do. Come on, it's time to go. We've got work to do. He was right. We had work to do. So much more to do. I realized that the rain had stopped, and I looked up. Don't tell me the speech was so good, I made the sun come back out. The black clouds slowly dispersed, and sunbeams enlightened our surroundings. As someone once said, even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise. Hope was still on the horizon. Cute. No reports from across the borders. What's going on in Lockhaven then? Briefing on the current diplomatic situation. Well, bladder's too full to start that. Gonna give myself a small bathroom break because it has been almost 2 hours. Gonna stretch my legs. Always recommend you do the same, get that circulation in. Then we'll see if I have to align myself with somebody. I bet that's what this is about. So back in a few. Hey, the music's still going. So, shall we get into it then? Oh, there's news. Hold on. No, forget that then. Didn't realize there was news. First, I want to see what Solden today has to say. Because I'm kind of not expecting kind things from them, seeing as they just rejected their boss. President stands together with Red Youth. Of course. Turned against me already. Bernard Circus's funeral was held in Dare today, among thousands of attendees. President Rain drew criticism when he agreed to attend the funeral. While the decision was not totally out of the ordinary, the fact that Rain is giving support to a known member of the Red Youth who promoted Matanevism throughout his life is unusual. Later in the day, President Rain was seen together with a group of Red Youth members, standing together and paying respect to Circus. Nationalists who saw Circus as a traitor heavily criticized the president's move, which will surely continue among the conservative wing of the United Solden Party. Great. So, Solden today is already trying to tear the USP apart. Never would Sol have thought that his party would be led by someone who stands together with the communists who studied the homeland of Matanevism. They are afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. Huge crowds of mourners, including President Rain and other senior Sordis officials, joining for a rare display of unity, poured into the heart of Dare today to bid farewell to Bernard Circus, the poet and politician who was shot and killed at the gates of the Maroon Palace after Rain's inauguration ball. With hundreds of police officers in riot gear on duty, and traffic barred on major thoroughfares, the normally chaotic section of the city took on a somber atmosphere. Mataneevist anthems played from loudspeakers along Freedom Avenue as Sordis citizens of various ethnicities stood shoulder to shoulder, many of them in tears. Others leaned out windows or over the balcony railings to watch a procession. President Rain gave a unifying message to all Sordland by attending the funeral. He paid his respects to Circus and met with his close relatives. Rain also made an emotional speech that touched thousands of attendees. He finished his speech with a quote from Circus. "They did not let us sing our songs. They were afraid of the dawn. They were afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung." I'm assuming then the whole Sword post is relatively unbiased, but Swordland quickly becoming Fox. Alright, Lockhaven. Blue Mansion thereof. Give us the diplomatic skinny. This is probably the point where I'll probably have to start aligning myself with somebody more overtly, or take the hard path of true independence. The Blue Mansion, Lockhaven, hosted us for the important diplomatic gathering. Diplomacy gathering. The door opened, and David Wissey, once a lecturer for me, now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, gently made his way towards my desk. What do we know about David Wissey? Diplomat, ambassador, politician, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Swordland. Entered the services, 1923, worked on many positions in various departments. Taught applied international law and disputes at the Faculty of Political Sciences at Dare University of Culture. Appointed ambassador to Salport. Remembered for helping 10,000 immigrants of Swordish and Buddhist origin while serving as Consul General to Lucca, Lesbia in 1929. Like him already. Promoting social democracy and human rights in Sworden for decades. Known for criticizing the USP for oppression of the Bludish people. Acknowledging the Bludish issues, which made him a target for the Solists and nationalists. Well, he and I are going to be best friends then, because I want better situations for the Bludish people, and all people of Swordland. May I sit down, Mr. President? Leave the formalities aside, David. Please, take a seat. Of course, it is a pleasure to meet you. Since I know he and I are going to work closely together on key issues we agree with, formalities aside, David, please, take a seat. Right. I am still getting used to your new position, Anton. He slowly sat down,
taking care not to aggravate the arthritis in his knees. He had always had an air of gravitas about him, and old age had only served to deepen that. After he settled himself, he regarded me with delight, his blue eyes sparkling. "Look at you, Anton, the 4th president of Swordland. What a privilege for me. I still remember the first day you took my class at Dare University Culture. And remember how hard we worked on the Agnolia trade agreement together. Countless late nights at the ministry to finalize. It was an experience to be sure." We signed our best trade deal yet, with a good slew of trade advantages over Agnolia. It was even somewhat unfair from my point of view, and Agnolia certainly agrees with that. Somehow, the inexplicable ebb and flow of life has led us here, to positions where we can change the course of history. Everything happens for a reason, David. It was meant to be. A little lucky, that's all. Our opportunity to shape the future, and we will do precisely that. I am looking forward to our new foreign policy. He started coughing again, this time for longer. Oh no, I'm going to lose out on the most level-headed and sensible member of our party that we have. Like some tea or water? How is your health, David? Would you like some tea or water for that cough of yours? Oh yes, please. Tea and water sound nice. Thank you very much. He smiled. Livy brought 2 cups of tea, along with a glass of water, and placed them on the table. It seems you still remember how much I like tea. Nowadays, it really does wonders to my throat. And how's your wife, Catherine? How's your health? How's your niece, Margie? Has she started going to kindergarten yet? Aww. Dudes, we have to catch up. How's his health first? How's your health, David? Oh, I haven't had any big complications except the usual. After that heart attack earlier this year. The health complications aren't a hindrance to my work, of course, but thanks for asking. How's the Rain family? Slowly starting to get used to the routine. Monica's really taking to the first lady role. Frank never liked the spotlight, so that hasn't changed. We're slowly getting used to it. As time passes, I realize it more. Family is the most important thing in my life. We must take care of them. The door opened. Joseph and Lucian joined us for the briefing, as the tall case clock hit the hour mark. Hey, Joseph's with us, not the other military dude. Peter, however, was missing. I wonder if he was late from all the drinking he did at the party in Lockhaven. We'll discuss more later, President Rain. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin. How was your travel to Lockhaven? How was your travel to Lockhaven? A little bumpy due to some turbulence. I arrived via a military cargo plane that landed at Lockhaven International. I took the train. It was a little slow, but I could still recommend it for the beautiful landscape. I also had the possibility to work on a couple of things during the ride. From what I've heard, it'll be much faster in the near future when the L1 high-speed railway is finished. Exactly. It will hopefully be one of our major achievements. If I didn't choose poorly, going with the risky new company. Well then, since Mr. Vectorn doesn't seem to be coming today, I think we are ready to start. Can we ask about that, where Peter is? I will start by providing a brief overview of our current status with our neighbors. What would you like to start with? Start with, so hopefully I can ask about everything. I do want to know more about Vogelsland, since they're likely going to be allies with us. Our cousins of old across the Markian Sea wishes to have a good relation with us, as we all know. Vogelsland is a socialist republic aligned with United Kantana. They are an important regional player. It is also the most significant sea power in eastern Marcopa. We had hostile relations with them after several wars of the 19th century, which we wouldn't want to experience again. Recently, the relationship has warmed up thanks to Emmerich Hegel. As a result, diplomatic talks can be conducted in the future. Not so easy to forget about the Great Fire of Conriat, Thousands of lives were lost that day. Dude, that was 100 years ago. Forget the Great Fire. Breaking the ice could be good, if we are to rise diplomatically. I agree, they could be potential allies in my opinion. The situation in the region necessitates that we find allies. They haven't been in good relations with us for the past 200 years. Recently, they have also joined the Communist Kontanan Security Pact, subjugating themselves to United Kontana. On top of that, territorial issues flared up between Agnolia and Vagosland because of the Hegeland Islands. Is that what this is right here? Hegelport, Hegeland? So I might have to support one person or the other by taking a stance on the contested island. Agnolia for commerce, Vagosland for their military support. The Sordis Navy is very concerned with this volatile situation. Lucian looks slightly worried. Unfortunately, billions of Sordis Ren worth of cargo is transported close to Vagoslandian maritime borders of the Markian Sea and the Grey Strait. This causes significant risk to our imports and exports in the case of deterioration in relations. Can't expect the worst. The strait is of strategic value to us. Yosef. The Navy is keeping an eye on the situation from a distance, right? We are actively monitoring sea routes and cargo ships. For now, there is no immediate threat, but we don't know what could happen in the future. Alright, tell us then about their neighbors Agnolia. Our brotherly nation to the northeast, Agnolia. They are still diplomatically not aligned, and probably has one of the most democratic systems between our neighbors. More so than Arcasia-controlled Rumburg, because he can't convince me they're not Arcasia-controlled. Economic stagnation is a worry for them. Their primary issue is their heavy reliance on foreign investment from us. Agnolia is our most friendly neighbor. We have been allies for the longest time after Rumburg annexed Dome. This fact needs to be part of the equation. Unsurprisingly, the Agnolian Prime Minister, Martin van Horten, is expecting better cooperation through a new, fairer trade deal with us. It was one of his election mandates. So on the one hand, we can kind of push that Agnolia and us were allies against Rumburg ever since the annexation of Dome. But what's going to happen if Rumburg, with its overwhelming military, decides they don't just want wherever Dome was, but wants to push in to the very wealthy Agnolia and their weak military? If they and I are allied, I don't think I'm able to defend them if Rumburg decided to go through them. How even is my military? They interfere in politics, outdated military equipment. So even though we have a large reservist pool and good generals, they overwhelm, and the tech issue. We need modernization. There's Dome. Before we can go and defend anyone militaristically. We'll think about the request. Matter is still on the table. A more comprehensive trade deal, beneficial to all sides. Both sides could gain from it. But Agnolia has more to win than us, which is fine. This isn't a zero-sum game. We're doing geopolitik, realpolitik, not zero-sum. Zero-sum is so dumb and outdated. They want to protect their weaker industries, which we are profiting from, selling our goods too. Additionally, the latest numbers indicate that currently 1 million Agno-Sordis citizens live in Angland region of Swordland. So, what are you saying? That if we do good by Agnia, that our citizens will feel more respected? Or is this a Russification kind of thing? We got Agno-Sordish in our borders, which should belong to Agnolia? Which creates a link between foreign policy and our internal affairs. These people have suffered socio-economically. which lead them to crime and other problems. In addition, a relaxed immigration policy was one of Magnolia's main requests, which is unacceptable. Most of the migrants in our country haven't even assimilated to Sorda's culture. Adding more won't help. Clearly a more conservative and nationalistic Yosef, despite being the more open-minded military dude. Skeptical about relaxed immigration? Supportive? How's the current immigration situation? Would that be under welfare? Overburden welfare, rural healthcare? No, is it order? Illegal immigration has not decided on how to handle the increased immigration, leaving loopholes in the system. Okay, so either way, we need to decide on something. Relaxed or supportive? I think we're going to be relaxed. So they don't assimilate, that's fine. Multiculturalism is cool. Oh, that was skeptical. I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong button. But skeptical doesn't mean making a decision. I'm going to hear them out, and it's probably going to be an opportunity at some point to make a decision on what point to take. You should be. We have already witnessed several society-shifting waves of migration. We should remember that we promised to keep our immigration laws relaxed in the election campaign. Hold on. A little bit chilly today. That could have been more graceful. And the situation in Velen. 2 hours southeast, it is tumultuous in the south as always. Viktor Smolak is expanding his powers among protests from Wesek people. However, he is quite positive about a normalization of relationships between our countries. Your ace full. Reports indicate that they've been warming up to content international aid. As you know, Velen's stability was always a concern for the region. But if we want to help them, we must not treat refugees like we did in the 30s. I still can't stomach the inhumanity of those people suffered. Trade agreement, improve stability, increase mutual trade. Why help such a disorganized state? Not sure what we can do to help them, or Sorden paid enough by housing millions of refugees from the Velen Civil War, no more. But Velen, they're weak, right? Militaristically weak. But if we do give aid to them and maintain back and forth trade, that should help the situation in Bergi as well as the migrant populations. And if they're aligning similarly with Volgosland, with United Cantana, that gives us a nice band from northeast to southeast. A trade agreement with them would improve stability and increase mutual trade, money both directions. What even is a recession? There would be many bargaining chips discussed, but Velen could be a new partner in the region. We would also invest in stability there. Our main goal should be to avoid a refugee crisis like the late 1920s. That civil war had major security and economic repercussions on Sorda's soil. One of the demands that President Smolak was to tighten our immigration laws, so the political refugees don't escape into Swordland. There has been a recent purge that pushed many Bludish to flee into Bergia. It is definitely troubling. Well, I'm sure that President Smolak would be willing to understand that our hands are tied in regards to immigration if it goes lax immigration. Our Bloodish people would like that we're not going to close the borders to the refugees, and maybe Smolak could be happy enough to content himself with money and developmental aid. Gulmarin Outpost has regained its importance due to this. I'm sure you would remember that winter at the border outpost, Mr. President. So those were Buddhist refugees that I let through. I remember that fondly. He was right. I did remember that winter. I remember how cold it was when I let the refugees slip through. I was discharged of my duties as a result, by Major Joseph Lancia no less, spending the rest of my service cleaning toilets and sleeping in a cell. In fact, there has been a similar refugee situation in the past. Even Mr. President himself chose to disobey direct orders from his commanding officer at the time. Joseph, don't forget who's your commanding officer now. Who, Joseph, is the commander-in-chief? I was young. I made a mistake. The past is the past, let's move on. And you made me sleep in the prison cell for it. I will never forget that. I did what was right. Soldiers do not decide on what is right. Soldiers do what they are told to do. Is that so, soldier? Are you willing to apply the same philosophy to yourself when I give you orders, to the detriment of the military influence in the government? He opened his mouth to continue, but David cut in. Our focus should be on the current matters. The bloodish minority is very large inside Velen too, which is a factor to consider. It is in our national interest to prevent the formation of a failed state on our western border. Velen has been increasingly aligning itself towards the Communist Alliance. Another point to analyze. Let's move on. Two important neighboring countries remain, Lesbia and Rumburg. Which do you want to hear about first? Rumburg, I think I'm pretty good on. Lesbia, all I know is that they're aligning more towards Arcasia. Our southern neighbor is aligning itself more and more with Arcasia. Lesbia is currently held by Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez. They are the jewel of the continent and the second largest economy in Maricopa. Though wealthy, Lesbia suffers from excessive economic inequality. Our past relations have been great, but during the last decade, their investments have slowed and dwindled due to our instability. So maybe all I gotta do to endear myself to them is get this quickly dropping bar to get filled up. Allying with the richest regional nation could be beneficial. It's a sleeping giant. We should not wake them. Or they keep turning a blind eye towards the region. That Lesbia is above it all. Do they? Strong military, neutral towards us. More social, politically liberal, recent government. Turn away from openness, isolationism, and protectionism. I can see that then. It could prove beneficial, but they keep turning a blind eye. Maybe it's beneficial, who knows? I'm just speaking in terms of coulds for now. It could be, but it would also mean that we would draw closer to the Arcasia bloc, and near the Arcasian Treaty Organization. I am certain that the recession has a lot to do with their retraction of investments. Once they see that money isn't in the picture, they vanish rather quickly because they are capitalists. Fair, David. Part of why I'm kind of trying to align myself away from Arcasia's influence. They have shown a selfish attitude during the Velen Civil War by closing their borders and funneling refugees to cross into Swordland. Lucian clears his throat. Our values are too different. It'll be hard to see eye to eye. Their capitalism is not an inspiration. I completely agree. Lesbia has for a long time benefited from us through our trade to our old tariffs. They are after exploitation. But you already said they're capitalists. So that's just repeating yourself. There are hundreds of very privileged oligarchs who invest inside and outside of Lesbia. Some have made significant business investments in the cities of Benfi and Valgen. And Rumburg. Rumburg to the north, the military giant who hates us. Backed by Arcasia, so even less reason to like him. Now to the most troublesome nation, Rumburg. A constitutional monarchy led by Queen Beatrice Livingston. I highly advise caution and calculated action against Rumburg. Our military must be prepared, the threat is real. Oh, I wonder, what if there's some way to align with Rumberg. If the most overwhelming military on our border is at peace with us, that pretty much gives me freedom to do whatever I want, doesn't it? Because half my decisions here are wrapped around Rumberg and protecting me from them. They are strong and have motivation, as well as the means to damage us. We shouldn't give them any reason to pursue aggression. Take advice in consideration is and always will be a roguelike state. Nothing can be done about them. Must prevent them from interfering in our affairs is also very, very true. They have shown similar behavior to the neighboring countries before, but we must be cautious. While Thornburg openly denies such claims, their past and current actions make it clear they want to destabilize us and make it easier to invade. The weapon caches found by our intelligence agency clearly shows what their goals are. Our military must be steadfast and our diplomacy valiant. Yosef looks stern and full of resolve. Rumberg threat, one of our top priorities, you can be sure of that? I do think so. It's not overblown, it's real. And if that makes Yosef realize that I'm not going to be soft on the military, then he'll let me take 2 of his claws away to keep the other 3. We are always in dialogue with the Rumberg ambassador to make sure a channel is open to solve disputes. David, has nobody told you the consulate is closed? We could use a aggressive attitude against them by convincing the international community. Lucian grabbed the Lockhaven Times newspaper and put his finger on the article about the latest diplomatic incident. Their abrupt announcement about the closure of the Rumberg consulate at Lockhaven is yet another step in their escalation. This covers the overview of the current situation. We will move on to our trade choices and the response to Rumberg's diplomatic escalation. The sun began to set over the hill surrounding Lockhaven. The team was ready to give advice on the new trade initiative and the response to the latest diplomatic incident with Rumberg. Peter arrived late and a little rougher than usual. He must have been drinking from last night. Must have been the drinking from last night. Or best friend Peter, university classmate, been with us from the start and every step of the way. Has his thumbs to the screws now. Somebody's compromised him, and he's disheveled. From what? From the moral pains of being offered a fantastic deal. If it means working against me. Peter, don't think I don't know Peter. I see beyond that smile. And those beautiful amber eyes. Hey there folks, excuse my delay. I'm sure you didn't miss anything we didn't already know. You were still supposed to be part of this meeting, also on time. Punctuality is important. We are talking about serious subjects here. Piotr was assigned a task from me. That is why he is late, so let's move on. They have a point, Peter. We should have discipline in the cabinet. Momentarily forgot how to drink water. So, cover for Peter and make him like me. Remind Peter what is going on, that they have to be disciplined, that we must be disciplined. Or don't comment. Well, if Peter is being approached by outside agencies, I think I will keep Peter liking me. I'll cover for him just this once, but if he continues to show questionable behavior in the future, then he and I might have to have a talk. He was assigned a task, that's why he's so late. Yes, it went successfully, sir. Peter's tone was more serious. Expect a report on your desk tomorrow. The Vice President will be part of the trade delegation, so it is great to have input on the subject, but also on the Rumberg incident. There are 2 issues at hand. Which topic should we tackle first? The diplomatic incident, I think. Because Rumberg, I don't know what to do with this obsolete military. Rumburg consul Sir Bran Harrington announced the closure of the 120-year-old consulate. Now the diplomatic staff is leaving the city to go back to Thornborough. He blamed the lack of security in Swordland due to the assassination and the subsequent protests, but it's obvious they're making excuses. Bastards. First they close their consulate, and then they blame our security. Security situation is under control, they're playing with us. Their concern could be genuine, but this reaction is unnecessary. Agreed. Other diplomatic missions have worked with our security units to increase the protection of staff and buildings. The neglect of President Alfonso and the chaos of the elections delayed our diplomatic efforts. Now there are only 2 Rumburg diplomatic missions left in Swordland. One is the consulate in Dare, and the other is the embassy in Holsword. Accustomed to the usual rhetoric, but this is far more serious. Display strength to my people. We can't be pushed around. They are bluffing. We're used to it. I do think I kind of want to display strength, but I don't know what form that's going to take. It's only 1 consulate. There's still a consulate and an embassy left. I think the closing of 1 consulate is a threat. But yeah, let's show strength. If the other missions, right, everyone else's missions in the country are making arrangements for security, and they're just closing, whatever, We're not gonna bend over backwards to beg them to keep the other 2 buildings. All of this may be a calculated plan of action to push us to a corner and act irrationally. This is my fear. They might be looking for a casus belli, and are slowly spiraling downwards to find a reason to wage war. Hence not cracking down so much on the sectarian violence. If we have our riot police and our gendarmes in open conflict with the Young Swords, the Red Youth, the Bluetooth separatists, then they get the excuse of, oh no, Swordland is attacking and genociding ethnic minorities again. It is up to us to bring democracy to them, and they are not going to get that from me. Joseph Lancia was furious. He barely kept himself from slamming the desk. There are worrying developments like the smuggled arms or the build-up near the border. Our military must be buffed up to stand against a regional power like Rumburg. So, are you suggesting, Yosa, that we make a military development agreement with United Cantana, their tech and training, to support an economic ally with our planned economies? We either respond to this aggressive act with a diplomatic condemnation, or we retaliate by closing our consulate in Dome. Oh no. If we close the consulate, that's pretty much escalating towards war. We're not going to do that. I want to say that an escalation would be risky this early in our presidency. We should focus on creating a negative image of Rumburg in the international scene. Yes, that is what I want to do, as a show of strength to the people, by being the stronger nation, willing to use the organizations, the international organizations we're all adhering to. The people of Swordland must be protected, no matter the cost. I say we respond equally. We shall write an official diplomatic response, condemning this unreasonable act. Declare that Rumburg aims to destabilize Swordland and the region. Because I am not ready to go toe-to-toe militaristically. The only ammo we have is diplomacy. As you wish, Mr. President. I shall begin work by immediately informing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Swaying the international stage is a key in long-term strategy. You know, maybe this game isn't subtle. And when you make good decisions, they do things like this, where they say, hey, you made the right choice, good job. Maybe. I wish we had reacted more strongly. If we don't confront them, they will keep escalating the situation. This is a confrontation, a paper confrontation. I, on the other hand, am glad we are taking a more cautious road. And about the trade initiative then, move on. Our primary goal would be to successfully sign a trade agreement with one of our smaller neighbors. Just one of? I kind of want to sign one with both. We have two options with trade initiatives. Start off in new negotiations with our old partner Agnolia, and form a new cooperation with Velen. Alright, tell me about the trade deal with Agnolia. I know that currently it's lopsided towards us, and Van Horten was elected on the promise of a more equitable trade agreement. What leeway do we have? Exactly, Crabboy. Start with one, then you do more. That is exactly why I have neglected Anglin for now to promote the Lightspeed Rail, because that's going to bring in good cash that can later be used to bump up infrastructure elsewhere. First off, the reason behind this option is more diplomatic than economic, although of course we can't forego the added economic value. Agnolia is an old ally, an invaluable trade partner. The point we are at in the early negotiations is around the steel trade. They are demanding that we buy their steel for a higher price, which I can't really afford to. That is because they think the deal is far too imbalanced as it is, which is kind of true. Their second main demand is a privileged access to our agricultural markets. They want privileged access to our agriculture? If we are to fulfill their demands, in return, they are offering a full alliance with Swordland against Rumburg. Ooh. Looking at the current advances of Rumburg near our borders, having coalitions against Rumburg would prove extremely useful. An independent coalition against Rumburg without having to fully align myself with United Kantana. Obviously, there will be consequences for entering a full alliance. Mainly the issue around the Helgi Islands. Vagazlen has clear intentions on taking over the island one way or another, and entering a military alliance with Agnolia will make them furious. Well, let's be real here, right? If we maintain the status quo, maybe there'll be a slight dip in the trade between us two. But if we're talking about a military alliance against Rumburg, overwhelming military Rumburg with bad relations, Agnolia is bringing a weak military to the table, and Vagosland is bringing a strong military. And let's say Rumburg wants to annex more of Agnolia. They've already taken Dome. What's to stop them from pushing further south to Stallport? I can't defend Agnolia. That might be more of a liability than I'm ready for. That's just realpolitik. I want to state my support for the decision to stick to our old ally Agnolia. Even though I disagree with their demand to relax immigration, we have cooperated with them on many issues in the past. Agnolia is a solid partner for us. David and the President worked on the previous comprehensive trade agreement in the 1930s. And there's also the immigration. Agnolia wants relaxed immigration. Velen wants strict immigration to keep bloodish people from fleeing into the nation, into Bergia. So if I do make a trade agreement with Velen instead to maintain relations, then they're going to want me to close the border to keep their political prisoners inside the country to be persecuted however they see fit. Do I want to align myself with somebody who is freely persecuting their people just for the sake of keeping a strong ally? Doesn't that make me no better than the Arcassians? They may be a genocidal dictator, but he's my genocidal dictator. But then maybe, if I help improve their nation economically, give them stability, that might bring an end to the violence in Velen. There are obviously subjects that we would still need to tackle, like our economies, the trade goods, and what to do with immigration. My opinion is that this is a good deal and we should go for it. The Neo-Agnolian Prime Minister is trying to improve existing relationships. The downside is that we will need to make concessions, a reality of any trade deal. Okay, now I'm stuck. Because I did go plan an economy to align myself with the strong military to the east, and maybe also helps out here. But the issue of porous or strict borders is also going to conflict here and there. If I don't go with Agnolia, then I don't need to make any decision about Hegeland, which means I wouldn't necessarily have to make Vogelsland or Agnolia displeased with me. Because if I go straight for Agnolia, then I'm pretty much guaranteeing that Hegeland remains Agnolish, which would put me directly in opposition to Vogelsland. Alright, so maybe what I can do is focus on helping out Velen economically. They'll hate that my porous borders are porous. My bloodish people will enjoy that. Agnolia and Vogelsland won't have to be too angry with me about me ignoring the Hegeland issue. At most, Agnolia is going to be upset that I'm not willing to negotiate for a better trade deal, which might dampen things. We can't position ourselves against Vogelsland right now. That's an overwhelming military force to our north, strong to the east. Let's give ourselves less reason to get militaristically involved. That is certainly a valid reason. If you decide that Agnolia is a good option, another point is that they have a very democratic system. After the recent elections, a PM has a mandate to arrange a fairer deal with us. Martin van Horten is also an avid supporter of relaxed immigration. Since we said we will keep immigration relaxed, it will help us. Regardless, if we're going to increase our regional influence to previous levels, we might need to make amends with our neighbors. Also true. But it's making amends with Agnolia to the detriment of another neighbor across the sea. Ultimately, the decision will be up to you as always. And Velen, give me the skinny on Velen. Dealing with a fractured country like Velen has its positives and negatives. Although it will be lucrative in the short term, there are risks associated with dealing with such a country. They are proposing co-investment projects and a no-tariff agreement. They are also offering oil in return for attracting foreign capital interests in from Swordland. However, it is possible that there will be international ramifications of getting closer with a country like Velen. All in all, this will be a very lucrative deal for us. However, we need to think about the consequences. I certainly don't support the decision to become friendlier with Velen. We carried their burdens for decades. Their migrants flood our country, and now they're expecting a deal from us. Maintaining influence with Velen could prove useful. Yes, it is risky, but think about our influence from an underdeveloped region like that. We could also sell more products and enter the market easily. I am of the opinion that it is simply too risky. Yes, we would gain resources and immediate capital, but I'm afraid of the consequences. You know, maybe support for a state like Velen is reason for Rumburg to go against us. Look at Swordland, they'll say, pretty much financing and aiding what might be the North Korea of the region. Is that not reason enough for a more democratic constitutional monarchy to pour forth over the border? But it might be the return is too lucrative. There is also the possibility, right, of our mutual aid helping out the development and stability of Velen, which could help out everybody. There could be returns beyond the financial. The migrant crisis was one of the reasons behind the destabilization of Swordland. I would like to point out that it was due to Velen. If you wish to go forward with the deal when the time comes, there is a topic of immigration to consider. Viktor Smolak is a known isolationist. Our promise to keep our immigration policy relaxed will not help at all. He blames us for bringing Western interests to the region. He also doesn't want his political opponents to flee here. Personally, I don't like the idea of getting too close to Velen. Me too. Agreed. Nobody wants to get close to Velen. But Peter, who arrived late, still thinks we should give it a try. Peter, who you been speaking to be in such opposition to my wise cabinet? David, you pick something up from Peter? Our campaign promise to steer Swordland towards the east and united Kantana will have an effect on the negotiations, especially with Velen. As you know, the current affairs of Velen are partly a result of United Kantana's support with Victor Smolak. Our promise will come in handy. There you go. There you go. We have given lip service to United Kantana. Maybe Victor will be willing to overlook my porous borders. If anything, I'm doing him a favor if I'm taking in his political opponents. Oh no, he doesn't get to execute them. More for me, for the farms. As for Agnolia, this promise has made them cautious, which might make it harder to get a good deal. Well, there you go, if I renegotiate, it's not going to be in my favor. We also need to consider the effects of our economic doctrine plan. The fact that we're headed towards a planned economy will have an influence. Good negotiators optimize the interests, which make the difference become trivial, allowing both sides to reach a deal. Very true, Mr. Vectern. We have a lot of time to prepare before the scheduled visits to Velen and Agnolia. I believe this gives us a brief overview of our current options. Our trade delegation will begin work towards the end of the year. We expect a final negotiation and the signing to happen next year. Can't I make trade deals with both then? If this is all in the future and not right now? I am very much looking forward to visits to Dalport and Walkeritz with party animals like David and Simon. Haha! Peter laughed. Yosef narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Yosef's eyes is always narrowed though. Well, that concludes our meeting, Mr. Rain. Thank you all for coming. Have a good day. Enjoy Lockhaven. See you later, gentlemen. Good work. Have a good day. Enjoy yourselves. You worked hard. You play hard. I will take my leave then, sir. The meeting concluded and the team dispersed. Our diplomatic action plan officially began. And I'm still under, what is this, turn 2? Still in turn 2? Turn 1 took ages, but that's because I took my time, going over every chart and everything. No news from anyone else? Okay, what reports do we have? Report in Arvery. Young Swords member claimed links to the government. Really? A detained Young Swords member in Arvery claimed that he has connections to the government. We have been investigating the truth of his claims, but we're not able to find any leads. Investigation ongoing. Oh no. Are the nationalist Young Swords going to make a separatist movement in England? No more reports. News. Soren today has nothing to say. The Post. Emergency in Enrica, the mayor announces. Troubling news are coming from the mayor of Enrica, who reported that a state of chaos exists in the city, and called an emergency directive authorizing him to use his security powers. In an announcement, Mayor Lesty said, "We are reporting 20 police officers heavily wounded, 2 police stations burned down, and several shot. The city is in a state of emergency, and we are trying to restore order." The local gendarmerie began assisting the mayor after the emergency request was made. The armed units are now securing critical junctions and key infrastructure like power stations, hospitals, and the municipality building. Local NFP leaders have announced that they will assist the local enforcement with the task of keeping the streets safe by reporting violent dissenters. A statement criticized by the local PFJP official. Lockhaven Times. The welfare issues of Narble. Narble, a city that was once an important trade stop for Markian Empire, has been in a steep decline for the last decade. We have uncovered the hard truth in the residents themselves. KA-46, a shepherd living near the Cavendier Mountains that did not wish to disclose his real name, has made a shocking remark about the city's and the region's lack of healthcare services. He has waited almost 5 months just to get an appointment to the rural region. Another resident farmer, a farmer IY57, who also did not wish to disclose his name, is living on the outskirts of is living near the outskirts of the Narble. The Narble tripped me up. His children, A14 and VY16, have to use a dangerous mountain path to walk to their school, located 2 kilometers away, even in the harshest season. Well, lucky for them, schools are one of my promises. If I didn't totally botch up the L1 rail line, that's going to be so much money for schools in the rural regions, and possibly infrastructure to support it. Unrest continues. The unrest in the streets is continuing, and the tension between different groups leads to new clashes with hundreds of wounded and sometimes several dead a week. Our reporters have interviewed dozens of protest leaders from the regional capitals, revealing different demands for the people. 3 subjects stand out: freedom of expression, democratic change, and economic security. On the other hand, many also went out to protest the worsening living conditions under the recession. Every third person of our team has talked to mentioned the need for a strengthening of the political system that needs to open up to reflect different opinions. Our eyes on the ground witnessed both peaceful and violent acts. We saw bus stations destroyed, shops burned, and people being carried out to the hospitals in ambulances. But there were also calm scenes where the police forces allowed peaceful protesters from all sides of the political spectrum make their voices heard and disperse some certain cities like Enrica, Erzurum, and Arveri are much more damaged by the unrest. The overall momentum for the protest doesn't seem like it'll stop soon. How's the radical feel about me? We need democracy, and I'm working on it. We have long demanded the expansion of civil rights with reforms to modernize our nation. When the previous government blamed the Supreme Court for not allowing the reforms, the opposition was quick to point out the flaws within the Constitution, and brought focus on reforming the governmental structures opened the way for further civil reforms. Now the reformists have increased in number, yes. And with the president, who was seen as a symbol of change in office, we are waiting for results. The radical, never one to lighten up the pressure on me. Never the overt support. Whether it is the leader of the opposition or the current president, somebody has to break the cycle and rewrite the constitution made by Tarkin Sol, whose cult of personality has shaped our current divided national spirit, and must be broken. Will President Rain stand up to the establishment and listen to the people? We will see. Geopolitical, it's been a while. Swordland condemns closure. The response to the Rumberg consulate closure in Lock Haven was quick. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a strongly worded official diplomatic condemnation letter, accusing Rumberg of destabilizing Swordland and the surrounding region. Several nations have made supporting statements for Swordland and the Alliance of Nations. We got backup. Everyone else bringing receipts. It is clear that this letter is not just directed at Rumberg, but to all surrounding countries observing the serious situation. Alright, what is the current summary for Term 2? National TV called for restraint, rejected a bribe from the oligarchs. Okay, so the group is officially the oligarchs. Construction contract awarded to Taurus Holding, probably going to bite me back in the butt. A large economic relief package distributing stimulus checks to people in need. Rejected a backroom mutual assistance deal with Marcel Caronti. Attended the funeral. And released a statement condemning Rumberg. So, unless Taurus Holding really is awful, this isn't half bad so far. Meeting results from the Reform Committee. I came a little early to the meeting room, before anybody showed up. We had scheduled a meeting to discuss the progress of the Reform Committee regarding the new Constitution. Please tell me it's all good news, and that there's not too much infighting in the USP. I'm hoping that by signing that very unfair bill, that gives funding to parties based on seats held. That's more money for the USP. So maybe I'm basically bribing my own people to secure USP votes. And because we are going for more democratic reform, reformists in the PFJP should vote for this as well. I took a seat on the center chair in the vacant meeting room as I waited for them to show up. The reforms are slowly becoming the most significant expectation of my government. We will be changing Seoul's constitution of 1929. Most people nowadays blame the constitution for the outstanding problems of the country. On the other hand, the reformists in the assembly have been getting louder about their demands. What I knew for sure was that I needed to do something about this encroaching chaos before it swallowed me. Meanwhile, Lucien, Peter, and Nia had been leading the committee to prepare an initial draft for the constitutional amendments. I was intrigued to hear the results. There was a knock on the door. It was Lucien. "Good afternoon, sir." Lucien arrived, exactly on the hour mark again. His punctuality could almost be described as obsessive. "Good afternoon, Lucien." I'm sure he was waiting behind the door to come at the exact second, but I'm not going to tease him for it. He took a seat on the table and took out a bunch of documents, spreading them on the long table. "We should begin the meeting as soon as Mrs. Morgna and Mr. Vice President arrives. We finally have some results for the Reform Committee." "And how does it look?" "Well, the situation is quite complicated, but I'm sure we'll make it work, just like we accomplished many things before. We will go over the details regarding the new constitution in the meeting." A few minutes later, Peter and Nia also arrived. After a short chat, everyone sat down and took out their notes. I knew it was going to be a very long meeting, my poor jaw. There's a lot of talk going about the future of this process. Let us begin and tackle the points of contention. Mr. President, our committee meetings are really fruitful, and we already started working on the constitutional draft together with the reformists. Cool. They demand a little too much, but I've had success with Franz Richter to create a realistic draft that could potentially go through the Supreme Court. A little. They demand to rewrite the whole Constitution, which, fair. There's currently quite a lot that's constitutionally bogged down. Like the... where is it? What do I not like? The honorary membership. Definitely don't want honorary membership. Complete legal immunity. Currently only Tarkeen Sol himself. The requests were definitely not outrageous, just not realistic in today's circumstances. Just because it wouldn't pass the assembly, nonetheless, I'm glad we're reaching common ground already. If we can reach an agreement with the reformist, we will be very strong in the assembly to propose a change. Can we reach the 2/3 majority? Supreme Court is going to be an issue. But first and foremost, can we reach a 2/3 majority? If you can get Franz Richter to work with you on this, our only problem would be uniting our own party. We'll never be able to get the NFP to work with us. Fair, we don't need the ultra-conservative nationalists anyway. We still need the majority of our 130 seats in the Assembly to vote in favor. With PFJP's full support of 70 votes, we will easily surpass the needed 166. But it'll be tough to unite the USP with all the divisive wings that have formed. You must make them follow you loyally. We will convince the leads. With how divisive the USP has gotten, I'm not going to count those eggs just yet. Albin Clavin and his reformist wing would be supporting you. He already weighed in heavily in the committee meetings. However, the conservatives would be tough to break. The influence of Seoul is still living strong in the party. How many votes do they have? We will eventually move his influence. How many votes do they have? What are we talking here? The Conservatives have around 40 seats. There are many unaligned people, and some of your loyalists might decide to show their true faces too. So I can't just count them off at 40. So we need as many of the Conservatives to support us. And there was only one person who was key to make them back us. Gloria Tory. Of course, Tory is a Conservative. She is well respected by the Solists. She'll be our biggest obstacle in the Assembly, and her demands will be excessive. HSU graduate. Republican youth. What is she for, though? Elected to the Assembly in 1937, Special Advisor to the Minister of the Interior 1938, Front Bench Spokeswoman for Home Affairs 42, Spokeswoman for Education in 44, Speaker for the Grand National Assembly, in protest against Yoel Alfonso's reformist agenda. Well, great, because Yoel Alfonso's reforms were for a more free market economy, and I'm going full-on planned economy, so maybe that's enough to get her on my side. Famed for obstructionism in the Assembly for some of his policies. Hopefully that will be enough. And she's still the spokesperson, right? Gloria Tory, Speaker for the Assembly. Yep. Maybe economic ideology will be enough for her, hopefully. I also have reason to think that she might be in Orso's pocket. Oh no. Orso's what I'm worried about. Orso Hawker, who currently leads the 5 old guards in the Supreme Court. She will be tough to break, but we'll need her support, need her help to get the Conservative support. Is it possible to pass the Supreme Court? Because the old guard has 5, we need every single reformist and centrist to vote with us. They're the biggest obstacle. Even if we pass the Assembly, the Chief Justice will do his best to block our amendments. We need at least 6 of the 11 judges to vote for the proposal, but Mr. Hawker has enormous influence over the judges. We should reach out to the judges in secret. Some of them might be willing to break rank to support us. Cool. All means should be considered. They'll surely support a just cause for the country and its future. Surely they will. Just like our politicians chose to this weekend, right? Support the country and a good cause, instead of keeping to their own conservative party. All means must be considered in this case. If I have to sweet talk some judges in back rooms, so be it. Nia was taken aback by the statement. According to the Constitution, I am a member of the Supreme Court, which means you already have 1 vote. 2 of the judges are friends of mine, and have a similar opinion about the reforms. Consider them with me. So we have 3 votes out of 11. The rest can be bribed. I'm not going to bribe them. Who else would be willing to support the reforms? I think Judge Edmonds can be persuaded, and in extension, Mr. Dalton and Mr. Merton. Judge Edmonds, he represents the centrists, right? Isabel Edmonds of the centrists, okay. So I've only got to convince the one to get her 2 friends to join with her. They weren't really blinded by the Solist ideology. Yes, those 3 don't seem to be working directly with the Chief Justice Hawker. If we can get Isabel Edmonds, we might get the 6 votes needed. That is our best bet. Our only bet. What are the demands? We should run down each of the main demands of the committee and get your input first. Mrs. Morna could explain them further. We'll start with the first red line. The new constitution will fix the loopholes regarding the president's absolute veto powers. Even though Mr. Richter put a whole show about why vetoes should completely be removed, the committee has almost unanimously agreed on fixing the loopholes, thus limiting presidential vetoes. My suggestion is to add a clause detailing the methods the Assembly may override a veto with some sort of supermajority. One person should never be able to block the rest. Stand in agreement, the veto should be removed. Now, see, the first bill that I signed into law is exactly why we need the vetoes. I should have vetoed it, but here I thought I was going to, give a show of good faith by not using a veto for the first bill, but whatever. The loopholes give the president too much power, true. We'll limit it. I like the idea of a supermajority to override my veto. Currently, loopholes give me too much power, which I could abuse. Whatever you decide, it's important to get a balanced picture. We'll be making history by changing the 29th Constitution to Seoul. The second one is about the judiciary. The new Constitution will remove the Supreme Court's right to vote on legislation. This is yet another point that was unanimously agreed on by all parties. Tarkin Seoul established this rule to protect the 29th Constitution. We all know most of the judges are still his pawns. Constitutional amendments will still be very difficult to accomplish with a reform like this, particularly because we will keep the 2/3 vote system to be able to propose a change. However, the judiciary will not have the final say in the amendments. Already we wanted to do, I can't disagree with it. We need the courts to even pass this change. Why would they support this? Why would they? She is a member of the court. What is her inside info? Most of them won't. But we already talked about my vote and a possible agreement with Isabel, which may change things. Apart from these two critical points, they have other major demands. They want to reform the appointment procedures of the ministers. Mr. Richter clarified that the Assembly should have a say in the formation of the Council of Ministers. That is something that a majority in our party also supports. Well, Mr. Richter has also talked about abolishing the Member of Honor rights of Tarkin Seoul that gives him absolute immunity and makes him a permanent member of the Assembly. Mr. Richter, I love him already. He might be a capitalist, a free market man, but I knew there'd be key issues that he and I see eye to eye on that makes us friends. Well, that one is a controversial one. I doubt the USP will, oh come on USP! My own party, why? Tarkin Seoul is the only member of honor. Why do we care about him? Because of the old guard in the USP? Immunity of justices, the impeachment of the president, limiting the power of the presidential decrees, all of this came up during the committee meetings. Yes, reformers expect big reforms in our factions, while our faction, the USP, are not very keen on pushing changes that are too great. I'd say keeping everything in the middle ground is the safest bet. Peter, with his golden meme. No need to agitate anyone too much. I disagree. We must push for comprehensive reform, even if some of the USP is going to be against us. They have valid concerns we need to look at. Comprehensive. It must be comprehensive. I went into this game and this mandate, this election, planning on comprehensive reforms. I'm not going to baby out. I'm with you on this one, Mr. President. Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, not Mr. President, Peter, we will need to work together to push this agenda. Now that we have a better picture of your intentions, sir, I will start reaching out to my contacts to make drafts that work for us. I'll present your input to the committee. In a few months, you would have the draft on your desk to make the final changes yourself. I think this was yet another fruitful meeting, sir. Services will appreciate it. If we do this, we'll be remembered as heroes. Together, we'll democratize Swordland. That is a goal, and they must keep that in mind. And you have my full support, Mr. President. Ours too, of course. Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. I think this is where we'll call it, sir. Pew. Have a good day. They left the room. And turn 2 still continuing. Okay, so arrows point to even the reports. What's going on in Conriat? Promising industrial potential. The Major of Conriat, Chris Shar, reports that the decision to start the construction of the L1 high-speed railway project caused industrial investors all over the country to invest money in regions near the city. The mayor is hopeful that the completion of the project will result in the substantial economic growth in Conriat. See, we've already lost 1 point of economic development, where there's already investment pouring in just for the train. Radical. WPB protests electoral bill. Growing discontent over the past electoral campaign finance bill, which has excluded public funding for parties that aren't able to enter the Grand National Assembly, has reached a boiling point when all the Workers' Party of Bludia officials and members went out in protests around the country. Strong voices of support came from the Labor Union of Swordland and the People's Freedom and Justice Party, calling the bill unfair for most parties and an attack on the democratic principles. The new bill means that the WPB lost half their total party funding, and since they couldn't get past the election threshold of 10% to enter the assembly, aren't eligible at all to receive any public election funding for the 1957 election. The WPB leaders say that their struggle for the workers of Swordland continue, and that they are willing to explore other options to be able to be represented and represent the hundreds of thousands of people that voted for them. For now, their struggle continues. Hey, Mr. Skids, hi to you. President Rain and the USP establishment are actively seeking to suppress the political representation in this country. It was an accident, I promise. Alright, so report L1 construction plans started by Taurus. Alright, they've already got construction plans going. Taurus Holding has reported that preparatory work for the L1 railway has already started, including clearing land and transporting equipment. Construction of the railway will be starting in the next months from Wholesword. Beautiful. Great. They are an inexperienced company, and they have unions and good services and benefits for their employees, cutting-edge technology and techniques. But since they are an inexperienced company, they're probably going to ask for more money eventually. Just like Underhill Construction did up front. Meeting with Chief Justice Orso Hawker. I guess I gotta talk to him. Alright, Mitch, what's up? The administration has been working day and night on the overwhelming amount of issues that were facing the country. The department sent several documents which required my signature so they could start working on the new decisions that were taken. After I signed dozens of them, I closed my eyes to relax for a moment. Another long day. Even though I really wished to leave the palace for the day, Lucian had earlier told me that Chief Justice wanted to speak to me. We planned to meet in my office in 30 minutes. I waited for him, wondering what subject he would raise. Pour whiskey? No, just relax. Going to need to keep a level head for this guy. I stretched out my arms and looked out the window. Thousands of shimmering lights in the whole sword skyline were mesmerizing. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. It was Lucian. Okay, good. Brief reprieve before Hawker gets here. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Lucian. It is good to see you. Semi-professional, but semi-familiar. Good evening, Lucian. I am sorry that I could explain the situation to you in detail earlier, sir. The Chief Justice insisted on seeing you this evening. I do not know what he has to say, but it will probably be about the new constitution. He will be coming shortly with Judge Mr. Garassi to the meeting. We shouldn't take them lightly. Mr. Garassi, are you also old guard? Heron Garassi? Imperial Marking University, and then military career, King's Army. Excuse me. Married to the sister of General Lutheran. Implicated in the 1927 coup and Civil War. Joined the USP and member of the Assembly in 1929. But which direction does he lean? I don't know where Garassi is here. Cause... oh, there we go. Heron Garassi, Old Guard, never mind. So he's exactly the same as Hawker. If I can convince... I'm not going to convince any of them, but if I could, that'd be guaranteed 5 votes to make 8, and then hooray for reforms. But I could probably take for fact they won't support me, so I need to get all the centrists with me. Here to test the waters, threaten us to stop the reforms. We may be able to cooperate. Maybe. Though regardless of what they say, I will continue with the new constitution. Of course. Let's stand our ground, and not let them antagonize us, sir. We should... 3 knocks at the door. Lucian checked his watch. He looked rather worried. Livia opened the doors. Chief Justice Orso Hawker and Judge Heron Garassi entered the room. Good evening, Mr. President. It's great to see you. Evening. Welcome, Justice Garassi, Chief Justice Hawker. Keep it professional. Good to see you indeed. Orso gestured at the sofa in the office. May I? Please. Let's have a seat, gentlemen. Please is nice. Let's have a seat, gentlemen is nice. I'll be inviting. Let's have a seat, gentlemen. We all took our seats on 2 opposite sofas and made ourselves comfortable. How were your first couple of months, Mr. President? I hope you're faring well. Thank you. It is very busy, but I'm doing good. Rough start. Doing extremely good. No need to worry. No need for pleasantries. Let's get to the point. It's been very busy, but I'm good. Thanks for asking. It will only get busier. Yet I think you're doing a good job so far. Really? The old guard thinks I'm doing fairly well with the hodgepodge of bad, hasty decisions I've been making. Maybe they'll support me after all. Or maybe he's just butting me up, stroking my ego to make me accept his terms. Considering all that's happening around us with the shootings at the palace and our soldiers on our borders, he let out a deep sigh. It is a troubling time. We appreciate your concern. So, you probably know why we are here. Please enlighten us, Mr. Hawker. You're here to bribe me. You're here to stop the new constitution. Please enlighten us. I'm not going to make accusations just yet, nor play idiot. We know you are working on a new constitution. The Supreme Court does not approve of this. With all due respect, the constitution needs to be updated, sir. I am sure you're well aware of the public demand in our circumstances. Is that so? I see that you are the ones who are not aware of our actual circumstances. You want to make a weaker constitution in the midst of problems from both inside and outside. Even if your proposal passes the Assembly, I will make sure it does not pass the Supreme Court. That much is clear. You haven't even seen the proposal yet, Mr. Hawker. It might grant him a bonus stipend, more power for the judiciary. Keen to threaten us? Come on, Mr. Hawker, we can figure something out. We'll get the court too, even if you do not cooperate. But he hasn't even seen the proposal. Isn't it too soon to be against it? Do you think I live under a rock, Mr. President? I know what goes on. Yet you, Mr. President, seem to be only partially informed about the current situation. Please, let us explain the reasons for our stance. Please explain. Be inviting, hear them out. It's the bare minimum I can do. There is a lot of reading, but it's fun reading, with the characters as fleshed out as they are. There's also like a lot of lore in the codices, so you can totally get lost for hours reading through what and who everybody is. the relationships and histories together, pouring through all the current active laws and policies and situations in every segment of the... You don't really have to. It's helpful if you do. But the reports and the news and your cabinet updating you are pretty thorough enough. We are protecting the Constitution because it works, Mr. President. It is efficient, and it gives you the authority to lead the nation with swift decisions. Sorden has more important problems and threats that we should face right now. Instead of nitpicking about some paragraphs of the Constitution, we have a potential war within our borders. Orso said old Heron with his hand to let him speak instead. Mr. President, I know that you are a busy man, so I'll make this quick. We all know that Sorda's security forces found stashes of Rumburgian weapons and hideouts of British separatists, KA-74s, are roaming inside Sordan at this moment. As much as Rumburg poses a direct threat, now it's clear that they're also intervening in our country and weaponizing our minorities against us. It is not unprecedented to think that Bloods will start the terror again with their new toys. It is also not unprecedented that a country will use the threat of separatist violence and sectarian violence to become more authoritarian, which is not going to happen on my watch. Not to mention the fights that broke out between the left and the right wing after the shooting of Bernard Circus. Communists are rising with the support of United Contana. The chaos is imminent for Swordland. And sadly, we don't see the administration taking the necessary precautions. You said you would not focus on the military during your term. Under the current circumstances, that cannot be tolerated at any cost. Mr. Hawker, the court has no jurisdiction over these matters. We are taking the necessary steps. I did promise that, but the circumstances have changed. Tolerate. You should be more careful with your choice of words. We are taking the necessary steps. We have sent a very sternly worded letter to the United Nations stand-in, which other nations have agreed with. We have the backing of other nations against Rumsburg. Internal strife, we're calling for a cease down across the table of violence. We haven't been adding fuel to the fire by making the police and the Gendarme actively hunt down rebels and separatists. We're doing good, I think. It's hurting the economy a little bit to have this violence roam around, but I think the voice of reason is going to prevail. We hope that our police forces and our military is adequately funded during these times of conflict. We have a huge military, we have a Gendarme, and if the police are overwhelmed, they should triage and focus on what's important then. They're not going to get more pennies from me. But regardless of that, are you also aware that the armed Bludish separatists have direct connections with the Workers' Party of Bludia? Are you suggesting that I crack down on political parties? No, Hawker, no. Everybody knows that, they claim otherwise. Workers' Party is a democratic party unlike the militias. They are not the same. Or they're all Bloods. Dang, Anton, racist much. They are a democratic party. They may claim they have no ties with the separatists, but most of their members used to be part of them before they formed the Workers' Party of Bludia. So what? So they can't have political representation too? That's fine. Compartmentalize the different aspects of different people. How about the name, Mr. President? It is not the Workers' Party of Swordland, is it? As far as I'm aware, there is no nation called Bludia around here. What is this all about? The only reason they are not in the assembly is because of the electoral threshold. They have gotten quite big. They are clearly getting outside help, and their connections to the paramilitary Bludish forces cannot be denied. And all of a sudden, the reformists are trying to decrease the electoral threshold so that the Bludish separatists can be legitimized at the assembly to achieve their aims of independence. Hawker, do you not believe in democracy? If the will of the people of the nation is a separation for the Bloods, sure, fair. That's called democracy. If the will of the people don't want it, they don't get it. Does he not trust the people? You think that is Mr. Richter's intention? That the free market liberals are doing this for Bloody to go free? I suspect his intentions are grander, but I wish only the issues were the bloodish terrorists in Rumburg. Reformers suggested changes that would also bring the communists, not the communists, who are backed by United Contana, into the assembly. Do you see the pattern yet? I apologize, gentlemen, but I am not a conspiracy theorist. After 2020 and 2021 so far, I think I'm going to go for option 1. You're saying the reformists are working for foreign powers? There's no evidence about any of this, and what is your suggestion? I apologize, gentlemen. But no, I am not a conspiracy theorist. This is not a conspiracy theory, this is Q, it's legitimate. It's flat earth, it's for real. Have you been briefed by your security team? Maybe you should suspect them as well. We should take the necessary measures against communist and Buddhist plots, as well as increasing a military budget against a possible conflict with Rumburg. Little do the old guard realize that I'm trying to turn the nation towards communism. And of course not fallen into the traps of the reformists by listening to their demands. They are clearly plotting to weaken the president and our whole administration in order to exploit the situation. Which brings us to some very important information that we have. It is definitely something you need to hear, and it can change absolutely everything. Is it Peter? Did these two arrange a honeypot for Peter, who does love the ladies, hence why he was late and disheveled in Lockhaven? With all due respect, Mr. President, I think this is getting slightly ridiculous. Please explain, Mr. Hawker. Let the Chief Justice talk, Lucian. Stroke his ego right back. Let the Chief Justice talk, Lucian. Of course, sir. The person in question is Mr. Franz Richter, himself the leader of the reformists. We have enough information to infer that he has ties with Arcasia. Well, yeah, he's a free market liberal. What else is new? Arcasia is aggressively growing their influence around the world, and now we have Mr. Richter coming up with these ridiculous demands for a new constitution amid a chaotic period in Swordland. All the pieces seem to fit perfectly. That is why the Supreme Court will be doing what it takes to stop these reforms and preserve the Constitution. How would you know that Mr. Richter is tied to Arcasia? Mr. Galade, we all know he's been in Arcasia many times, because it's been documented. But what would you think if he has been making hidden flights to the country? I think what the old guard wants me to do is to start seeing demons and enemies in every inconvenient politician. To start off like death squads or whatever. We're not going to go that route. I am sure that Garasi and Hawker would love if I gave more attention to the NFP, to the ultra-conservative nationalists. I need to know this, please explain. He was hiding his spice for Acacia. Another conspiracy theory. Believe what you will, Mr. President, but at least hear me out. He has been spotted in a hotel in Arcasia last year, where they held the conference on economic development in volatile regions. Right around that time, he started to influence the masses into believing that our constitution is a reason for everything bad. His trip was not documented, nor was he an official guest at the conference. We believe that he had a meeting with President Walker behind closed doors. I also have a couple more photos of him that were taken in Arcasia in different cities. But it's from a couple months back. Again, none of it is documented. He also attended another event in Lesbia last week. The Arcasian Minister of Foreign Affairs was there too. And how can any of these be undocumented? We don't know. Even if he used his private plane, we would be able to get information on his flights. That means he has people helping them from inside. Many Solus are already following his lead for quite some time, Mr. President. I cannot give away their identities, but I can give you evidence. He had in me a small file. It contained official documents from Swordish border guards, with highlighted dates that showed no trace of Franz Richter's name. There were clearly photos of him that were taken at a conference in Arcasia, as well as remarks by lesbian and Arcasian citizens, who claimed to have seen him with Arcasian businessmen around the same dates. There was also an official transcript of one of his speeches where he claimed to be in Bentley on the dates of the conference at Arcasia where he was spotted. So what? Maybe the photos were fabricated. Maybe they were doubles. Lucian skimmed through the documents with skepticism, which slowly turned into surprise. These seem to be real. Of course they are real, Mr. Galade. These seem to suggest that Arcasia is behind the reformists. Their demands will only benefit Arcasia. They want us to have a weaker administration while we face all these threats. This is clearly a plot against Swordland. I bet Rumberg is part of their plan too. This cannot be a coincidence that they are weaponizing our minorities against us around the same time. Weaponizing the minorities is true. That much I do know. But that is why we cannot give them an excuse to invade us. We are doing everything they don't want us to do. We're becoming more democratic. We're not cracking down on minority violence, violence from separatists, etc. If this is a foreign plot, it is a foreign plot that is only going to benefit Swordland because we already wanted to democratize. I wanted to, the people did. So if he's a foreign agent, then he's a foreign agent working for me. Now you understand the reasons of our current stance, and also our suspicions about your advisors, who clearly have not given you this vital information, and now he's trying to sow distrust in my cabinet. Nuh-uh. Lucian gave him a sharp look. We appreciate the information, Mr. Harker, but I advise against jumping to conclusions right away. We still need to check the information. There is not much to check. This is clearly an emergency. In such cases, the Constitution gives the President the right to use his emergency powers. If we work together, you can be sure that the Supreme Court will not block your declaration of emergency. No, not going to happen. Not going to fall for his trap. Let's talk about how we can work together. You want me to declare an emergency. Of course. We cannot wait for the process of the Assembly to take care of these issues. You must exercise your presidential powers for a fast and effective solution. Look, dude, we're down to 2 bars of economy now. I'm not going to declare emergency off, oh no, a member of parliament has been seen taking illegal holidays, and scare off all the investors that the L1 high-speed rail lines construction is just now pulling in. Which means you might need to suspend parts of the Constitution which give more authority to our security forces to deal with these issues. We must officially investigate Mr. Richter as well, and start making political prisoners and opponents who are going to flee the country and become martyrs. Nuh-uh. This is only going to further divide the violence and exacerbate the boiling pot we're sitting on. You can devise a strong security decree if you can base it on the Articles 57 and 58, which give the President the right to suspend parts of the Constitution to deal with national security threats. Okay, sure, but what if I want to deal and suspend, say, suspend the part that gives honorary membership and immunity? Suspend Article 99, what about that or so? You up for that? You can directly bypass the Assembly in such a situation. The only thing you need is the Supreme Court to allow the emergency to be declared, and you have our word on that. Sir, I think this is going a bit too far. We shouldn't escalate things too fast. Exactly. This is clear escalation. Mr. President, why don't we talk in private, only 2 of us? We can devise a plan together. I know how we can use the Constitution to our advantage. It would be more effective if Mr. Galade and Mr. Garasi leave the room before we discuss it. Sir, I advise against it. We won't be cooperating, Mr. Harker. I like your idea, but plan it together. Leave us alone, Mr. Harker, gentlemen. Regardless of the situation, I'll be proceeding with the reforms. But more importantly, I will not be cooperating, Mr. Harker. Even though you are aware of our national security threats, you are making a big mistake, Mr. President. We will not allow you to succeed. See, it's not without reason I've been calling him Mitch. You are the ones making the mistake, or enough! Or gentlemen, it's about time to end this meeting. As I spill on myself in a rage. Well, thank you for having us, Mr. President. Have a good evening. They both left the room without saying anything else. That was not good. They clearly tried to threaten you. We must take care of them. We'll have to make sure the reforms pass the court. Instead of taking care of him through some shady Black Ops dealings and body bag operations, just gotta get 3 centrists to support our reforms, and bam! Suddenly, the old guards weaken, and they're both ancient, look at them. 2 young justices, 2 ancient justices. These 2 seats could just as easily flip at any time. How dare they talk to me like that? I'm not scared of them. We'll have to make sure the reforms pass the court. Or so we'll be doing whatever it takes to damage you. We need to be careful. There are still many old guard sympathizers in our party. We can't let them divide our party. Oh, that's true. It's not just that they're the justices, but plenty of our party are also aligned with him. And he's definitely going to try. After a short evaluation of the situation in our hands, Lucian left me with the presidential office. It was obvious that the old guards would be my main rivals in the near future. My own party is going to be my rivals. And actually not the ultra-conservative nationalists. Alright, what's the news? Lockhaven Times. Hawker in Maroon Palace. Chief Justice, also Hawker, has been spotted entering the Maroon Palace. Our sources are intrigued by the timing of its visit that is happening right after the increased conversation with the so-called democratic reform. Historically, Mr. Hawker usually does not frequent the palace unless for official businesses, and this was certainly an unplanned visit. Clearly, there must be something he wants out of this. Our speculation is that this has something to do with the reforms. More to come on this later. Alright, to round 3. Turn 3. All that was just turn 2 today. So far. Proceed to the next. Trials of Democracy. At least, if we do manage to get the constitutional reforms pushed, that'll be one major barrier dealt with. Then, it'll be a matter of seeing if the L1 high-speed rail line is actually a success. I'm kind of hoping it is. I really want it to be. First off, official reports. How are things in Boren? Communist books burn in Boren. Local residents gathered thousands of books that they claim to be spreading communism and Maroneyevist propaganda at Century Park in Boren set the books on fire. Aggressive slogans targeting the Red Youth, the Workers' Party of Bludia, and the Communist Party of Sorda were shouted. Youth groups and the local party offices of the USP and NFP also joined the burnings. The fire department was dispatched, and the protesters dispersed on their own. My own party is getting involved in that. Ellery, Young Swords, and NFP flags burned. I'm not gonna weep for that. Oh no violence. But I'm not gonna weep for Young Sword and NFP flags. A massive counter-protest against Young Swords, led by a local politician known to be aligned with the Red Youth, resulted in many injuries and property damage. Subsequently, Young Swords and the NFP flags were burnt, which caused tensions to escalate. Local police dispersed the protesters by sundown. Sarna, bloodish resistance in sanctuaries. Security units have arrested 3 priests at 2 different Nuriti sanctuaries in Sarna after finding links to insurgent activities. The report came from an elderly man who wanted to pray in peace, but instead found himself invited to join the Bloodish Freedom Front by a state-sanctioned priest. Further incidents indicate that the BFF is pushing for a local recruitment drive in different sanctuaries across the region. Report and report. Narble, where Rumberg is having troop exercises across. Reports a lack of hospitals. Soon enough, we'll work on the schools, get them doctors in, then the hospitals. The mayor of Narble has reported that their hospitals are overburdened and they're unable to respond to the needs of the citizens. He complained about months-long waitlists for the terminally ill patients. On top of capacity issues, it was also noted that the facilities are still largely using outdated technology. Same as the military, so that's just the entire country in general. Hospitals outdated, military outdated, the rail was outdated. Lockhaven, recession hit farmers again. As per the latest news from Lockhaven, the farming industry has taken another hit as a result of the recession. There are reports that 16% of all wheat in Lockhaven is rotting in barns due to a lack of buyers. Farmers are requesting additional funds from the government to survive in the year. Or we simply go to my original plan of opening up agriculture to more subsistence farming. If nobody's buying wheat, eat the wheat. There are people starving in the cities, in cut-off rural communities. Although, Magnolia does want to tap into our agricultural market in particular. So if I did side with them, commerce-wise, hooray, agriculture is saved. But then again, we could just sell all of our wheat to Velen. Just dump all of our commerce onto him. And what's the news? Swordland today. Alright, Fox, what's up? School poisoning in Ribble. Police have arrested the principal of a high school in Ribble in southern Bergia, where 12 students died after eating a free meal laced with pesticide. The students, aged between 15 and 17, died after eating lunch of local dish of zabala, cooked at the school in a poverty-stricken city. Police have started the investigation to solve the mystery of how the pesticides ended up in the food. Radical. Always fond of radical. Time for women to stand up, I agree. The women in Swordland have always been under pressure by the unequal society and the system of discrimination that was built by old men who only knew about war, said Katarina Horton in a women's rally that was held in Holsword yesterday. Swordist League of Women is organizing a number of rallies across Swordland to bring change, the change Swordland desperately needs. It is time for Swordland to realize that we have to respect every individual regardless of their sex and strive to become an advanced civilization. Women have long been pushed to the corners of society, of social and political life. To address this change, a new campaign was started all over Swordland to establish a framework for women's rights. Swordist League of Women is organizing rallies with the support from the Minister of Education, Ciara Walda, and member of the Assembly, Katarina Horton. Everybody is equal according to the Swordist Constitution, but there are no protections against discrimination, which only reinforces the inequality in practice, said Walda in a press conference. This movement must be supported by all Swordist women as well as men. We need to bring change now. We can do it. Questioning Swordist education. The newly unveiled SIPA Education Performance Report unveiled a sad reality about Swordland's abysmal status in comparison to many countries. Swordland was rated 39th out of the 68 nations that were assessed by the OMEC organization. The primary gauge of the quality of education is made from a sample of 16-year-olds from each nation, and their capacity in fields like mathematics, history, chemistry, and many others. One of the key issues was seen as a strong focus on history and citizenship classes, leaving little time for scientific fields. Minister Waldo mentioned the gaps of the system in her assembly debates before she joined the cabinet. This is also supported by one of our editors, a professor from Holsword State, who had long been critical of the situation in secondary education. The SIPA report reveals a damning truth, that Swordist education, based on the principles of statism, nationalism, republicanism, poisons the bright minds of our children. We need to rid the system from the poison that is ideological indoctrination, and let our future generations think for themselves. Very true, and part of why education was one of my campaign promises. Ahead of health. Upcoming government budget changes. I've still got one budget. The year isn't over yet. As a top economy expert in the countries, we have been watching the upcoming changes to the government budget very closely. President Anton Rein's first internal economic challenges lie ahead, and we will see if he can prove his capabilities as a leader who can think ahead. The potential ramifications of diverting funding to certain governmental branches has always been a point of contention for any leader, and it is no different for this case. We will see if President Rein can hold on to the promises he's given during the election campaign. And geopolitical? How's the world looking? Van Horten blames Bogoslin for the missing fishing vessel. On Tuesday morning, Agnolia's Prime Minister Van Horten has made a statement denouncing Bogoslin for the missing vessel, hold number ARV-0238. Our dutiful Coast Guards have rescued a crew member of the missing vessel. Through his statement, we have learned that the ship's unfortunate den was none other than Bogoslin's navy. However, the Prime Minister has refused to disclose the surviving crew member due to fear of assassination attempt from Bogoslin to cover up their hostility, as the minister later claimed. A barbecue with my son. Well, how about this? What I'll do is take my barbecue with my son after a quick bathroom break, because it has almost been 4 hours. So, I'll be back in a second, barbecue with the sun, and then we'll see if those news reports and those reports from around the cities are much in the way of foreshadow for this turn. So back in a sec, BRB. Oh, I just realized something. I have just realized this might be turn 3 right now. Is it? No, turn 2 still? Is it turn 2 still? No, it's turn 3. It might be turn 3, but we're still on chapter 1. Oh my, maybe it's a chapter per year, maybe. 3-4 turns a year. 1 chapter a year. Guess we'll find out. So, son barbecue time then. Barbecue with Frank. It was a Saturday afternoon, my first break from work in what felt like years. And the weather couldn't have been more perfect, trying to keep my mind off the upheaval sparked by the Sarkass assassination. I lit the backyard grill. Monica and Dina were out shopping for craft supplies, and I'd given the staff the day off. It was just myself and Frank at home. I wasn't sure how he felt about me at the moment, but I did know how he felt about barbecue ribs. Our cook had left some marinating in the refrigerator. Sure enough, as soon as Frank glimpsed the grill and the meat, he stepped outside to join me. Well, look who finally came out of his room. Come to spend some quality time with your old man, have you? Quality time, son? Sure. If you can spare a few minutes out of your busy schedule. Fair, Frank. That's totally fair. When he was born, we got a nice position in the government, so we had to work extra hard for the country. So Frank is still feeling that neglect from his childhood. Children who talk back to their fathers don't get dinner. Come on, he's a high schooler. He's not a kid anymore. Anton, gotta admit that. Look, son, I'm preoccupied with matters of national importance, that's all. I'm sorry. I know I haven't been around very often lately, but I'm happy to see you now. It's okay. I know you've got the most stressful job in the country, and you've got to feed your family on top of it all. He understands, see? I don't have to be a mean dad. He is a smart kid. He's in high school. He's old enough to get a better view of the world. Maybe a bit tunnel vision, sure, but that tunnel getting extra wider? We both chuckled. I turned to tend to the fire. Here, let me try. Oh, he's volunteering. I was gonna treat him. He grabbed the fan and started quickly waving it over the coals. The fire roared to life. He turned to look at me with a grin on his face, as if he was expecting praise. Come on, gotta give it. Good job. Not bad, son, not bad. Don't act like you've done something special, Frank, or say nothing. Wow. I mean, I get letting the player direct their version of Anton Rain how they wish, but oh my goodness. Giving us a choice to really run this relationship into the ground. That's gonna make him the rebel that storms a palace and puts a rifle to my face. Good job. Thank you, sir. It is our utmost interest to fulfill our duties with precision. The grilling shall commence at exactly 1 minute and 32 seconds. That was a spot-on impersonation of Lucian. We looked at each other for a second, then burst out laughing. I realized my throat was parched. There was a 6-pack of beer in the kitchen. Are you telling me you won't let your son smoke, but you're gonna have a beer with him? Frank, can you get me a beer? Why don't you bring us a couple of beers? He's like 16 or so. I think he's old enough. He's with his own man, right? If he's with family, it's okay. And this is a bonding moment. I want him to feel grown up, respected, have fun. Why don't you bring us a couple of beers? He looked at me in disbelief. You mean I can? But Mom told me. He stopped himself, quickly ran inside, and returned with 2 beers. We cracked them open, clinked the bottles, and gazed out at the city skyline. Are they allowed to just name drop other games like that? For a moment, my thoughts flashed back to my childhood and my relationship with my own father. My father's a hardworking man, and always had our best interests in mind, or at least that's what he always said. But he had a temper, and would lash out at my mother in fights I could hear from my bedroom. By the time I was Frank's age, we seldom spoke. Now that I was president, I was facing more stress than my father ever had. I would have to work hard not to take my frustrations out on my family. Dad, could I ask you something? Go on. We are family. You could ask anything. It's just, I feel like there's so much you've been hiding from me. About your past and about what's going on right now. Is he talking about our days of the Red Youth? Like at dinner that night at the ball. After the ball. You told me everything was under control, but it wasn't, was it? I know it happened in the 20s. We learned all about it in school. Now with the protests and the riots? Is it going to be the same thing? Oh no. We're gonna work extra hard to make sure it's exactly not the same thing. Dad, Is there going to be another civil war in Swordland? No. I will never let that happen. This isn't me keeping secrets. This is me being firm and clear on my intentions, not just to him, but with the country at all. Good. But what was it like back then? Uncle Peter said the two of you went through a lot. I'm not a kid anymore. You can tell me. Before I can gather my thoughts. The familiar images started flashing before my eyes. Images of soldiers advancing towards me, my friends, weapons drawn. Of people I knew, friends and neighbors, being dragged through the streets and murdered in alleyways. And that little girl's face. Those are dark times, son. It seems like it. But you're nearly a grown man. Let's talk about it. He is going to enter the big world in just a couple of very short years. Whether he is going to be a noble worker and voter, or a member of government, he needs to go in with a full understanding of what's happened in the past, what we're trying to avoid, the steps that led to this situation. Frank leaned forward in his chair, his eyes wide. Tell Frank about the coup of 1927, about the Civil War. Start with the coup. It was time to tell him. Hey, Rasta zombies. It was time to tell him about the coup of 1927. I was barely older than you are now. Studying history at the Dare University of Culture. I was a freshman, excited and young. I just left the classroom to go back home as I heard the sound of multiple vehicles approaching the campus gates. As they got closer, I realized they were military camouflage trucks and tanks carrying hundreds of soldiers. The same soldiers that were supposed to protect Swordland citizens pointed their guns at us. They immediately took control of the facilities. One of my friends asked what was going on and was arrested immediately. More people got angry and gathered in protest. Frank kept listening, a shocked look on his face. This is the protest we ran from, wasn't it? And wasn't until the Civil War that we took action? I forget the timeline from way back in character generation. Tell him that you ran for your life like a coward. It's not our proudest moment, but it adds a bit of human to the story about how frightening those situations really were. Seeing the crowd gathering, I knew something was going to happen. Something bad. I decided it was impossible to go against armed men and ran away from the scene. Ran away from my friends who were getting arrested and shot to save my own dear life like a coward. Flight was justified. Anyone would do the same. Well, the internal dialogue is talking about him being a coward in doing it, so clearly there's some shame in it. I still feel my flight was shameful. I should have stood my ground. Woulda, couldas. No one could sleep that night because of the gunshots and the sound of boots. I can't forget the screams to this day. Frank leaned back in his chair. His shoulders slumped heavily. Tell Frank about the Civil War, too. Since that's what he's worried about. It was right after I met your mother. It was right after I met your mother. We had both joined the same human rights group to push for change after the coup of 1927. Eventually, I became convinced I wasn't doing enough, so I joined the Red Youth. Tell Frank about the clash between Lutheran and Ricard. Then one night it happened. Two different factions of the army, one of them led by the fascist General Lutheran, and the other by Socialist General Ricard, started fighting against each other. It was a bloodbath. Nowhere was safe. Frank shifted in his seat, visibly uncomfortable. So we organized a protest in support of Ricard. In our minds, he was the better of the two and a true socialist. And the girl. Do I tell him about the girl who got crushed by a tank right in front of my eyes? It's a rough story. It doesn't contribute too much, but he is asking about the Civil War because he was concerned about the country going that direction again. So maybe a small reminder of exactly how rough those times are, exactly why we're trying to avoid tanks and soldiers in the streets again. I paused for a moment before continuing. It was horrible. They were waiting for us. Soldiers started beating and shooting at everyone, and plowing their tanks into the crowds. Amid the chaos, there was this girl. I never forget her face. I tried to save her, but I couldn't reach her in time. Frank's face had grown pale. He turned his eyes away from me. That's enough for today, my son. It's okay, I'm sorry. I should have asked you about it. Well, I know I don't understand how easy my life is sometimes. One more thing, though. I know that you joined the Red Youth back then. Do you mind if I ask why? Yes, I do mind. A communist revolution for Swordland was and still is the only way. Somehow had to survive and I made a choice. I did make a choice, because a communist revolution for Swordland was and is still the only way. Frank raised his eyebrows, his curiosity still not satisfied. But sensing my reluctance to go on, he simply nodded. I can tell him that it's because I believed ideologically in the revolution and communism. What I'm not going to tell him is that his mom was also in that youth group, and I don't think he wants to hear about what I would have done to his mother, like a bag of groceries. That I could save for when he's older, on his wedding day, as an anecdotal speech. Sorry for bombarding with questions. I know I complain sometimes. My problems are nothing compared to what you went through. Oh, son, your problems are still your own. It's okay. I'm here to listen to them, no matter what they are. You're damn right. Your generation will never understand. Dad, please, cool it. You're not playing the game. I'm here to listen to them, no matter what they are, son. Before Frank could say anything else, I heard the front door unlock. Dina and Monica's voices, and the sound of rustling shopping bags filled the house. Oh, son. How many American Bakus, Rick? Well, funny you should ask. Since Rumburg is closing one of their consulates in Lock Haven, in lieu of building up military forces, we decided to send out a strongly worded letter to the UN stand-in, and other nations are backing us up and calling them out on it because they feel the exact same way. My Supreme Court, who I'm going to weaken in the upcoming constitutional reform, is trying to sow dissent in my mind, telling me, oh, the reformist opposition leader, he's been visiting Arcasia, he's trying to tear this country apart. And even sowing similar dissent in my own cabinet, so quite a bit. I don't know about stopping, but I'm seeing plenty of shadows everywhere. Alright, I'll be upstairs until dinner. Oh, Frank, come hang with your sister. It's okay, son. Teenagers. Frank went in and dashed upstairs. I took a long sip from my beer, looking at the city and the now setting sun. I hoped that talking to Frank about my past had been the right decision. Part of me felt as if some sort of burden had been lifted. But I had the same nightmares again that night. The sacrifice you make for your boy. Report. Presidential state car rode to Narble. Well, that's not a report. That's an actual thing to do. Visiting Narble. Probably to see the build-up on the border. Report from Antel. Prisoners riot in Antel Rock Prison. Yesterday at around 11 a.m., a prison riot started in Ward C of the Antel Rock Prison, which was eventually suppressed. Ward C is generally used for keeping political prisoners, and the riot started when a warden was killed by a British political prisoner. 4 guards and 21 prisoners died. 134 were injured. Bet you anything that's gonna come back around. since British politics is going to be a front page issue. USP, report on reforms. Please be good, USP. Come on, come on. Many members of the USP, led by Albin Clavin and the reformist wing of the party, clarified their demands to the government and the party Congress. For the upcoming constitutional reform, Albin Clavin stated that without ministry reforms, they won't be able to stand behind the new reform package. We're going to get those reforms. I'm standing firm on them. I don't care if the old guard conservatives in the Supreme Court are threatening me. It's going to work, as well as the rail line is going to. Morna industrial output concerns. Well, that's okay though, because they got a rail line, right? A rail line going to Morble and Morna. So if we get high speed up and running, that's a lot more stuff going on here, and that train can only benefit. Maybe Morble could be next. The mayor of Morna has reported that their industrial output numbers this year are 12% lower than last year. Oh no. They are requesting additional support to improve their industrial capacity, including machinery and personnel, to combat the downwards trend. With the construction of several new factories in Morna, the mayor stated his belief that an economic upturn in the city is still possible if government investments succeed. According to current projections, Morna is set to lose an additional 2% of industrial output next year. However, recent data from the municipality suggests that an investment worth several billion SR will stop downward trend and increase industrial output in a short amount of time. So, it'll take my very last point of budget, but I could expect a short return on it. 3 unread newspapers. Attacker opened fire on protesters, 17 dead. I went on television and they're still attacking each other. A man opened fire in Westford city center during a protest march organized by the Communist Party of Sordland against the murder of Bernard Circus. The attacker used a military-grade machine gun dated 1929, which is suspected to be part of the inventory of the Swedish Armed Forces. The attacker killed himself right after shooting at 25 people, killing 16. He took out the weapon from the newsstand behind the square, brandished it and yelled, "Come on, I will give you freedom," one witness said. The highly charged word freedom was previously associated with the Buddhist separatists, but has been used widely during the previous months of protests against the murder of Bernard Circus. Minister of the Interior, Lilas Graf, said that she had spoken to the chief of Versard Police and asked him to take strict action. The government will not tolerate any such incident, and the perpetrators will not be spared, she said. Nothing from Sordland Today, Lockhaven Times. Gelsford FC and Rica FC Derby postponed due to protest. One of the most anticipated matches between Gelsford and Enrica was postponed because of the intense protests of the city of Enrica. The league has issued the following statement regarding the situation. Due to safety reason, the players are compromised during this time of trouble. We have decided to postpone the game. Moreover, we stand in solidarity with the fans, our players, and the people of Enrica in the fight against injustice. Mayor Curtin Lest had made a statement. It is a tragic day of Sordland where the president himself refused to act in the face of communism. Does he not know I'm trying to spread communism? It is said that inaction breeds doubt and fear. Thus I fear the spread of communism is now sown deeper inside the heart of the nation than we thought. However, I and the people of Enrica will never stop fighting for the soul of our great country. Radical? Undemocratic elections of Sordland. Sordland has an electoral threshold of 10%. This means any political parties that are under 10% of the vote can't even enter the assembly. This is the very reason why the United Sordland Party holds 52% of the seats of the assembly today. It is also the reason why the largest ethnic minority of Sordland is not existent in Swedish politics. The last elections have shown that the pro-Bludish WPB had an enormous voter base of just above 9%, but still failed to meet the 10% threshold and couldn't enter politics. Similarly, the CPS has won around 8% of the general vote but was eliminated. This means that millions of votes are not represented in our current government. Moreover, this has benefited the USP the most and gave them the lawmaking power. The undemocratic threshold needs to be lowered down so that there is a true representation in the assembly and a true representation of our voices. No one can call Swordland a democracy without a decree, or a constitutional proposal that does not include such change democratic. I wonder, can I do anything on my own? What are these? Notes? Just notes? I could take notes here. Cool, but I can't make any executive decrees myself. Alright, so the only thing we have right now is a visit to the border. Presidential visit to Narble. Presidential state car, road to Narble. I was traveling to the snow-covered city of Narble in the Nargis region for the Rural Development Forum organized by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. Health and Education. I'm going to have to choose between the two. And since our education is really lacking, I'm going to focus on that first. Get us away from brainwashing children to become conservative nationalists. The mountainous city of Narble had gritty tones to it. It is mostly regarded as one of the poorest cities in Swordland. Its people were hardy and wary. Even after the discovery of natural resources in the area, the years of neglect by the central government were apparent on the buildings of the general infrastructure. Natural resources, namely gas and oil, were now under the control of Gasolm, which elevated the corporation to a place of power. What's Gasolm? Is that one of the government ones, or is that private? Largest corporations in Swordland, one of. Joint venture with Swordist businessmen. Made them pull out. And up the board entirely to Swordist citizens. Investors from UC as a joint venture with Swordist citizens. So UC paid into it, and now it's all ours. Prime area of operations is in the Narble area. Cool. My task in this forum was mainly symbolic. Fake smiles and handshakes with the oil barons, meeting with local politicians, but most importantly of all, to make sure that Narble does not feel like it was forgotten by the government. Construction progress in Holsword. Excuse me, hold on 1 second. The railway's halfway done. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Taurus is not disappointing me after all. All I need is for it to actually work. And I'll be so happy. The scenery so far, however, was a reflection of Narble's neglect. Main roads to the city were not maintained well. There were many bumps and empty discolored spots on the asphalt. Navigating and swerving to avoid inconveniences, our motorcade finally started nearing the city. As if my discomfort for the bumpy ride was apparent to him, Serg rolled down the partition window. We will be arriving at the Hotel West in a few minutes, sir. Thank you for letting me know. I can't say it's been a comfortable ride, Serg, but that's not his fault. And I want to show that Narble isn't neglected, and the first thing I say is an insult to Narble. No, thank you for letting me know. Anytime, it is my duty. After a moment, Serg started to smile under his mustache. What's a smile for? Pretend not to notice. How's life, Serg? How's life? Sir, I just want to say, it has been great these last 2 months. Despite the mistakes I made, Serg still approves of me. He still has hero worship of me. As you know, my wife Susan recently gave birth to our son, sir, and now my daughter just started at a very good high school in Holsword. Get ready, Serg, because life is about to become a lot busier. Great news, Serg, I'm happy for you. Let's be happy for him. I'm not gonna worry him just yet, or banter with him. It's gonna be straight up congratulations. The man is beaming ear to ear. He wants praise. Great news, Serg, I'm happy for you. I appreciate it, sir, truly. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to afford a good private school if she scored less in the entrance exams. But I shouldn't have made my insecurity get to me. Erica outsmarts me all the time. I'm very proud to have a daughter like her. Oh, Serg. Also hope that Dina will grow to be like her mother someday. So that means she must have taken the smarts after her mother. I do not value insecurity in my employees, Serg. Nah, we're having a father-father bonding moment. He shared his insecurities, I'll share my insecurities. We'll bond as men, as humans. I too hope that Dina will grow to be like her mother someday. I'm sure she will, sir. After all, she is a daughter of a lion and a lioness. My daughter looks up to the First Lady for inspiration, and it's not just limited to my daughter, sir. She's an inspiration to almost all women in the country. Aww. But at the same time, it must be hard for the First Lady as well. All this attention, adjusting to this new high-profile life, and a husband that has a great responsibility. None of your business. Let's not talk about family. You are right, it is hard for her. It must be, sir. We sometimes forget the important people in life between all the responsibilities and the rush, which is why we must improve situation for women, women's rights, make them truly equal to everybody else, make everybody equal to everybody else. You know, those we care for. I agree. Spare me your lectures, and Serg, I get it. I'm not sure if he's asking me for a higher salary, or if he's reminding me, boss, don't work too hard. Now that I'm a real family man, please, it seems all clear to me now, don't neglect your own. If that's the case, Serg, I fully agree. Serg continued after a minute of silence. Have I told you, sir? We named my son George. The doctor said he is very healthy and thankful, and thankfully so is my wife. Why did you want another child? That is good. I hope the hospital had good service. Or forget George, think about Susan. What kind of person is she? I must tend to my documents for a bit. That is very good. He's bringing up that his son is healthy, and so's the wife. That is good. Hope they had good service. Normally, we would have been treated in one of the suburban hospitals, but thanks to the special coverage of the presidential staff, we were transferred to Emerald State Hospital. Ooh, cozy. Glad I could be of help. It's a great hospital. But we do need to increase the quality of services for all. That sounds like a tough issue to solve. Serg, it is, especially with only one budget left. And if I have to split it between education and health, it's going to go to education first. Serg sighed. I already started thinking about university education, about their university education. Especially Erica. I want to send her to a good private school. But with the current state of the economy, it's going to be hard for us. Dude, he doesn't even need to send her to a private school in particular. Nearly everyone here all went to a whole sword state university. All the most powerful people in the world, public education. He's gonna be fine. We will fix the economy, one way or another, Serg. For my kids, your kids, everybody. If anyone can, that's you, Mr. President. The car hit a major pothole, at a bump which lifted us up off our seats for a second. Instead of talking, drive more carefully. It's not his fault, man. You've seen the roads. This is unacceptable. We need to invest in the infrastructure here. Are you fine, though, Serg? Are you okay? Yes, sir. I hope the car is fine, too. The motorcade began to approach the hotel. The Hotel West was supposedly the best hotel in Narble. The large 25-story main building was undoubtedly one of the taller and more expensive buildings of the city. It towered over the nearby slums, and had been a target for protests when it was first built. I can see why. As the crowd gathered in front of the hotel with the welcoming committee at the center, As we approached the red carpeted entrance, I could see the mayor of Narbonne and his top aides. Serg got out of the car and opened the door. He bowed his head respectfully and gestured towards the entrance. Exit the vehicle, thank you. See you later, Serg. They both felt familiar, that was professional. I want to give familiarity with Serg. See you later, Serg. Thank you, sir. Likewise. As soon as I left the vehicle, the fresh air of Narbonne filled my lungs. Almost immediately, everyone present in the crowd flocked over to me with an excessive display of courtesy, smiles, and handshakes while I donned the mask of a politician. A mask that I was very used to. Oh, was that it? Nothing else. What he did say was mostly a symbolic thing. Just to make sure that Narbonne doesn't feel neglected. Briefing on the current welfare situation at City Hall. First, reports from elsewhere. PFJP report on the reforms. PFJP should be all for it. That should be 70 guaranteed votes. Franz Richter, leader of the PFJP, recently outlined their demands for the reform package. He declared that without the implementation of term limits and limited decrees, it would be very difficult for him and his party to stand behind the reform package. Young Sword suspected of terror attack. At approximately 1646 on Monday, a terror attack occurred in the Vestsword city center during a rally by left-wing CPS. The attacker, suspected to work with the Young Swords or another organization connected to them, opened fire with an automatic rifle on the protesting civilians. 17 people were killed, including the attacker who shot himself afterwards. Witnesses testified that the rifle was hidden behind a newsstand again. Is this just their SOP? Our local police are now wary of these tactics, and all newsstands will be inspected by the police before and during crowded rallies. Further investigations on Young Swords are underway. And newspapers? Still nothing from Fox News. Protests appear calmer. Good. Despite the shootings, if the protests are getting calmer, then excellent. No more rioting, please. Enough bloodshed. As protests continue nationwide, tensions eases in some cities. Still, several major cities, including Deir and Lockhaven, did have some scattered reports of violence on Monday night. Tens of thousands in Deir, Circus's hometown, walked in a memorial march, though police moved in on the thinning crowd as the evening settled, making arrests. Authorities said demonstrators began throwing rocks and ignored orders to disperse. The protest in Holsword and in most other major cities appeared calmer, with fewer clashes between civilians and the police. Authorities made at least 9,800 arrests related to the protest, according to a tally from the state police, and 3 whole headlines of the Radical. How bad did I mess up? Shocking misogynist rally. Every day we are appalled by how deep the roots of misogyny goes in our country. We are appalled again when yesterday, during a protest by the Swordist League of Women, counter-protesters showed up to disrupt the peaceful rally. In the resulting scuffle between the police, the protesters, and the mob, many were arrested from both sides. Road to change is filled with real obstacles, but we said it before, we can do it. Sol needs to answer for his crimes. If this is about removing immunity on him, I'm all for that. I don't care if my party hates me for it. If I have the political maneuvering to remove members of honor, I'll do it. Looking at the history of everything wrong in our country, there is only one figure that everyone points at, King Sol. He has developed our country to something much worse than what it was before. He has committed crimes against humanity. We all still remember the Azam incident, and the wounds that have been inflicted on the hundreds of thousands of people with bloodish ethnic background. We have been calling for his trial, and we believe it is time that this government opens the way for a fair trial by removing the undemocratic and absurd laws that protect him. It is time that the Constitution of 1929 that protects Sol be changed. People are still waiting for a fair trial, for justice to be served, and for their questions to be answered. Labor Union Rights March. I'm all for them. A large group of labor union members gathered around the city of Balgan to protest against the poor conditions of workers' rights in Sordlin. People could be seen holding signs, pleading for accountability and basic rights in corporate work environments. Dozens of tourist workers were in the midst of the crowd. One worker was heard saying, "I know the law gives us nothing on paper. Is this the reality we choose to accept?" Others pointed out that the country is relying on the workers to stop the recession, but doesn't give them anything back. Now that is not true. That is completely untrue. I just gave them a stimulus package. Where's my stimulus? Passed a large economic relief package to the people, not the businesses. Come on, man. I'm helping you out here. Look at how great the rights are in Bogosland. Minimum wage, overtime pay, and safe working regulations. The time for real workers' reform is now, one voice demanded with frustration. We had the opportunity to interview some open-minded managers from corporations. They relayed that the companies have little to no oversight. It is hard to disagree that the time for labor reform is long overdue. Albin Clavin from the reformist wing of the USP has seen the potential and announced that the work has begun to explore what can be achieved. Will President Rain listen to the demands? Time will tell. And The Economist? Education privatization proven successful. Sure, for the rich in the big cities while the rural people barely get any education. Didn't we just get a report about the state of education being way behind? Yeah, the CEPA report. Our editorial team immediately analyzed the CEPA report recently revealed to assess the status of education. We're curious to see how the policies of the last decade have begun changing the performance metrics. Lesbia specifically stood out with a jump of 6 positions towards 5th out of 68. After a research and analysis collaboration with the Vice President of Magnus Cartus and the SMEA chapter leader Vomek, we gained critical insight to how Lesbia increases educational quality. Is it Magnus Cartus, that conservative think tank? Young NGO makes sort of more democratic nation. I think there's something else then. Charter of New Rights, supports humanitarian ideals, organizes peaceful conferences and protests, some donors from Arcasia. But overall, founders are seen as peaceful citizens who have good moral standard. MC got the attention through a whistleblower inside the USP who leaked damaging documents about Rakin's soul. So they're on my good side. Denies allegations of being a traitor, explaining that being a vocal citizen fighting for the well-being of the country has nothing to do with betraying the nation. Exactly. Gotta protect whistleblowers and transparency. It boils down to 2 major points. One is that the privatization efforts led by the Prime Minister Alvarez that led to most schools in the wealthier neighborhoods, 1,440 to be precise, to be privatized. Again, wealthier neighborhoods. What is this doing for Nargles or Bergia? This lifted a significant budget burden off the state because the wealthy paid for a great education for their kids and were still taxed reasonably in order to divert funds to state schools elsewhere. The second major factor was the allowance of minor curricular changes for private institutions that led to major improvements in the student participation, teacher happiness, and boosted the performance of the institutions. All in all, the improvements to the system and the massive amounts of the 34 billion lira it raised for Lesbia made it a lucrative option. Robbie, they're not even giving me the option to move people from the cities to the farms yet. There is straight up wheat going to rotten barns when people are starving in the cities, and they're not yet giving the chance to just land reform it out and put everyone onto subsistence agriculture. I don't get it. Sordlin desperately needs more capital to tackle the recession, and when the education is privatized, foreign capital will also aid in establishing quality schools. The Vice President of Magnus Cartus pointed out that the SEPA report doesn't include access to education and metrics, and that Lesbia has inequality problems. Didn't I say it's great for the cities and wealthy neighborhoods, but too bad everybody else? The statement hasn't been proven with any statistical research from OMEC, which is why it must be taken with a pinch of salt. The Reign administration could be practical about this term and look to the Southern example on how to do positive change, even though opposition from the Minister of Education is expected. Opposition from the Minister of Education and from me. Alright, so briefing on the current welfare situation. Here's where I get to choose, I'm imagining, between health or education to boost up first, with my limited budget. I arrived at the meeting room for my talk with Ciara and Pascal. Before beginning, I took a moment to appreciate the view from the balcony. The mountains of Narble were completely covered in snow. While I was mesmerized by the scenery, Pascal Benewall walked up to me. "Are you health or education?" "Minister of Health." An author and Sordus government official serves as Minister of Health, Social Affairs, and Labor. So Alfonso appointed him to Sword and Civil Service Commission, President of the University of Algen, and Gelsford School of Medicine. 8 books. The Unfortunate Man tells the story of the family of poverty-stricken miners. So maybe he is one who understands the need of the common people. New workplace safety regulations, workers' compensation program advocate. Initially supported Alfonso, but turned against the free market reforms and the president's management of them, that had drained badly needed resources away from welfare programs. Alright. So maybe he'll understand if I'm not going to give all my money to health just yet. Education then health, that's my plan, I'm sticking to it. My Minister of Health was, ironically, somewhat portly, having gained a few pounds since his breakthrough as a best-selling writer. But his authority on social affairs could not be questioned. Such a spectacular view. Ciara Walda, Minister of Education, joined us on the balcony, dressed in a sky blue pantsuit. Her preference for trousers over dresses had made her the subject of much palace gossip, but it didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. Walda? Academician, politician, Minister of Education, Technology, and Research of Swordland. Prior to, was an independent MP, aggressively promoting education reform, supporting socialist politics. Fantastic. Targeted many times for ideals, remains popular politician, particularly among women. Staunch supporter of women's rights, slowly gaining fame among the reformists for her regressive rhetoric. Cool. Taught philosophy and political sciences, etc., 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 written many articles. Alright, they're both cool people. It's a shame that I'll have to upset Benewall. Spectacular indeed. But if you look the opposite direction, you will see what Sol's decades of neglect did to the city. Most of the people living in Narble are workers, farmers, and their wives and children. They're breaking their backs for close to no pay, all thanks to greedy corporations. My intention is to help the working class. I'm glad we see eye to eye in this issue. If you look past the view, you can see the real problems. Real problems like poverty. Pascal nodded gravely. This was a subject he knew quite a bit about himself. His best-known books were about the plight of the Swordlands less fortunate, drawing from his own past growing up in squalor. Well put, Miss Walda. I don't need to tell you about my own experience with the poverty. I'm sure you have similar stories, am I right, Mr. President? We've all gone through difficult times. We knew less fortunate families, even though we belong to middle class ourselves. Be honest, be straightforward. So you could at least sympathize with the plights of these people. You don't have to be born poor to sympathize with the plight of the impoverished. Chat, take note. Nah, you guys are cool. That's for the VOD viewers. Much as you don't have to be born a woman to recognize Soden's need for parity among sexes. Parity among the sexes shouldn't be our first priority. Look at how many high-ranking female politicians our country has. The model minority. Look, we have Oprah. Oprah's wealthy. We have Obama. We have a black president. Everything's fine. No. Appearances can be deceiving, Pascal. Truth, Walda? Truth? Her voice sounded bitter. Think about how Lydia's Graf got to her current position. I don't necessarily believe the rumors about her and Seoul, but she never could have risen so high if she didn't parrot his cause. Gloria Tori. Is it an accident that the first female assembly speaker is such a staunch conservative? And then there was Alfonso's habit of promoting women to prominent positions to give sort of a progressive sheen while accomplishing nothing in reality. While women in places like Narble are denied any opportunity to advance, the government can use a handful of female politicians from wealthy families, myself included, to pretend their only obstacle to success is their own lack of initiative. Miss Walda, dropping all the hard truths in her introductions, coming in strong and fast, I like her. Meanwhile, those of us who don't use our clout to help powerful men stay in power are denigrated as angry spinster. I ask you, Mr. President, does anyone care that your strategist Mr. Galad doesn't have a wife? Is she implying? I've been wondering about that myself, actually. Leave Lucian out of this. You veered off topic, Miss Walda. I think what she's implying is first it's the women. We don't treat the women very well. What about the non-straight people of the country? Are we just going to ignore all the gender and sexual minorities? Don't you have people close to yourself, maybe? I agree completely. Soda's women do deserve better. To shift the topic away from Mr. Galad and his own private life. That's not the topic of discussion here. I'm glad to hear that. As I was saying, isn't it about time Horsfield addressed his country's real issues? Rather than bowing to the wishes of hawks and fearmongers in the establishment, and diverting yet more resources to the military and law enforcement. I got fantastic news for her. I have given no money to the military and law enforcement. Our welfare, healthcare, and education systems have been decaying since the recession. Sorlin's poor communities are losing hope. Hopelessness and a lack of opportunities can drive people to extreme solutions. We're seeing increased crime, domestic violence, and yes, rising inequality between men and women. Lilia Scraff will take care of the crime. She's an expert on the subject. Those issues must be tackled from different directions. We need to engage it holistically, true. If only we could stop the recession, create jobs and growth. Well, guess what? Halfway through the railway, so soon, Anton. The capital must be prioritized towards the resources matter the most. Different directions. You can't just throw money at the military and police and pretend that if you crack enough heads, the problem is solved. We're not Batman, we're not stupid. Holistic solution. I am planning to help by using an increased budget to improve the quality of healthcare. That could prove useful, but we need to be doing a lot more. Education is similar issues. Straight up, Walda and I are going to be the best of friends. There is another subject I want to mention. I have been working on improving the rights of workers in our country, and I have proposed a draft bill that is currently being reviewed by our party. Mr. Clavin has already backed me and given his support. Sorden has fallen behind most countries on the subject, and it is my responsibility to ensure this is not the case. Improve standards for our workers. Always room for improvement, and it's good to hear that you're pushing for it. A costly bill, the thing is, Even though I'm pushing for a more communistic, socialistic sort of society, whatever flavor it ends up as with all the mistakes I'm making. Workers' issues is a toughie. I do want to just say, workers' rights right now, make them better. But with a budget of 1, that might have to be a thing that I bookmark for another time. Get money flowing, and then give more benefit to the hard workers who made all this possible. There's always room for improvement though. Always good to hear that people are cognizant of the need for more rights and care for the workers. Glad that our party even, with all the conservatives in it, still have good, progressive people. Appreciate the kind words, Mr. President. I will not let you down. It is also a matter of life and death. Every decade we hear of some horrific accident due to employers' disregard for the workers' safety, which is also where we're going the whole plan route. If nothing else, if we could at least regulate. So, would you back the bill when it arrives at your desk, Mr. President? Would be very interested in supporting it once it's finished. To make the decision, I would need to evaluate the contents in detail. Also true, I'm all for the workers' rights, but I do need to actually read the thing before I sign it, so... Understandable. You will receive all the sections in an outline. It is getting a little cold out here. Let's head inside and continue our discussions. We headed back inside. The meeting room was already prepared for state business. Small gifts for each of us had been placed on the table by the municipality. We took our seats and our gift basket bribes. Let's start with the health overview, Pascal. Since I know I'm going to go for education first, you get to speak first. As you wish, Mr. President. Sordon has a free healthcare system, except for a few private hospitals operating under it. Most of the populace receives adequate treatment. Healthcare issues primarily appear in rural areas due to a lack of quality services. I am doing my best to ensure that citizens of all ages receive the best healthcare they can. I also personally want to solve the high infant and maternal mortality problem. Infant and maternal mortality. That just broke my heart. That's almost alone convincing me to steer money away from my promise to education. How many hospital beds? How many doctors and nurses? What's the life expectancy and mortality rates? Our life expectancy is 65 years, and the infant mortality rate is a worrying 85 per 1,000 births, while our maternal mortality is at 90 per 1,000. Be assured, we are doing everything we can to save mothers and their newborns. Those numbers are saddening indeed. I expect nothing but your best efforts to improve the situation. We are working very hard on improving the quality of the services. And how many doctors and nurses are employed? We have 31,594 doctors and 73,680 nurses working for the Ministry of Health. That is a high number. You can tell this game must be vaguely European, since they opted for the decimal comma, which means in every other instance where you use a comma to separate your tens, hundreds, thousands, or your hundreds from your thousands from your billions and millions, they use a dot instead. This came out, it's not a metric thing, right? It's not even an issue of metric or imperial, because there are plenty of metric countries that don't use a decimal comma. But it goes back to early printing, and people were worried that a little dot would get confused with a multiplication dot. But this is the year of our Lord 2021. Typesetting is incredible these days. They don't have to be worried about the decimal dot anymore. What they should do is give up on their decimal comma and rejoin civilization. Because I read this, and I have to forcibly tell myself that it's not 31.594 doctors and 73.680 nurses. Anywho, what he thinks is, I don't want to be rude, But out of those numbers, how many are in urban and in rural areas? Good point, Kiara. Pascal? The data shows that per 10,000 people in urban areas, there are about 11 doctors, while in rural areas there are only 3. Treatment time is still too high due to the low number of doctors in rural areas, which get barely any proper coverage. And how about the hospital beds per 10,000 citizens? Skids, I fully expected joining that scenario. Back when I was playing like a lot of Sun in the Skies and reading a lot. Going from no speaking to suddenly lots of reading. Tends to take a number after like a week only. But I hope you feel better. There are 10 beds per 10,000 citizens, which is a very good number according to our comparison with neighbors. Don't have strep throat. Fantastic. That's one bit of good news. We see a lower number in the countries of Agnolia and Velen, but obviously we can't match Lesbia or Bagelsland. Agnolia and Velen are hardly countries to take as standards, but it's good to know we aren't in a huge health crisis yet. Thank you, Pascal. Your in-depth briefing is much appreciated. And now, about education. Skids, I used to get sick a lot as a kid. So if there's one thing I know, it's a constant sore throat and nasal drip, so I really do hope you feel better. Get plenty of rest, warm tea, lemons if you got them, plenty of spice. With pleasure. Sorter's education is free, but we have a very outdated system that I want to reform. The other important issue is a lack of access to education in rural areas, especially for young girls. Your administration has the power to solve both problems. My highest priority is to get enough funding to be able to build schools in rural areas, while I cleanse our educational systems of its nationalistic indoctrination and sexist teachings. Alright, so money-wise, all I gotta work on is putting money to rural schools, and she'll handle the rest in updating the curriculum. I like this already. What is the literary rate of Swordland first? The literacy rate of Swordland is at 80%, respectable. It is a very good indicator for future growth, but it needs to increase. It is far lower among girls and boys. If I remember correctly, the most illiterate areas are Bergia and Angenland, where our minorities are, the Sword Angs and the Bloods. That is correct, although Lockhaven skews the statistics for Nardis region, which also has a vast number of literate citizens. This underlines my point about the lack of access to education. It's about the difference in urban and rural education, isn't it? Urban areas have 3 times the number of schools per 10,000 people compared to rural areas. Rural areas also suffer most from lack of teachers. Can imagine teachers not preferring desolate areas? Be that as it may, that's not a very good ratio. The situation is worse than expected. This is one of the most important problems we face, if not the most important. A huge part of the population is forgotten in terms of welfare. Skids, that's fantastic. Nothing a good clean can't help with, be it in big or small ways. I do hope it helps then. Gotta tidy up a little bit here too. It's not too much of a sty, but I do got these like date seeds potting up. Mostly for my own amusement because they kind of like guinea pig poops. And how many students and teachers do we have? So hopefully, with rest and cleaning, pull through quickly. Currently, there are about 5 million students. 3 million in primary education, 1 million in secondary, and 1 million in tertiary. There are 155,316 teachers. Swordland is full of young and bright minds. Indeed, it is full of potential. Strive to make education available for all, but it is full of potential. That is why I want to focus on education first. Make our citizens more critical thinkers, not just conservative indoctrinated kids. Actual, good civil servants who are able to take the investment of their education and propel this country economically, scientifically, technologically, socially into tomorrow? Skids, you say that you want me as president, but I've already botched so many things. I don't even know if this rail project that's halfway done is even going to be successful, since I gave it away to not really a brand new company, but one that hasn't really cut its teeth on mega projects yet. So there's always a chance that the project that I'm hinging my entire economic relief plan on ends up bellying up and being worse than the existing rail system. Needs to be a change of the ways of thought. We should help children to question and educate themselves. Ciara, beautiful. I can fill in the blanks from here. I believe it is everything. Ciara stood up and moved towards the window. She took a deep breath. What is it, Ciara? Look at this impoverished city. The streets full of potholes. The hospitals barely functioning. The schools half open. This is not just about Seoul, or even Alfonso failing. This decay in Sorlin's forgotten regions has been going on for many decades due to structural corruption which is fueled by capitalism. If I didn't already have a boyfriend, I would marry this 2D portrait. Tarkin Seoul did more for the country than any of us, no. Let's not get into an ideological debate. Need to focus on the issues. It's alright, we both agree with her. We're here to change that trend and to provide for the people. That is true, but I want to know what Pascal thinks. He's been poor, he knows. Maybe he agrees, maybe he has other insights. No, I don't need to ask his opinion, because we are here to change the situation. No second opinion necessary. That remains to be seen. I'm working on the new education system, with yours and your support would be welcome. Ciara sat back down and sighed. One way or another, we need to transform. Greed and unchecked capitalism will not magically provide for the people, just like it has not provided in real life throughout the 20th century. Plenty of countries throughout South America, Africa, Asia were interfered, to take example from. Tell me more about your plans, Ciara. My plans require an increase in government budget. I aim to solve the problems we highlighted with the allocated money. By building schools in less fortunate rural areas, and through fundamental changes to the education system, I would unlock the potential of all of our children, boys and girls alike. Improving the situation in rural areas is good indeed. Our election mandate was to improve education. We will deliver on this. This brings hope to the table, which needs to be followed by action. There is much more to be done, and if we are given the budget, there'll be opportunities to implement policies that push education to the next level. Wouldn't a promotion of private education help create additional funds? It could, but the issue is on inequality of education. Sure, we could make money with teaching our students, but the problem is our students aren't learning out in the rural areas, etc. We need to raise the baseline before anything else. Yes, but at what cost? I'm not a supporter of the private sector in education, because at the end of the day, they are focused on profit first. And Pascal, what are your plans? My headphones do not agree with my policies and want out of the country before I mess it up too badly. I personally want to improve the low quality of education, healthcare, this is Pascal now, low quality of healthcare in the rural areas. So I created draft plans to increase the salary of doctors and to upgrade the equipment of hospitals. I can do more than increase budget. Okay, so without the increased budget, he's still going to increase the salary of doctors and upgrade the equipment of hospitals? Alright, that's good. He's already got a plan going within the current budget. Additionally, a privatization plan. Pascal, come on. To promote private investment in the healthcare system could allocate extra funds. Well, poo-poo to him. Isn't healthcare in rural areas an issue? Access is an issue, but not as critical as the quality in these areas. The lack of experienced personnel or equipment causes bad treatment, resulting in many deaths. I do hope to create competition and increase the quality of healthcare with the privatization effort. Dude, this is our health we're talking about here. We're not competing for health. Health is a right. A private healthcare system would increase the price of treatment and make access worse for the average citizen. Do I have any Americans in chat right now who could comment on the quality of their privatized healthcare? Besides, I believe you have decided to promote a more planned economy. Dunk on him, Wolda. My expectation from our government is that we understand and focus on the needs of the people. We are elected representatives of our people and will prioritize their needs. There are other significant issues we should focus on, like security. No, security's fine for now, I think. I appreciate your briefing on your plans. We'll reconvene at the budget meeting. Minister Walda, I have bailed out people to set up businesses. Trust me, my priorities are correct. I can call back on that. I appreciate your briefings and plans. We'll reconvene, and I'll make a decision the next time we meet. It was a pleasure. See you at the meeting. I hope to see a change in direction. I think we covered all the necessary subjects. Thank you again for your time. I do hope we won't repeat the same mistakes again and again. Have a good day, Mr. President. The ministers left, and I attended another official business in the city. The weather was relatively cold, but it didn't keep a group of USP supporters to come out and cheer at us on the streets. Just by looking at the citizens' attire, it was easy to understand the current state of Narble. Some people were in clothes a few sizes too large. Some kids did not even have shoes. Yet there was hope in their eyes. They were excited to see their president in their city. Aww. Railway cannot finish quickly enough. No news. Report from Estord. Young Swords member found decapitated. What did I say about the violence, guys? Do they need me to come on TV again? The Estord Police Department has found a decapitated body in an abandoned house, where the victim was later identified as Kurg Lenki, a high school teacher and a member of the local Young Sword Cultural Center. The victim was discovered to be tortured with hot iron rods before his tongue was cut off. Okay, I see what this is classified. Report sensitive. What's that say? Exclusively eyes only? Report for the President from the Minister of the Interior. Police suspect the Red Youth are responsible for the incident. The incident has not been made public. Morble mine disaster. A coal mine has collapsed in Morble. Emergency response teams were dispatched immediately. Due to the sheer size of the disaster, additional manpower and supplies were requested from nearby cities. Initial investigations show that an underground fire started due to the neglected working situations by the Nena mining group. Current death toll is 82 and counting. Alright, what have we got now? 2 reports. NFP on reforms. I don't expect anything good from the NFP. They are the ultra-conservative nationalists, and we're asking for changes that strip away the authoritarian presidential rights, and even if they're not for me, someday they might be me. Kessero Kimmerer, leader of the NFP, has announced today that the NFP is completely against any threshold reform. He specifically emphasized that this would lead to unwanted elements entering the assembly, and that he is outright against any changes to the 10% threshold. Okay, so if I add the 10% threshold to the Constitution, NFP is a wash. They're not going to vote for the reform anyway. But I don't need them if I can get enough of the USP and all the PGFP, PFJP, because the NFP is only bringing 40 votes anyway. Independents might vote for me, If I put that up, that's an extra 10 maybe. And if I put the 10% threshold into the Constitution, that could be leeway in negotiating things with the PFJP. Workers' Rights Bill nears completion. The Workers' Rights Act of 1945, proposed by Alban Clavin and supported by Minister of Health Pascal Benawol, is being prepared for the first draft review. Voices from the labor union showed strong signs of support. A session dedicated to the bill in the Assembly proved contentious. The people that form the backbone of the Sordis economy will finally be fully protected by extensive laws, Katarina Horton said, receiving both cheers and boos. Well, they must have really liked her speech that they gave her boos as well. So what's on my plate now? A ban on youth organizations. Straight up, not gonna do it. I am not going to crimp down on political rights, even if there's been violence lately. In order to stop the operations of youth organizations with potential links to instability. An investigation on the influence of the Young Swords and the Red Youth organizations on the post-assassination unrest has concluded. Both organizations haven't officially organized or called for illegal actions, but several low to mid-tier leaders from both have links to insightful actions that have led to deaths, injuries, and instability. This allows us to ban the organizations. Okay, so there are other organizations. I'm not banning the Blooded Separatists, I'm not banning the worker parties, or anything else, but specifically the Young Swords and the Red Youths have been attacking each other in the streets. And let's face it, as much as I hate to admit it, it was the Red Youth, my alumni basically, who started this. Red Youth started, Young Swords fired back, killing Circus, then back and forth violence all over the place. I don't want to ban them because it's a political youth organization. I could still prosecute these people for being violent and attacking people in the streets. But low to mid-tier level leadership from both have been inciting. I don't know, I'm trying to be more democratic though. Stability order. That's a shame, isn't it? Bernard Circus was a Red Youth, I was Red Youth, and potentially I might have to ban them just to stop these violent attacks. I don't even know if it's going to stop the violent attacks. It might give them a persecution complex and make them attack even harder. I'm going to ban them both. The Young Swords will simply have to find some other political organization for ultra-conservative nationalism. The Red Youth can join the Communists. It has to be done. The Post administration announces ban on Young Swords and the Red Youth. They're more a gang than a political group now. Effective immediately, the administration has announced a ban on the anti-government organizations, the Young Sword and the Red Youth, as a response to the recently escalated political tensions. It's on them. If it isn't the consequences of my actions. The ban also states that it is strictly illegal and forbidden to carry symbols, clothing, and anything that could cause a person to be identified as a Young Sword or a Red Youth member. Any persons who do not abide by the new law will be risking an at least 2-year sentence, depending on the severity of the crime. So basically, I am creating a new class of young political prisoners, sacrificing liberty for security and in turn deserving neither. NFP leader Kessero Kibbener and PFJP leader Franz Richter have both strongly opposed the ban. Lockhaven Times, political freedoms restricted. It's not my fault that they're being all violent. Two of the most popular and symbolic political youth organizations have just been banned by the President of Sordland. The news came out of nowhere, where the administration made an official announcement blaming the instability, deaths, and violence caused in the past months on both organizations, who have just been stripped of their right to operate by the Ministry of the Interior. The leaders of both organizations have made a joint statement again against the decision, and have said that even though their beliefs are different, their right to express their political opinion shouldn't have been taken away. It is a rare sight to see two sides of the same political spectrum come together, as President Rain is receiving criticisms about restricting the freedom of political expression. The expectation now is that the calm will return to the country, with all sides taking a step back to heal wounds. That's fine. If that happens, at least, if this brings an end to the violence, then whatever. They can make a demon out of me. Turn 3. Indefinitely ban the Red Youths and the Young Swords organization in Swordland. Anti-Red Youth and Anti-Young Swords operation. Upon receiving the order, thousands of police officers conducting cease and desist operations against the Red Youth and Young Swords organizations. Our forces closed hundreds of organizational offices and affiliated businesses all around the country. Oh, that broke my economy even further. I'm killing it, but not in a good way. Additionally, judges have given orders to block all bank accounts and to freeze all assets. Dozens of peaceful protests from members of each organization were forcibly dispersed. 2 separate shootouts, one in Jen, another in Lockhaven, have lightly wounded 5 officers who are being treated in hospitals. Most of the organizational capacity of both entities have ceased, but cleanup operations continue. All remaining elements resisting the orders are now being considered as violating the law and are being arrested. You know, maybe I have this backwards. Maybe the white's the good part, instead of left to right, and you want to fit it in red. Maybe it's going right to left, and the more white bars you get, the better your economic development. Because I'm assuming that I lost a bar because I didn't put money to the police, and thus businesses are being disrupted by violence and protests and riots. And now here I am losing another bar for ending the violence and protests and riots. Well, mostly the killings, for ending the killings. Finalization of the drafted constitutional changes. Couldn't this have come before I banned political organizations? I was walking to my office, since today was the day to edit and make the final changes for the proposed changes to the Constitution of Sordland. The Reform Committee have finally bore tangible results, and the draft of the changes are about to be presented to me. I walked the marble corridors of the palace, thinking about the huge decision I was about to take. As I entered my office, my secretary Livia greeted me. "Good morning, Mr. President." "Good morning, Livia. How are you today?" "How are you today, Livia?" "Fine, thank you." "More importantly, how are you, sir?" "Perfectly fine. About to make stressful decisions, so not feeling that great." "I feel better. Now that I've seen you, Livia. No, Anton. Mandatory sexual harassment classes. About to make stressful decisions, so not that great. Show some vulnerability. I'm sorry to hear." She paused before taking my coat. It looked like she had something on her mind. "Mr. Rain, can you give me a hint about your reform plans? If you ask me, taking away the judge's immunity is long overdue, but it might anger a lot of people in these halls." "You'll find out with the rest of Sordland, sweetheart." "No. I'll take that into consideration. Nothing's been decided yet. That's none of your business, Livia. I'll take it into consideration. A non-committal non-answer. I hope you'll keep me informed. I'll take your coat now. Livia left to hang up my coat. I entered my office and sat down. Not long after, Peter, Lucian, and Nia arrived. Finally! Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. Time to finally get this proposal going. Peter placed the draft in front of me. After your modifications, we will be starting the process. Okay, let's go over each point that are in discussion for the draft. Well, apart from the first two sections of decreasing the Supreme Court's authority and limiting the presidential vetoes, nothing else has been agreed upon unanimously. We could start by talking about Section 3. This is about the impeachment process of the president. Currently, in cases of high treason and breaking the Constitution, the Supreme Court may impeach and try the president. Most reformists want the impeachment to be initiated by the Assembly. They think they do not have any power over potential rogue presidents that would abuse their power. Americans in chat, is that ever something we have to worry about? The Assembly should have oversight over the president. Okay, gonna make a note. That is probably going to count as 1 point in favor for the reformists. This law is particularly dangerous for you in this case. We will be going against the old guard, and if you prove to be successful in the Assembly, they will be looking for anything they can declare unconstitutional to tackle you. All they need is the Supreme Court to impeach you. And if you don't succeed, the court can have me impeached for this. Maybe the reforms aren't too great, yet they are. We should define a better impeachment process. We could remove impeachment altogether. No. Yes. We will be collaboratively working on specifics. Section 4. This is regarding the appointment of ministers. I've been wondering about this. I've seen nothing in anywhere that mentions anything about the appointment of ministers. Okay, alright. I got new active policies. Young swords are banned. Illegal criminal organization. Red youth banned. Disbanded. Members arrested effective immediately. Stability decree from the president caused criminal political organizations to be banned effective immediately. We have some human rights, and I probably just made it worse. Economic Relief Act to tackle the economic difficulties. Stimulus checks distributed. Cool. Military. Nothing changed here. Welfare. Freedom in curriculum. Voluntary vaccination. Welfare principles. Order. Nothing's changed here. Nationwide revolt and organized crime. Diplomacy. Still a member of OMEC and the AN. Influential OMEC member. Alright, that's clout. And pressure from where? Currently, the president is free to appoint anyone from the members of the National Assembly. Nobody else is involved in the process. There is definitely demand to involve the Assembly in the process. A confidence vote. We could introduce a confidence vote. That was my suggestion as well. I'm sure the reformists would completely support that. Okay, that's 2 points for the reformists. The 5th section is about our infamous electoral threshold. Most reformists want to lower the threshold as much as possible. Mr. Richter and his PFJP definitely want to see change on this topic. They find our 10% threshold to be anti-democratic, which is something I also agree with. Me too. Yes, but this is a delicate matter. The party, and I mean not even Albin, wants us to change the threshold. They think that this would destroy our party in the long term. Not wrong. The 10% threshold is what allowed us to control half the assembly, with only a 30% majority in the elections. I'm already giving 2 things for them, but this, I think, is going to be a main point of contention that is going to limit my own party from supporting me. I passed that dumb law at the start of the game that gives more money to us for holding more seats, but I don't think that's even going to be a consideration. They're not going to care about that. Will it really hurt the party? I think this is a national matter, Mr. Ray, not a partisan one. It is a matter of both. When we had the Communist Party and the Workers' Party of Bludia getting more than 5% vote in the last election. Decreasing the threshold might mean opening their way into the assembly, which I'm not against, but USP is. Of course, that would also mean that USP might lose its majority in the assembly, sir. Can't just give away our majority. Can't allow communists to enter, but the president is himself a communist. With these reforms, will be even more popular. I do like that if our own democracy is a reason for our downfall, we have to accept it. And we'll still be in politics. Even if we have a minority position, then that means we'll still have to play ball with us. But if these guys are going to be negotiating and meeting with other leadership to get this thing to work, I am going to call upon the popularity we'll have with the people for enacting these democratic reforms. I hope it works out, Mr. President. Lucian, continue with the next section. So that's 3 with the reformists. And my own dudes are going to hate me for that one. Section 6. This is about the presidential decrees that I haven't been using, that I haven't been able to use on my own unless prompted. Reformists demand more limitations to the president's executive powers. Mr. Richter has demanded them to be completely removed. Now hold on. Mr. Richter's demands were for the veto and the Supreme Court, and I've given them 3 concessions already. I think here I'm going to be firm on. I have suggested to bring some limitations to the decrees regarding their applicability. While we keep them, we should try to make sure that they will only be used in emergency situations. We could also make it dependent on an enabling act from the Assembly. Sure, it would make the whole process longer, but as long as we have a majority, nothing really changes. We can't guarantee that, and what is the point of a presidential decree if we have to wait and go through the Assembly? Isn't that for, like, things you want done now? I don't think presidential decrees need any reform. They're getting the Supreme Court changes. They're getting the veto changes. I'm giving them the threshold for minority parties. I'll keep this one. Me neither. I think it's important that the president can act quickly on matters of national importance. Next one is Section 7, term limits. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't aim to leave anytime soon. We'll keep unlimited terms. Term limits? What are those? They want us to include previously non-existing term limits. We can't allow somebody like Sol holding onto the seat for 2 decades again. We should establish term limits. You know what? I kind of agree with this. The whole point is that Sol was in power, and every single mandate made himself more and more authoritarian, more power to himself, pretty much just becoming another monarch. Skids, I think I am going to be open to term limits. Hey, if the people keep electing one person, that means they really are content. The masses are scared of change. Even Seoul knew we had to leave, but we'll leave it to the president to decide. He did, but it took a long time. Now, I'll move on to the 8th section. We are reaching the end. It is a question about immunity of the judges. While the anti-old guard sentiment is increasing, there are talks that taking away their immunity would give us authority over the judiciary. What do they mean by immunity, though? What immunity do they have? Would it be under law? Order? No? Law? Unfair electoral funding. Ugh. Judiciary rivalry. Is there immunity in the judiciary? President impeachable by courts. Ministers chosen from the assembly. Oh, I guess that's that then. President appoints administrators to the council of ministers. Okay. Unlimited terms. Immunity of justices. Justices of the Supreme Court are not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of their duties. What does that mean? That if they say it is constitutional to do this, then somebody dies later on? I do not support taking away their power for yourself, Mr. President. The judiciary must be independent and long-lasting. I could agree with that. Even if they're absolutely not independent, just under half are old guard conservatives. While I agree that the current court members are problematic, there is no way to resolve it. The law is supposed to ensure the judiciary's independence by giving legal protection so they can't be pressured. Well, they need absolute immunity in theory, but look at what the reality got us. We've got to deal with the most corrupt Chief Justice in the world with no chance to deal with him. Why do I get to be impeached but not them? Crush the old guards to clear ways for future reforms. Okay. Even though we do have historical precedent on stacking the Supreme Court to make bad things happen, in this case, I think I'm going to favor the broken system of balancing powers and say that the justices should, on paper, be independent from the legislative and the executive. Now, granted, we have historical precedent within the past decade alone about that not exactly working how it always works out, how it should work out. But that is what amendments and further things are for. Important thing is we get a new constitution. Patch the holes later. Because we also need... We have 3 reformists in the judiciary who will vote the way we vote. But we still need the 3 centrists on our side. We shouldn't completely destroy the Supreme Court because they are a function of government. Okay, respect their immunity for now. That might be the best thing to do for now. If we agitate the court further, we might lose our chance with Miss Edmonds as well. Do want Mrs. Edmonds in our pocket. And the last one is a question about Seoul's legacy. Basically, his Member of Honor law, which gave him absolute immunity even when he's retired. He is a permanent member of the Assembly as well, but luckily he doesn't really attend anymore. According to the Constitution, the Member of Honor not only has legal immunity, but the state also covers most of their expenses, as well as providing security at all times. Yes, give me more budget. It can only be given to someone by an absolute majority vote in the Assembly, and an approval of the President. That is why only Tarkin Seoul has the title. He gave it to himself right after his military coup. This law was basically made to save the colonel, and it has symbolic importance for Solden because of it. We must get rid of this senseless law that protects him. He should be able to face justice for the atrocities that have taken place during his rule. I agree. Keep the title, but take away the immunity clause? Could we? But also the money. Do I want to just fund light nobility every time a majority and a presidential approval says so? Every president should gain that title after the term. No. Absolutely not. Let's abolish this position. Clear up the money to go where it's needed. This is money that could be going to the state, to the people, to businesses, to infrastructure, to one man. Nuh-uh. It's gonna make me enemies with the USP? But fine, whatever. The reformists will be completely behind that. Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, we will need to work together to push this agenda. Shall we start working on the draft then? Start working on the draft. Okay, section 1 of my constitutional changes. Hey, there's news. I'll check it afterwards. I'll check it now. Lockhaven Times. Preparation underway for the annual Benfey Festival. It's that time of year again. The largest cultural festival in the entire Swordland. Benfey Festival has begun its preparations. This year's venue was picked to be the newly built Benfey High Arts Center, with a total capacity of 8,000 people. For those who don't have tickets, can as always, enjoy the events that span the whole city. Especially after the recent events, we can't wait for 4 days of panels, theater plays, exhibitions, and music. Okay, limited vetoes, a 3/5 majority could override. Remove the Supreme Court's votes. We're already backing. What's this say? According to Articles 72 and 82, the President may veto any bill, but returning it to the Assembly with a written statement. These articles do not contain any information on how to override a veto. As a consequence, the President has an absolute veto power that cannot be overridden by the Grand National Assembly under any circumstances. Okay, put some power on it, on the Assembly, to veto my veto. According to Article 5 of the Constitution, an amendment may be proposed by members of the Assembly with at least 150 signatures. A 2/3 majority vote of the Grand National Assembly and a simple majority vote of the Supreme Court is required for the amendment. As a consequence, the Supreme Court, which is not part of the elected legislative branch, has enormous power in the amendment process. Remove that vote. Constitutional amendment will not require the vote of the Supreme Court. This will remove the judiciary's legislative powers. They are judiciary. They are not supposed to be the legislative. Split them. Impeachment process. According to Article 17, the President of Swordland is not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of presidential duties, except in the case of high treason or violation of the Constitution. In such cases, the President may be impeached by the Supreme Court in joint session, with an absolute majority of its members. Therefore, the impeachment process only includes the Supreme Court, and it gives them great power over the executive. Okay, what did I say that I wanted? The Assembly may impeach with a 2/3 majority vote. Assembly and the Supreme Court may impeach. The President may be impeached with a 2/3 majority vote in both the Grand National Assembly and the Supreme Court. Assembly may impeach then? Keep myself impeachable? Impeach with a 2/3 majority vote, or with a 2/3 majority vote in the National Assembly and the Supreme Court. What did I talk with them about? Nothing. Notes? My notes are but. Okay, what's the current status quo? Supreme Court session. Joint session. Alright, let's give power to the Assembly. Appointment of ministers. According to the Constitution, the President appoints the ministers to the Council of Ministers from elected members of the Assembly. Requires no confidence vote from the Grand National Assembly. Let's give a confidence vote to the ministers. If the Grand National Assembly nominated ministers themselves, we'd be in so much trouble. Which the President then may... Hold on. Grand National Assembly may nominate a list of ministers, which the President may then appoint. So either I appoint, and they vote confidence, or they appoint, or they give a nominee, and I appoint a list of nominees. Okay, confidence votes, what we talked about. According to Article 50, a political party needs a minimum of 10% of the total national vote to win seats at the Grand National Assembly. The votes of the party who pass the threshold are redistributed proportionally, meaning USP, which currently holds the lead, would be the main beneficiary. I do want to decrease the threshold. Maybe if I lower to 8%, that's moderate enough for the USP conservatives in my own party to be like, yeah, fine, whatever. May allow the Workers' Party of Bludia and the Communist Party of Swordland to be elected in the next elections. But 3%, many smaller parties would be elected in the next elections, significantly reducing the USP powers. I'll make it 8%. 8% is plenty. Presidential decrees. According to Articles 18 and 51, the President is able to issue decrees on political, social, and economic issues that would carry the force of law. They could not contradict the Constitution and are subject to judicial review. Therefore, the President may issue decrees in many subjects without going through the Grand National Assembly. However, the Assembly may pass legislation on the same subjects to override the presidential decrees. That sounds balanced. Enabling Act of the Grand National Assembly defeats the purpose of the decrees. Remove decrees is even worse. No changes here. Term limits. To give myself a 2-term limit. We didn't really discuss term limits though. I don't even know how long I reign for. Is there a journal entry on that? On presidents? Organizations, locations, history, characters. No? Governmental? Political organizations. They don't count. Miscellaneous. I don't even know how long a single term lasts. Let's give term limits. And immunity for the judges. Maintain. No changes. An honorary membership. Every president is an honorary member. Is an option. Abolish it. Article 99 of the Constitution defines a Member of Honor title, its appointment procedures, as well as the rights their members may exercise. A Member of Honor has absolute immunity and is considered to be a permanent member of the Grand National Assembly. They are given control of their own personal security team, provided by the state's presidential guards. A member is also eligible to live in a special private residence, provided by the state for free, and Tarkeen Sol is the only beneficiary of it. Abolish it. Completely. Remove it from the Constitution. About to make constitutional changes to Swordland. Am I sure? Watch it not pass, because I'm going to for sure get 70 votes from the JFP. Maybe independent votes, I don't know. But they might like how I am giving more power to the smaller parties and giving more power to the legislative in general. But USP is definitely going to be split about this. My own party is not going to like this, but oh well. After I made the final changes for the proposal, I showed it to my team. They read the changes and discussed it amongst themselves. Lucian spoke afterwards. Looks like the amendments are ready to be proposed. But I have to say, this is too good? Too perfect? No one's gonna vote no on it? The new electoral threshold would be really difficult for the party to accept. Our guys aren't fond of the idea. Tell our guys that they should be lucky it's not 3%. That's true. It will be tough to get all their support. Some of our members may try to openly fight against this. We'll figure it out. I will make sure the party follows me. I will make sure the party follows me. Empty words, but we need unity. We'll figure it out as a team. We'll all do our best to make it work, sir. Good, that's why I have a team. I definitely can't do this alone. Any other comments before we proceed? I don't think I have any problem with the changes, says Peter. Me neither, says Magna. It looks like we could proceed immediately. I will personally work on wording a proposal with my hand-picked legal experts. With Miss Morgana's reputation as the most experienced attorney, this proposal will be bulletproof. Chief Justice Orso will have a hard time convincing others to oppose it. In the meantime, you must introduce this proposal to our party. You will need to get them to back us if you want to pass the assembly. Sir, I advise you first talk to leaders of both the conservatives and reformist wings of the party. As far as I'm aware, Mr. Clavin supports reforms already. Mrs. Tory will be the real problem. She became the real heavyweight after we left for the executive. Any advice in regards to dealing with them? The Tory in particular? As Mr. Vectorn said, Mr. Clavin will probably be easier to persuade. We need to unite the party under this, so his support is vital. Miss Gloria will be tougher to break. The problem is that she's capable of turning the moderates and the conservatives against us. As much as I don't want to say this, if she makes demands to change proposals, you may need to give in. Thanks for the advice. Wish you good luck with the party, sir. I think we could end the meeting here. If absolutely need be, I've already given plenty of concessions to the reformists. If I need to maintain the 10% party threshold, then fine. That's one sacrifice. Lockhaven. What's the news now? Okay, Fox, what is it? Richter's victory over Rain. Our sources informed us that the plan is underway by the government to start drafting of the reform package. The Rain administration reached out to the PFJP leader, Franz Richter, despite his history of criticizing and opposing the USP, even calling Rain yet another pawn that was put forward as a candidate during the campaign's elections in 1953. It is the first time in a USP government that a president is cornered to work with his unapologetic rivals to this extent. Geez, he's really gone all out after I denied his business proposal. If anything significant could come out of this collaboration, it is yet to be seen. And he's taking all the credit away from me to give it to Richter just to make me look bad. If the USP is incapable of showing strength like it used to, and forced to accept the demands of their longtime rivals, perhaps it is time to realize that their time had passed. We are doubtful if President Rain could protect the wishes of the USP voters, let alone display enough political power to make meaningful changes in our country. It's what I get for not giving preferential treatment to a specific business mogul. Dinner with the business council members after the businessman just wrote such a scathing review of my constitutional reforms. Alright. We were in Lockhaven to work with the business council to assess weaknesses in the economy. Simon organized a dinner with affluent economic figureheads in Swordland. When we arrived, the streets were bustling with activity. Even though the atmosphere of the country was tense, Lockhaveners didn't seem really worried. Together with Walter Tusk, Edith Agnock, Mikhail Avin, and Simon Hall, we entered the Estuary restaurant by the coast. Edith Agnock is who? Economist and banker, chairwoman of Central Bank of Swordland, Mikhail Avin, businessman, economist, and statesman, National Business Council of Swordland. Okay, I can deal with the National Business Council. The oligarchs and the medial mogul, Rupert Murdoch, forget him. Forget the oligarchs. The actual businessmen, sure. We can talk business. A short blonde man, whose embroidered pocket read manager, greeted us and waved his arms in excitement as he told us how pleased he was to have us at his establishment. Beaming with pride, he led us to a private room and got us seated at a large table, covered for the occasion with a maroon tablecloth. We were quickly served by a group of servers. Walter spoke as he started taking our orders. I recommend Lockhaven salmon, President. You have to taste this local delicacy here, the best in Swordland. I appreciate the advice, but I don't like salmon. Order the salmon, the bean stew, the pasta, lesbian pasta. Is this gonna get overanalyzed? Lockhaven salmon for a strong industrial city. Traditional bean stew for the heart of the people. Lesbian pasta to show that my allegiances fall outside Swordland. It's not lesbian, crab boy. I'll take the salmon. Salmon's good. I ordered Lockhaven salmon for the main course. The servers took their notes and asked about the second dish. Rice, salad, or no more. Dude, salmon and rice together? The servers placed glasses in front of each of us and served bread and water. After they were done taking orders, they quickly left us alone in the private room. Mr. President, I didn't have the possibility to thank you for coming today. Your presence means a great deal. Indeed, sir. It's an honor to dine with you. Thank you. It is great to be here with members of the Business Council. Likewise, it is great to be here with members of the Business Council. We should thank Simon for organizing this meeting. Yes, please do. No need for that. I hope everybody enjoys this evening. Simon gestured at the expensive-looking red wine bottle that one of the servers had just brought to the table. Mr. President? Yes, no thank you. That looks amazing. Nod. I'll nod. I don't know anything about wine culture in restaurants, what the specific rituals are, but there appears to be plenty of nodding and waving of hands in media, so I'll nod. I nodded at him. He started to carefully pour some wine in my glass, and waited for me to taste it before filling it up. I took a sip, and was poisoned. It was bitter. Of bitter almonds. Honestly, it tasted like any other wine. How was it? Does it taste to your liking? It has a sour and delicate vegetal character. Is it Arcasia I'm tasting? It tastes like heaven. It is fine. It tastes like any other wine. It is fine. What? This wine doesn't even need tasting. Should I fill your glass? Or would you want another drink, sir? I think I'm good. It's okay, I'll drink it. Simon filled up my glass. After filling everybody's glasses, Simon stood up and raised his glass. I'd like to raise a toast to all of you here today. They're all going to judge me now for not being a fat cat wino. We're meeting here tonight in difficult times, but I believe that with hard work, cooperation, and trust, we will get through this period as well. I'd like to thank Mr. Rain again for his decisiveness when it comes to economic policies. I'm sure he will stop this recession, he says, as I'm now on the last bar of economy development. I also thank Mr. Tusk for being here with us today. His presence is an honor. And of course my colleagues from the Business Council, Mrs. Agnock, Mrs. Agnock, and Mr. Raven. Without you, none of these would have been possible. Let's drink to future cooperation and growth. For a prosperous Swordland. Everybody raised their glasses and toasted each other. After a couple more minutes, the servers arrived with our meals. The food tasted amazing. Walter was right. This place must have been the best place in all of Lockhaven. So how did you find the food at the best fine dining restaurant in Lockhaven, Mr. President? Not a big fan of fancy food, but must admit it's very tasty. Fine food is like fine art. I don't get it. Nah. This particular one is a masterpiece. It's okay. The wine is fine. The food is okay. This can't get old. It's an experience. The chef must be tipped. Be overly ostentatious to make up for the wine. It's salmon and rice. You can't mess up salmon and rice. Sprinkle some lemon on it, some Tinian hot pepper, mix it all up. I know exactly what you mean. Art is something else. It embodies so much about us and the world surrounding our lives, and there is an art in everything, Walter interrupts. The art of making money, food, wine, and love. How are things going in the Maroon Palace? The pressure must have increased after you attended that funeral. The pressure was already high, not much changed. It did, but it was the right decision. The future looks good, now that I banned 2 political youth groups and tanked the economy even further. Tough work, but the work on the new constitution continues. Did, but it was the right decision. He was an MP, so couldn't not go. Of course, I didn't mean to criticize your decision. As we conversed with Mikhail, I heard Walter raise his voice in an apparent argument with Edith and Simon. We both stopped to listen, the gossips that we are. Arcasia knows the right way of doing business. Their approach to the world is real and raw. I'd prefer that cutthroat approach in comparison to the niceties. Well, I mean, it is a nice country to visit too. I have traveled there often in business trips. Their attitude on. All countries are nice to visit if you have the cash. Money does the world turn round? Travel is the least you could buy with it, certainly not all. Exactly. How about the people who don't have extra cash to spend? Sure, unfettered capitalism might mean lots of money flowing to the top. But what about all those throats crushed? All those throats cut? Mr. Tusk. What about disease? What about death? What about everything that is wrong with the world? Well, if we weren't hoarding all the wealth, we could handle all of those things, short of death. These are matters beyond our lives. We should focus on the betterment of ourselves and enjoy what we have, instead of worrying about what others don't have. You're right, the betterment of ourselves as a country. So if we could redistribute that wealth back to the people. What isn't black and white? You are right, only live once. Truly, an egotistical way to look at the world. Old men plant trees, whose shade they shall never sit under. Beat him with some basic poetry. An idealist at heart. You know what they say. Being a romantic idealist is easy when you have the time and money to be able to sit down, relax, and dream. Walter has taken us down the rabbit hole again. By the way, I saw the construction of the railway that has already started. I have my concerns about the company, but I hope they do a good job. Everyone has a concern. I have a concern now. But they're like halfway done, and there's been no reports. So, fingers crossed. Hey, report. Reform Committee started preparations. Vice President Vector reported that along with Lucian Gallade, the committee has started working on the written aspects of the package as per the needs of the outline previously. They will soon get the legal team involved to complete the writing process. We need 150 signatures for the proposal. 150? It'd be so easy if the party just votes with me. That project will surely boost our economy if done correctly. The mood is already becoming positive. I have to congratulate Mr. Rain for starting such a massive project. No need for that, Mr. Raven. The state is just doing its job, oh yes. Reinforced the planned economy thing. Of course. Mr. Hole also deserves credit, of course. Our great economy minister. Is there a joke coming? Why? I thought you said you were great at economy. He laughed. I've heard that you bought a new villa, Simon. Ooh, Simon, please tell me you aren't skimming from the top? I don't comment on rumors, but I'll make an exception since we are among friends. It's true. Doing a great job, you deserve it. A new villa is a bit much, especially in this economy when people are suffering, I say, having just spent my entire personal wealth on stocks. Why did you buy a new property, Mr. Economy? Is it to make it a rental villa? I already had my eye in the area, plus it wasn't intended to be public. It's a small seaside villa along the outskirts of Conriat. It's just a modest house with a swimming pool and a small golf course on the property. Very modest. Own swimming pool, okay. At a small golf course, what? A great city to buy real estate in. Conriat is seeing a surge of investments. Becoming a neighbor to Marcel Caronti. Is there more going on? Is Caronti trying to buy favors within my cabinet, having been unable to bribe me personally? Is this where you got the money from Hull? A neighbor to Marcel Caronti? But is it really professional to discuss Caronti here among the other businessmen? I'm torn on a simple response. So is he becoming a neighbor to Marcel Caronti? Not really, his place is very remote. Conriat has a way of pulling certain people in, it seems. Edith, who was sitting to my left, gently put her hand over my arm for a few seconds. Come on, let's not talk about finance or politics for now. We came here to relax. She turned to Walter and Simon. Isn't that right, gentlemen? They nodded at her and took a sip from their drinks. She lightly leaned towards me. So, Mr. Rain, why don't you tell us what's behind that strong character of yours? A happy family? Conviction? Lesbian pasta? I've heard that you were brought up in the capital and experienced all the power shifts as it happened. Is that right? It must have been tough. I tried to leave my past behind and focus on today, not true. It was a difficult time in the capital, but I learned a lot about politics. I didn't suffer much thanks to my family. It was difficult times, but it was a learning experience. It all makes sense now. I never met your family, Mr. President. How are they doing, if you don't mind my asking? Prefer not to talk about them. We don't talk much since I became president. They're doing great. We have no problems. Well, Frank is growing up, becoming a bit moody. I think we're fine, though. The problems that we have are no worse than the problems of any other family. I could say that. That's great to hear. Your son must be very proud of you. He was distant, but if I could be honest with you, chat, I think he is becoming proud of his old man. We shared a beer. We shared our history with them. Family is everything. My advice would be to make sure that Frank has a solid relationship with you. He is your future, after all. I'm trying my best to be a good father. He seems somewhat introverted. He's going through the teenage period. It's difficult to connect with him. He's a little shy. That kid could handle himself. He doesn't need anybody else. I'm trying my best to be a good father to him. I'm not just gonna blame the hormones. It's on me too to make that relationship. Wish that was my son's biggest problem. Darren seems to be doing just fine. I saw that his yacht party in Benfey made the local news. Jeez, her teenage son has a yacht party going on. Well, the rascal didn't even ask permission to use the yacht and just took it. Oh, that's Avon's son. He basically just stole it. The good news is that I finally convinced him to go to university. He will study economics at Lockhaven Business School. That's a good choice. Having a degree in Swordland separates you from the rabble. And we especially need more people who understand economics. Maybe your son will be a great future economist. I wouldn't count on that. But I agree, we need more economists to enter politics. It's unfortunate that Edward Alfonso was the only leader who actually studied economics. He turned to me. Not that I meant anything against you, Mr. Rain. See, they're saying they want more economists. What they mean is they want more free market capitalists, no regulation, upwards funneling of the wealth. Look at what he caused. Studying doesn't get you to the finish line. Alfonso's inspiration for all reformists. We are in this mess because of him. His political failure nearly destroyed us. Mikhail, what did you just say to me? We are in this mess because... But there were other factors too. It wasn't just Alfonso, there was everything around Alfonso too. He did inherit directly from Seoul after all. And studying doesn't get you to the finish line. Sounds very anti-education, which I'm sure the NFP would love. And if nothing else, he was an inspiration for all reformists. He was. He truly wanted to transform this country to a modern nation. His term was very difficult though, he got destroyed. A correction. It wasn't his policies that destroyed him, it was the old guard. Tusk, does that mean you acknowledge the danger that conservatives hold for us? Is business gonna help us against the conservatives? Always had a gut feeling. Of course, they're a big threat. What do you mean? I'm not going to make divisiveness among business people reveal my divisiveness of the government in front of business people for them to capitalize on. What do you mean? He threatened their economic power base over the country through a vast privatization plan. They removed him and backed you after. Walter, stop with the conspiracy theories. I think you've had enough drinks. Could it be then the photos that Hawker showed me were fabricated? Or at the very least, that he was trying to make me remove inconvenient political enemies to the old guard establishment? Everyone went quiet. After a long silence, followed by some chit-chat, Walter ordered a bottle of whiskey. That is one good-looking bottle. Waiters brought one of the finest Arcasian whiskeys. It was time for a toast. With my last glass of water. Today's actually a 5-glass day. Since all the reading. I'm not gonna drink. Simon, would you give a toast? Simon, give the first toast. This time I'll toast. To our health and happiness. A constructive and beneficial future. An equal society without class differences. A Morgna West Core. I think that the capitalist businessmen might not exactly be communists. Constructive and beneficial future, which will lead to an equal society without class differences, a secret Magna West Core. They say hope dies last to the future. Raised. I think it's time we call it a night. Edith stood up. Most of us were still a little tipsy at this point. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for joining us, and you, Simon, for putting all this together. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Edith, for joining the bunch of ugly rich men. No, I'd expect that from Tusk. Thank you all for being here. It was great. Thank you. Thanks for being here. After bidding our farewells, we slowly walked out of the restaurant. The moon was shining bright as everyone except Walter left in the luxury cars. President, a moment please. He called me inside the small VIP lounge. What do you want? Follow him. What do you want? Usually, the Lothburg spokesman doesn't directly comment on the administration, but I'd like to say a few things since this was a special evening. I'm all ears. I'll at least hear him. No harm in listening. Finally, a president that listens to the people. The rich people. It won't be easy to pass a new constitution through the Assembly and the Supreme Court. We could help you get it through, if you in return help us with a few economic requests. I don't like this. I've already rejected such a request from the owner of the Swordland today. Walter lit a cigar and took a few drags before continuing. Many in the group are disappointed in your economic direction that you took by promoting an inefficient planned economy. Promises made during the election must be upheld. That was the main decision. We are certainly interested in maintaining a good relationship with the Lothburg, or we don't share similar interests with Lothburg. Could I get blue text on Lothburg? No? Have to look it up myself? Alright, what exactly does Lothburg represent? Apart from just being an oligarchy of oligarchs. National Business Council. Consensus is that dozens of them are in the Lothburg group, and even the NBC. And they kind of direct foreign direct investment. Lothburg Group. Used to be the economic advisor to the King of Swordland. So the old monarch's economic wing. Meetings are secret, etc., etc. So just a rich kids club. We don't share the same interests with Lothburg, do we? Or promises made during the election have to be upheld. Simple politics. Make them believe it's simple politics. Political motivations are admirable, but economics is about numbers, and the current reality, not the past. He looked me in the eye. You rejected our previous discreet offer to pick Underhall Construction for the execution of the first mega infrastructure project. This action led to disappointment in the group. We are aware of the upcoming tax meeting, and it would be a step in the right direction if private corporations would get a tax cut. I don't see why they would. To boost the economy with job creation, of course. And the positive side effect would be our support to the administration throughout the entire term. I will make tax decisions, objectively. I cannot promise you anything. Oh, let's not be hasty. The recession will end if Lothburg is on your side, President. Why can't we all just be friends? Maybe we can? I'll see what I can do. That is also non-committal. If it turns out that my tax plans help them out, so be it. But they might not, and they probably won't. Excellent, glad to hear this. The group wants a private corporation tax cut, and privatization in healthcare and education, so it's already not going to happen. That is too much of an ask. On third thought, I have to reject. That's a shame. I did offer you a peace branch. There's an awkward silence. Either way, President, we are here, and always ready to work with you if you change your mind. Don't forget that. There is nothing to work together on. Good evening. Think about it, but not now. Walter left, and Sir came to pick me up. I mean, the guy's pretty much holding the country ransom. Either the foreign direct investment and our businesses help you, or we'll make the recession even worse. Drove over to our residence in Lockhaven. Sir took the seaside route. Nice of him. So, what now? 3 newspaper newses. Couple of reports in Ribble. School poisoning connected to bloodish woman. Vilma Asir, who was working at the school kitchen, was apprehended with connections to last week's school cafeteria poisoning in Ribble. The act was found to be politically motivated, as the perpetrators are connected to the banned Bluish Freedom Party. Asir is suspected to have been an active member of the Bluish Freedom Front since the start of this year. She has been sentenced to 60 years in prison. And an Arvery? Car bomb attack in Arvery. At least I'm not getting any more news about attacks motivated by the young sword or the red youth. A car parked in an Anglo-Swordist-dominated neighborhood in the outskirts of Arbery exploded. Arbery police report that there were no casualties or injuries. The initial investigation found that the car was rigged with a timed bomb. No perpetrators have been found connected to the incident so far. Further investigations are ongoing, and details have not been shared with the public. But check that out. No other sectarian violence anywhere in the country, at least not that they're reporting. Budget allocation for the government of Swordland. Alright, let's do it. The preparations for the government budget were finished. Oh, there's news. I forgot about the news. Bill on the rights of workers being drafted. Cool. The National Assembly of Swordland will vote on a bill Thursday to protect workers' rights in Swordland that supporters are calling the most ambitious pro-labor legislation in decades, and which one USP representative has dismissed as the worst bill in the Assembly. The Workers' Protection Act has strong support from both the PFJP and the NFP, as well as labor leaders. The bill was a result of a bipartisan effort from the leading figures of the PFJP, as well as the Ministry of Health, led by Pascal Benawol. It was proposed to the Assembly by Representative Alban Clavin from the USP. The Workers' Protection Act amends the Labor Act by establishing a minimum wage of 2.5 SR per hour, adding guidelines on overtime work, as well as safety and protection guidelines. It also extends the rights of the workers to all migrants, acknowledging their right to work in Swordland. The bill also makes it illegal for corporations to force workers to do unpaid overtime work. Companies who fail to abide by the rules established with the bill will be heavily fined by the government and may be forced to face legal action. Some estimates suggest the cost for those firms would increase by 50% if they have to treat workers according to the proposed law. Well, boo-hoo, pay your top executives less then, no more oligarchs. Despite the bill coming from the governing USP, it faces a huge opposition inside the party. However, with the support of the PFJP and the NFP, the bill has a high chance of passing the Assembly. And Fox? President meets with Business Council. Our sources report that yesterday, President Rain had a meeting with the Business Council behind closed doors in Lock Haven, which later continued with a dinner in a 5-star Asteria restaurant with leading figures from the council. The agenda of the meeting was not disclosed, and the contents of the meeting remained a secret. But it could be expected that President Rain has discussed the future economic plans of his administration, as well as listening to the concerns of the leading industry figures. The outcome of the meeting will hopefully arrive quickly with positive developments and more transparency compared to today. I just think it's funny how it's such a change in tone from before rejecting that guy's deal to the straight up venom in every headline. The rumor it happened. 112 dead in the Morbel mine disaster now. Disaster hit Morbel last night when one of the main support shafts of the Morbel coal mine collapsed, trapping many coal miners inside. The collapsing structure also started an underground fire, turning the sky black with ash and sorrow in Morbel today. As reported by the government, the current death toll sits at 112 dead, with many other miners still trapped inside. The rescue operations are continuing without any sleep. Investigators have told us that this might have happened due to the neglect of Nedham Mining Group. Families of miners and the people of Morbel showed up in protest at the site of the disaster. Coincidentally, the workers' rights bill that was being drafted in the Assembly for the past few months comes too late. The eyes of Swordland are now turned to President Rain to see his decision on the bill. How about we do it after the passing of the Constitution for less bad blood in the USP? The preparations for the government budget were finished. Most of the cabinet gathered in the White Room for the important occasion. Nearly half a year has passed since my inauguration, and the economy has tanked even more. Maybe it always will. Maybe that's a guarantee, if you're not specifically catering to the big businessmen, giving them all the favors, that it will dip up until the rail line completes. The cabinet looked overworked. Used this opportunity for a statement. And now, the moment we'd all been waiting for, to discuss the government budget. Welcome everyone, great to see you. Everyone's here. Everyone's tired. Yosef always looks tired. Let's do a statement first. Of course, sir. Each and every one of you is very capable, but it's what we do as a team that counts. Or we are doing great work, and this is just the beginning. Many more good things to come. Years ago, all of us gathered to change the course of history. Now I am proud what we achieve and what is to come. I'm not too proud yet. So far, everything is in shambles, waiting for seeds planted in the past to finally sprout and not wither. Each and every one of them is very capable. I do trust all of them to work within their allocated budgets. But they must understand that if I do end up pulling money away from anyone, it's okay, because we're all a team here. The ministers weren't as motivated by my statement as I hoped. Thank you, sir. Moving on. Anyway, sadly, Peter Vectern, Gus Manger, and David Wessey won't be attending this meeting. They are working on the upcoming trade agreements with Velen and Agnolia. May the Lord be with them. Ciara gave a barely disguised eye roll. Before I begin, is nobody going to mention the ban on the Red Youth and the Young Swords? Nia? However much our political aims might differ from our administrations, surely you must agree that freedom of expression must be protected at all costs. That is true. But freedom of expression ends where multiple violent shootings throughout the nation's concerned. Miss Morgana is right. Nia flashed her an appreciative smile. I myself hew far closer to the Red Youth's politics than the Young Swords, as did I. But I believe that both. She broke off. She noticed that Lucian, Simon, and Yosef were looking at her and Nia in stony silence. Ladies, let's leave the extraneous chit-chat for the afternoon tea. Ciara shot a putting look at Lilias, who merely pursed her lips disapprovingly. If you have a problem with the ban, call a separate meeting with me. You know what? I am open to that. I enacted the ban because they were both shooting everyone up all throughout the country. Banned them. Now there are no shootings. There are fewer shootings. There are none from them. So, if from here on out, the Young Swords and the Red Youth aren't going to go full terrorist on the country, then for sure, I'll be open to lifting the ban. Separate meeting for another time. Simon started loudly shuffling some documents around. All eyes turned to the Minister of the Economy. Let's begin, Hull. Or thanks to Simon's great expertise, I'm sure we'll achieve lots of great things today. Simon, take it away. Thank you for the compliment. Today's a big day. We must prioritize our spending wisely in order to achieve the goals you set as a government, while maintaining enough political support, if I may add. Promises were made during the election. There are three options regarding our budget of the four main branches of the government. It's either we increase, maintain, or decrease the funding. Increasing will result in an improvement of the branch, which will unlock new policy options. Maintaining will keep the funding, resulting in no visible change. Decreasing causes a loss of efficiency in that branch. Is it possible to maintain as much state control as possible? The problem isn't about the money spent, it's how efficiently we spend it. A good concern, but also true. But we did promise planned economies, so state control is something we do want. Isn't the amount of money, it's how efficiently we spend it, is it not? It's true that many of our policies could be far better implemented. Our welfare systems are full of issues that need to be addressed, for instance. We have to be careful as to what we fund so we have resources remaining for another investment project. That is also true. The L1 high-speed rail is just the beginning. Prioritize the most critical branches. Keep true to the election promises. But reductions of funding in certain branches can help fund investment projects. Also true. So who wants to get the axe? The economy, the health, the education, the strategist, justice, the interior, defense. But no, we do have promises to keep. As much as we realistically can. If we fail at improving our economy, the promises don't mean much of the big picture. Before we begin our discussion, there is one more thing I want to voice my opinion on. As we manage the government budget, we are obviously able to go into debt to invest in different branches. Although debt is a possibility, under these circumstances, it would dent our financial system, worsening the economic crisis if we push it too far. We're already down to 1. It can't get any worse. I can't imagine it getting any worse, but it will get worse. A point for me as well to inform to everyone before the discussion. Given the current state of the country, the economic situation is a political priority right now, more so than ever. This budget will also be applicable to our entire term. Our entire term. It is very critical that we plan this correctly. Let's begin then. Which branch should we discuss first? Okay, so we got healthcare, law enforcement, military, and the education. For this mandate, I think I'm pretty good on healthcare and the military, maintaining as is. Military's issues, we have good leadership, we have plenty of numbers, what we lack is technology. And I've still been banking on United Cantana to help fill that gap, but they've been completely silent outside of funding terrorists within my borders despite wanting to align with them. Healthcare, they do good, they do alright. Infant mortality, maternal mortality is too high. But I think that is mainly a problem of infrastructure. There are rural clinics, there are hospitals, there are beds, but people can't always reach them. So if we say fix the highways or expand the rail network, that makes it easier. Fill in the potholes, fix up the roads. That makes it easier for people to get to the clinics, get the care they need. But go ahead, tell us about healthcare. Healthcare system is vast, provides free services to most of our citizens, but the quality of our healthcare services is far worse in low income and rural areas. Therefore, I think that we should receive more funding to address this disparity. Ciara agrees, and have recently begun an investigation into healthcare in Narbil, and the numbers are not good. If we don't increase spending on health services, we at least need to maintain it. Otherwise, we're putting lives at risk. Agree. Maintain health. We have just started a new analysis of what would happen if a pandemic struck Swordland. According to the results, our healthcare facilities remain in the current state. If they remain in the current state, the death toll would be unimaginable. I'm not even talking about damage to the economy. This is a matter of life and death, Mr. President, and it should be treated as such. It is indeed worrying. Only if a pandemic happens. Pandemic won't happen. Let's defund the CDC and tear apart pandemic response teams. We should try to fix whatever we can as the government. Let's discuss law enforcement. I would like to have an increase in the funding of law enforcement to increase the size of the police force and raise salaries. No, they've already been firing water hoses and tear gas canisters at protesters. In universe. That's not even political commentary. If what she wants is more police force where it's needed, maybe quit beating up the citizenry and focus those police to the actual gang violence. We have so many internal threats to tackle, and I'm already stretching my units far too thin with the limited resources allocated to me. Nia clears her throat. Law enforcement is clearly a high priority. However, I feel tackling internal corruption is of far higher importance than increasing our police presence. Also true. What is that funding going to do if it just lines some gangster oligarch's pocket? Or some police chief who, the police in some areas, were also supporting the young sword Bidens, don't forget. Directing the funds to my department would solve the problem at its root. Your department is Interior, right? Justice. Interior was Gruff. Directing funds to my department would solve the problems at its roots. If corruption is still rampant, all the police in the world won't help us. We need a specialized anti-corruption police unit, which we could create if the funds were directed to me. Justice, I think I also want to push some into, since there is a court backlog. We got human rights, order, we got corruption, organized crime. So all things like corruption that her department might be able to touch on. I agree with Miss Morgana. We should not reward a structure that is responsible for an ever-increasing number of human rights violations. Ciara. Ciara is pretty much my voice box. I don't gotta speak, I just gotta read whatever Ciara says. Additionally, corruption is the reason our government inefficiencies. It needs to be tackled. Economic incentive, less corruption, less graft, money goes where it's needed, where it's supposed to be. The police is there to serve and protect the people of Swordland, Miss Walda, and that is exactly what they are doing. More funding will allow us to take care of our police forces. It is quite a simple choice, given the current status of the country. No, I agree with Sia. What would people think of us if we fund the police after all that happened? Solutions for real problems like corruption. But yeah, as much as I agree with Ciara, in this instance, we gotta tackle corruption before we further empower the police. Now tell me about the military, Yosef. What is there to hear about? I already voiced my opinions. Rumberg is coming whether we like it or not, if not this year, then next year. If not next year, the year after that. So we're fine? Mr. President, you and I have a shared responsibility to protect this nation from its enemies, and I intend to do so until my last breath. I will say this with certainty. If Rumberg doesn't make a move against Sordi in 2 or 3 years, my name is not Yosef Lancia. It is Yosef Lancia. Yosef was beginning to lose control of the volume of his voice. There can be no argument against increasing the budget of our army, where there is an enemy on our doorstep, waiting for us to make one wrong move. Anyone who thinks otherwise is a fool. Mr. Lancia. Right. Pardon my theatrics, sir, but this is a serious matter. The future of our country is up to you, Mr. President. Well, here's an argument. The armed forces does nothing but eat away financial resources, destined for our people, while stoking fears for an upcoming war. Okay, Ciara, as much as I am on your side, Rumberg is kind of testing the waters with us, so that is something we have to deal with. Right now, we do have the international community at our backs, supporting us diplomatically, which should buy us some time, so the military would be okay. But Rumberg is definitely preparing. The issue with Rumberg can be solved diplomatically. What kind of a message are we sending to them and the whole world if we suddenly start ramping up our military budget? That we are ready to defend our nation, Miss Walda. Exactly. Agree with Yosef. Rumberg is a real threat, and we need to be ready, which is why we'll simply maintain the budget for them. There are more important avenues. We'll be ready, with what we have and the allies we make. But what about education? Our education system is lacking. not only in funding, but also in modern curricular principles. Our outdated curriculum is wasting our youth. That is the reason why I advocate two things: an increase of the budget to improve access to education in rural areas, and a new education reform. To be honest, Sordan is lacking compared to Arcasia and the United Cortana when it comes to education levels. The backbone of any country is its people, and we need to protect our future. We need to ensure that the new generation is as well educated as their counterparts in more modern countries. Nonsense. Sordan is still here because of this very system that you insult. How could you insult a system that teaches our sons and daughters their principles of national identity and pride? Graf. Graf, I used to be on your side. What on earth is going on with you now? We won't be compared to other countries. Sordan is Swordland, and Sordan is currently in the gutter, Graf. I agree with Lilius. Sordan is Swordland. It is Swordland, but that's besides the point. Yosef. I must also remind you that we promised that we were going to focus on education during your campaign. You are right. Can't let the people down. Lilius is right. We'll pave our own path. No. I agree with Ciara. It is high time we invest in education and enact reforms which will make better trained, more capable workers. An investment in education is an investment in the economy. They might not make me a saint for it, but 10, 20 years down the line, we will be reaping those fields that we're planting right now. Very good talking points from everyone. Well then, the time to make a decision on the budget has come. Consider with care, Mr. President. Simon places a stack of papers on my table. Okay, and there's a final budget of 1. My budget of 1. Okay, health is at a crossroads. Since the 1940s, the difference in quality between urban and rural hospitals was getting worse, and the average life expectancy has dropped. The situation becoming relatively dire. Sign an irreversible order. Please think carefully, because there'll be no going back this time. Come on, come on. Can't I simply press like forward and back to change my mind before completing the final budget? I want to make an informed decision looking at everything. I currently have 1 budget left, which is cool. So I could maybe give more to... No, I shouldn't. As much as I feel for the people in this mandate, if we fix the roads, we indirectly fix the hospitals. So, we'll work on it. Maintain as is, triage, do the best we can, get people the help we need. But gotta keep it as is. I can go back. Okay, good. Had me worried. Education is overburdened. Lack of schools, teachers, even equipment in certain areas cause massive gaps, which could otherwise be known as one of the most robust systems around a decade ago. You know, maybe if I maintain it, she'll still be able to push the reforms she needs. The rural schools will still have a gap, but the national curriculum will still come up. I'll increase it. Law and enforcement. Increased crime, lawlessness, and the new wave of immigration has pushed many elements of law enforcement to their limits. Judges and courts better keep up, so we're counting the judges for law enforcement. Backlog of cases, and police are overburdened. So if I were to decrease police funding, which I want to do, that's not just the police themselves, but the courts as well and everything else. So maintain. Military. Armed Force of Swordland is the most respected branch of the government. Protects the country from hostile nations, provides training, some sees the financial burden, while others praise the advantage of the military. Maintain it. And that's done, that's it. Really? I don't get to put more to the interior? I could only increase education. If I drop it a tiny bit, I bet you if I decrease it, that Rumberg is gonna see that and do a lot more on the border. But maybe if I decrease fundings and pull in alliances with Vegelsland and Velen, that I might be able to work with it. Budget is interesting though, because I'm thinking, I've had this one budget this whole time, right? I probably don't get to carry it over. A budget is a budget. It's a surplus though. Could I push that surplus back to the economy? Well, with everything on the borders, I can only maintain it. I don't want to get Casus Belli yet. Hopefully the rail line finishes, and that's more money for us. But alright, take away from nothing, and give it all to education. Your promises will be remembered, and they will have consequences. Are you sure about your decisions, Mr. President? Yeah, alright. A Klingon does not deliberate after all. Does not think, should I do this, should I do that? They choose, and live with the consequence of their actions. I had finished allocating the government budget, to the satisfaction of some cabinet members, and the dismay of others. They and I knew this would define a significant part of our term. It looks like we have a balanced budget with no deficit or surplus. See, that budget just disappeared. Or no, hold on. That's the budget that I had left. Okay, I get it now. So if I had more budget at the end of this time and came here, I could potentially pump up 2 things without taking away from anyone. Kinda cool. With no deficit or surplus, not bad at all. Agreed. Well then, let's start with law enforcement. Lilius leaned forward and put her hand on her chin. Nia was looking down at the floor. I suppose we have to make do with what we have. This is not the best situation for us. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do if the budget doesn't change. Nia, please. Where was Minister of the Justice in that? There was law and enforcement, which I'm sure falls under the interior. I guess you two go together. But I don't want to just fund the cops. If it was just justice, then fine. Any statements on the matter, sir? I trust you. No. The continuation of the existing set of budgetary conditions is in order. Trust you to push the Ministry of Interior and Justice forward. I do trust them. I do want them to work on corruption specifically, but I can't say that. Our efforts will be on maintaining order with what we have. Here I was thinking the Rain administration would be on the side of law and justice. Let's hear the Minister of Education. Ciara was eager to comment. The increase of funding is very welcome. We can finally go after some comprehensive improvements by building new schools and improving the education system. Well, now that I know how the system works, a second and subsequent playthroughs are inevitable, because I am going to fail my own personal goals and the country. So it does behoove me to replay and try some things differently. Maybe see if I can have 2 budget by the end. Maybe just trust and float the country to the next term. Could finally go after some comprehensive improvements by building new schools and improving the education system. Surely, a well-funded larger Ministry of Education would benefit everyone. I'm glad that Morgna could at least see the value in that. Our future depends on our children. Education is the first step in the fight against ignorance. Education is our future, and will not be sidelined. Focus is clear. Your expertise and passion should enable you to make the necessary changes for improvement. Alright, they're both pretty good. This focuses on her, makes her happy, but she already is because more money. Education is future. No sideline. Keep the focus on the focus. Thank you. It is great to see a positive change in the attitude of the administration for the first time in a decade. The military is next. Don't be sad, Yosef. I haven't taken anything away from you at least. Ciara clearly wasn't finished, but didn't interject. Yosef chimed in. It is a shame the military won't be getting an increase. I will have to make sacrifices to maintain our defense. Lucian seemed as if he was about to say something. Looked at his notepad when Yosef eyed him. Maintaining the funding was a correct call, especially in light of the threats. But I also kind of want to stroke his ego, his talents and expertise. I mean, we do have good generals. That's like the only good thing about our military. They interfere in politics, outdated equipment, but we got experienced generals, we got good leadership. But nah, remind him why we're doing this. We can't just put more money in and build up, and give Rumberg a reason to react. The threats called for an increase, not just a continuation of the same budget. Yosef leaned back in his chair. Let's hear from Mr. Benewal. I can't say that maintaining the funding is a negative, but I don't think our services will perform any better. Welfare must remain a priority for our term. There is no other way around it. Opinions are noted, Pascal. Your task is to improve the care in the country. Have to find new resources. That's going to push him towards more corruption and privatization. I want him to focus on improving healthcare with this budget, which will be very difficult to accomplish without an increase in funds. That covers all the branches. Each minister will approach you with their respective policy requests and expectations over the next year. Thank you for your time and participation in a significant moment. The meeting is concluded. Thank you everyone, I appreciate your time and efforts. Regardless of what happened, I wouldn't be here without you. Don't forget, we are a team. The ministers bid farewell, some excitedly, others dejectedly, Interior and Justice especially. The cabinet slowly dispersed out of the White Room. The budget for our term was concluded. Country overview update. A decrease of the budget. No budget, no wealth. So the overview updates, huh? Signed off on the draft, reform the package, reform the country. Maintain law enforcement. Increase education, maintain military, maintain healthcare. Okay, where is international? Would it be locations, countries? Where am I? Where am I? Where is us? Do we not get an entry? We don't get an entry? I thought it said entry updated. Does that not mean our entry? History, imported events, timeline. No, I guess we don't get an entry then. Rumberg, Ascarcia, Lesbia, Velen, everyone but us. Organizations. Oh well, too bad. So I think what I'll do is end it here for today. And then tomorrow is going to be the consequence of our actions. Hold on, wait. There's a continue button. Proceed to the next turn. Okay, let me read the reports. Reform Committee Status Report. Lucian Gallade reported that so far, they have been able to get, in total, 87 signatures behind the proposal. Is that only in USP, or is that for everyone? Because if that's everyone, that's tiny. Efforts are underway to increase the support and to reach out to necessary members. News. 1954 Swedish government budget. after a marathon 18 hours of negotiations. The Swedish government budget for the current term has been finalized. The government envisages spending around 13 billion SR next year, almost 2 billion SR more than this year. The 1954 budget sees an increase in the Swedish education funding. The Ministry of Education, one of the smaller ministries of Swordland, will see its budgets grow more than expected, which will especially benefit primary and secondary education schools. Minister of Education, Mrs. Walda, has expressed her gratitude for the increase of the education budget, saying that this increase will help us build a future for Swordland. Alright, so we're not on fire yet. Before I go then, let's advance to the next era. An achievement? Chapter 1's complete. Chapter 2 actually made it to the second chapter. So that's about 6 months for the first chapter. Okay, what have we got then? We got news. The railway is still halfway through. Reports all over the country. A report from Agnolia. Is Van Hort finally going to make pressure over making a more equal trade agreement? What do we have in town anyway? Workers' Rights Act. Sign or veto it. Well then, I think that is going to be the first thing we do tomorrow. Check the news, read the reports, sign or veto the Workers' Rights Act, and then see the consequences of my actions. Because I'm kind of not expecting the majority of my party to vote with me. But who knows, maybe we'll get lucky. Not to mention, banning a couple of youth parties were pretty authoritarian. Hopefully by tomorrow, my L1 high-speed rail finally finishes, and I can finally get some money back into this thing, build the economy back up. But we'll find that out tomorrow. Think for now who's online? Think I might just host Ann K because it's been a while. And MSX games are always fun. So I am going to drop you guys on Ann's side. So for now, thanks for hanging today. It's always fun. Take care of yourselves for tonight. Have fun yourselves. Be safe. Thanks for being here. And see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And hopefully, I don't muck up this country too bad. I stood in a place where I could safely bounce back from it. Fingers crossed, haven't even done any alliances yet. But that might be this chapter. This chapter feels like it might be more broad, beyond our own borders, so we'll see. See you then. Take care.